Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to the 138th Wimbledon Championships. It's our fourth day of competition here at the Championships, and it is a glorious day as well. A bit of sunshine down here in London as we prepare for our opening match of the day. Daniel Evans, 154th singles ranking in the world, versus Novak Djokovic, number 6 ranking in the world, and a champion here, 24 times a Grand Slam singles champion. Predictor likely to win, obviously Novak Djokovic is 87, but do not count out Daniel Evans as well. It was an interesting match a few days ago between Muller and Djokovic as well, eventually winning it at a 6-1, 6-7, 6-2. He took the game as well quite quickly, but it was a struggling opening match for Djokovic. We've got 3 matches coming up for you here today on centre court. Let's cross over to the BBC as we get ready for the main action to begin in a few moments' time.
Sustain his career for as long as he has, so that he can be as competitive for as long as he can possibly be. But it is just starting to catch up with him a little bit. So when the conditions are the way they are, I know it's just got a little bit cooler now, does he have to take more risks?
Not necessarily with the sort of overhead conditions. I think it's much more with the surface itself. I think on clay and on hard courts over best of 5 sets for 2 weeks, I think that's very, very challenging. But given his grass court record, he's won here 7 times. You know, he can play so offensively. I think less players play well on grass. I really do give him a realistic chance of adding that 25th title. I think obviously Alcaraz and Sinner have separated themselves from the pack, but in terms of the next favourite, I think it's Djokovic for me.
At the same time, you talk about players like Cam Norrie and Alex de Minaur who have such big engines, and that's something that Novak Djokovic has known that he's had. He can go to a 5-setter, and he knows that he has the experience to be able to come through that and the fitness levels. But maybe because of that age, because he has been breaking down a little bit more with injury, with him to be able to get through to the final here at the Championships, do you feel like he wants to get through these matches as quickly as possible? Yes,
but I think, you know, the point you make is a relevant one, but I think it's less relevant on grass.
Dan Evans will lead Novak Djokovic out. Rapturous applause here on centre court. That must be such an amazing feeling.
Yeah, it is, and historically over the years we've seen that the centre court crowd are in their seats to welcome the players. That doesn't always happen at some of the other tournaments. So yeah, you look around here, there's very few empty seats. They're excited to see both men come out onto centre court and get things going.
I imagine the novelty doesn't really run out when you play on centre court so much, and Dan Evans hasn't had that many opportunities on here, but he gets another chance today.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think again, when you play on centre court for the first time, certainly as a British player, well, I mean, pretty much as any player, it does take you time to get used to the surroundings, and you can be a little bit overawed. But I think obviously at Dan's stage of his career, he's played on all the big courts around the world. He's played against the best players, so you know, I don't think the occasion's going to get to him. His biggest challenge is his opponent across the net, because Djokovic has been one of the best grass court players of all time.
Dan Evans has had a difficult year on the court. He got very emotional in the build-up to the Championships, but came through his first round match against Jay Clark into the second round for the first time in 4 years, and he has a huge opportunity here at the back end of a career that has seen so many highs.
Best of 5 final set tie break, it's the best of 10 points. We have the live electronic line.
I have no idea why I'm getting upset.
I don't even know what the question was now, but
yeah. I don't worry about retirement, but to start losing. So no, sometimes you're not good enough. You feel like you've let people down. That's the tougher thing about it. You're not good enough. Yeah.
last few years haven't been so good here, and yeah, I just said, come on, this is a great chance to play on the grass here.
It's been 4 years since he was in the second round at Wimbledon.
Of course I wanted to win, but it was more about getting out there and competing and enjoying that match.
And you can see what it means.
That's one of my top wins in my career.
How are you? Thank you.
If this is my last match here, that would be pretty good for me, but, you know, I believe I can win the match. there's no reason why I can't come out on top.
He's such a likeable character, isn't he, Dan Evans? And he's well liked amongst the group of British players. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and he couldn't help himself there. You know, it is so difficult at times as an athlete when you keep coming, and your family are there to support you, your coach, everyone around you, and you feel like sometimes you are letting them down. But it's hard, I guess, as an athlete to just try and compartmentalize that and still keep going.
Yeah, but he, I think by the reaction to that interview, you see the raw emotion of it, and you see the fact that he has dropped down to go to, you know, these lesser tournaments to give himself the opportunity of building his way back up. And I love to see that hunger and desire, but also that passion. And this is a just reward for Evans to get out there on centre court against Djokovic. And when you reflect on that match in Monte Carlo, I'm not sure many people would have thought that Evans is going to beat Djokovic on a clay court. Admittedly, this isn't a Grand Slam over best of 5 sets, but it will give Evans belief, and Evo's always had belief that he can beat the best players, and this is such an exciting opportunity for him.
Did you feel that much in your career, that the burden of obviously continuing to play, but then having that support around you, and maybe feeling sometimes that you were letting them down?
No, I didn't. And again, I always felt that I was playing for myself, and I think that's very relevant here as a British player. You've got to go out there and control your controllables, and that's your preparation and performance. I couldn't, you know, worry about the crowd or what was happening on TV or on the radio or out on the hill. You just got to go out there and really focus on your, you know, your own preparation. So, yeah, I think, you know, people are really, you know, learning how to deal with these conditions. And I think, again, as Evo's been around, he's 35, he knows how to play on the big stage. And, you know, I really hope that he can go out there and, you know, perhaps get off to a fast start, get the crowd really involved, get them behind him, and see if he can cause another upset here.
Someone who knows how to play on the big stage is the man in picture right now. What do you think he's going to be wary of when it comes to Dan Evans?
Look, Evans has got variation. You know, he loves to attack. Grass is the hardest surface to defend on, so both players are going to look to get on the front foot. But, you know, Evans likes to change pace. He's got a good slice backhand. He's not scared of finishing the point at the net with his volleys, which are a big strength, and you don't necessarily see that from so many other players. So, yeah, Evans will look to try and dictate as much as he can, but Djokovic's defensive skills are probably still as good as you get out there.
Who's winning, Tim?
I think Djokovic will, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised if Evans got a set and made it difficult for the Serb.
Thanks, Tim. You've set us up beautifully as you can head upstairs now to join Sam Smith, who's on commentary for this one. We're here on centre court. Novak Djokovic, 7-time Wimbledon champion, going for his 25th Grand Slam title.
Tensions are rising as we get ready for what is going to be a tense matchup here on centre court as we get ready.
Both had a wonderful
Ladies
reception.
and gentlemen, Novak Djokovic, right of the chair, won the toss and elected to serve.
What can Dan Evans conjure up here? Novak Djokovic said after his first round win, well, you don't really want to play Dan early on in a tournament. He's the one you want to avoid in the early rounds, particularly on grass.
Evans and Djokovic then to begin with. Hopefully not going to be too bad of a serve to begin with, as the water bottles
chose not to play a warm-up event after that run to the semi-finals at the French Open. He lost to Yannick Sinner in 3 sets. So he hasn't had a lot of grass court tennis this season. Just his second match. Evans has found some form.
Djokovic will serve. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to centre court here at Wimbledon as the tension begins to rise and the atmosphere is something very strange as well. Djokovic and Evans in the second round here at Wimbledon. It will be Djokovic to serve to start the match. And we're underway. Djokovic serves straight down with an ace to begin the day. A 15 love, an ace straight down the centre. Djokovic got 23 aces in his first matchup against Muller 2 days ago. And he starts off with another. His 24th of the tournament so far. Backhander from Evans goes out wide. 30 love to begin with.
Opened up in the centre court a couple of days ago against the Frenchman Alexander Muller for much of that match.
Yeah,
we saw vintage Djokovic, maybe back to his very best. It bodes well.
Djokovic straight down. Out to return from Evans. 40 love already on Evans' return was not so smooth down. Out towards the doubles lines.
Made his debut here back in 2005 as an 18-year-old. Made the third round on that occasion.
Backhander from Evans. Djokovic with a slow drop shot. His first game, Djokovic in a straight run. Not bad at all as Evans now takes the serve. First game done.
A perfect opener. And his 20th consecutive appearance at the All England Club.
Doesn't really surprise me. 20th appearance in the championships. Only lost here in the second round. As well, came back in 2008. It was the only time he's been kicked out of this chat rather than further down.
Daniel Evans to serve.
We're ready to go again then. Evans on the serve, calling for a halt. Looks to be okay now.
Evans actually asking for the serve clock. They get 25 seconds between the points. Just checking where it was.
Straight down. An ace from Evans. That was a surprise up the sleeve as well. Nobody saw that one coming. So an ace comes down.
Yeah, this matchup in an early round.
Most definitely.
Evans been playing really well through the grass court season.
Another ace. 2 aces against Djokovic. Fantastic straight down centre court.
Intimidated in any way out here.
No, that's certainly his character, and he's got variation. Expect him to serve and volley a few times, use that slice backhand, finish points at the net.
Evans with the serve again. Straight down centre. Backhander return from Djokovic, keeps it in. Backhander from Evans was a bit slow. Forehander from Djokovic to the left-hand side of the court. Evans puts it out. 30-15.
30-15.
And the grass court season has brought out the best in Dan, and really struggled through the first part of the year, ranking down in the sort of 160s, 170s. He's now at 154. For so many years, he's been a top 50 player, almost a top 20 player 2 years ago. But on the grass, he's had some really good wins.
Straight down centre court. Forehand return from Djokovic. Now we're into a bit of a rally. Oh, Djokovic hits the net. Evans on 40.
40-15.
And he really fired up at Queen's. Dan, who was born in Solihull, grew up in the Hall Green area of southeast Birmingham. Had a big win over Francis Tiafoe, who's a little outside the world's top 10. That was his best victory for almost 2 years. And then at Eastbourne, beat Tommy Paul.
Straight down centre court. Forehand, a little bit of a trick shot coming in from Evans, but Djokovic keeps it in. Evans sends it up high, but it's gone out wide. 40-30.
It's the serve and volley there from Evans, but
40-13.
Djokovic able to judge the topspin lob beautifully.
How much of Novak's first round match did you see, Tim?
I was commentating on it, yeah.
I wasn't entirely sure, but
no, it was
interesting. It was a very good touch, wasn't he?
It was. He started off very, very well. He looked really focused, timing the ball beautifully. 11 break points in the second set. Didn't take any of them, and then had a few physical issues.
Straight down centre court for Evans to serve. Djokovic sends it out wide. Evans tries to go high. Djokovic picks the pace up and goes out. 1 game all, first set. Not going to be quite as simple as Djokovic thought out it would be.
1 game all, first set.
That's a bit better now, actually, as well. Should be quite an interesting match, what we've got coming up here today. As Djokovic now with the serve. 15 seconds he's got to serve the ball. Straight down centre court, backhand return from Evans. Djokovic puts it out wide, Evans skies it, drop shot coming in and through. 15-love. Djokovic, perfect return.
15-love.
Straight down
talking
centre.
before the tournament. Has loved grass right from the start. Strangely, he didn't play the juniors here.
Forehand smash straight
First
down
time he
centre
stepped
court.
on the surface, he says, yes, okay, I'm not a natural serve and volleyer, but I love mixing it up, and he loves the challenge of playing on this surface.
Djokovic straight down centre. Oh, fault. Tried for an ace. Ball up, straight down centre court. Forehand return, but double fault. 15-all, double fault from Djokovic.
Tim, what sort of game plan would Evans bring to the centre court this afternoon?
Yeah, look, he's got to try and be on the front foot. He's got to look to be aggressive. He's got flat forehand that he can hit through the court. He likes to use the slice, keep the ball low, change pace. But I think if he can try and finish points at the net, that is a good sign.
Straight down with an ace from Djokovic.
They're just going to play from the back of the court baseline exchanges. You feel that there's only going to be one winner because that's where Djokovic has been so good over the years. But to try and play those points on his terms.
Djokovic now with the serve. Straight down centre court, keeps it in, but Evans goes the other way. Evans takes it backwards.
Well, for someone that
Djokovic drop
describes
shot.
himself as not a serve, natural serve and volley, I think there would be, I think we might dispute that.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Djokovic's serve has improved so much over the years, but technique at the net is excellent.
It's very different from his first few years coming to the championships.
Ace!
He is in a very good early rhythm here.
Djokovic leads 2-1, first set.
An ace down from Djokovic. 2-1, 7 minutes played in the first set.
Tim, I'd like to take you back a very long time because you played a young Novak Djokovic in Rotterdam, indoors. I know it might not be right at the front of your memory, but can you recall anything?
I can remember.
So a fast indoor court in the Netherlands.
Yeah, and I was playing the night match the night before, and Novak had won his match, and he came to sort of watch the match. And I remember he turned up in February in a white suit in Rotterdam, and I remember thinking to myself, I cannot lose to someone that's wearing a white suit in Rotterdam in February. And he beat me 7-5 in the third.
And he did, yeah. And he would have been 18 then.
Yeah, but
did he make apart from the white suit, did he make an impression?
Yes, he did. But and I thought, and I knew he was a very good player, especially for the age of 18. But if you would have said to me, you know, what's the future looking like for this young Serbian? I said, yeah, very good. You know, could he win a slam? Yeah, I think so. He's got to improve certainly elements of his game. But you know, what he's gone on to do and the way that he has evolved has just been absolutely staggering.
Thank you. Please. Let's for service.
From Evans after a good volley.
There'll need to be plenty more of that kind of activity for Dan to be competitive out here. And this is why so many love watching him.
Straight down, and Evans' serve takes it already with 15-love. Djokovic's return serve not being as great as you think it would be. Forehander return straight down centre court. Goes a bit high. Evans goes out. 15-all.
Evans showed his volleying skills the previous point, and you really feel that a couple of those forehands, he probably could have hit it and come forward.
There was a tiny spider dangling in the commentary box, and we couldn't see where it was coming from. So we had to just take things out. Evans on the serve. Straight down centre court. Backhand and return from Djokovic. Evans getting in closer. Keeps it in. Djokovic skies it. Drop shot opportunity. Evans takes it.
Physical for Dan.
30-15.
30-15.
And we're going to enjoy watching him roll the dice out here and taking it to the edge.
Yeah, beautiful backhand volley right into the corner.
Evans.
You don't see it often with players using those volleying skills, but I do think it's something we're going to see a lot of today.
A couple of bounces of the ball, as he will send the ball straight down centre court into the net. On his first serve. Here comes Evans again. Straight down. Backhand return from Djokovic. Backhand from Evans. Leave it go. There's a little bit too much there from Djokovic as well. He's slowing the pace down a bit. Evans trying to build pace up. Evans has put it out, just about in on the line. They're getting closer than ever. Djokovic sends it back down to the right and gets the point. 30-all. Fantastic. Mental game between the two there.
I like Evans using the slice backhand, but you can't use the slice backhand all the time. You've played 2, maybe 3, then you've got to look to hit over it. Difficult always to get the penetration through the court. Djokovic took advantage.
Evans.
Djokovic putting pressure on the Evans serve.
Yeah. Evans again. Straight down centre. Ace! Beautifully done from Evans, straight down centre court.
Sam, you mentioned that Djokovic had a nice rhythm on serve. Evans has made 10 of 11 first serves, 91%.
You suspect it's got to be that good
Yes.
to be competitive out here this afternoon, but going well so far.
Straight down centre. Oh, another fault, but I was getting ready to call ace. It was millimetres away from the line. Beautiful serve from Evans, just out wide. Let's see if we can do that again. Djokovic there to return it with a forehander. Backhander from Evans as they get into the rally now. Djokovic trying to send it different directions on the court and make Evans run for it, and misses that time. Evans had to run towards. Djokovic makes it deuce.
Again, this is just the slice backhand that kind of sits in the middle of the court. Plenty of time for Djokovic to get in position and then use that racket head acceleration.
There's been a few ominous blows already from the racket of the 7-time champion. He was in pursuit of his 25th major.
Straight down. Oh, Djokovic keeps it just in. And Evans able to get through with a superb ball to go advantage. Sent Djokovic wide and was able to return it, not with a drop shot, but a long forehand.
Great serve,
to
good
the
early
right.
forehand and good reaction, the body language.
He plays his best when the fire's on, doesn't he?
Yeah, when he's animated.
Yeah. And fidgeting and looking around everywhere.
Straight down centre court. Forehander slows down the return from Djokovic as well as they pick up as a pigeon flashes by our commentary window. And Evans slips on centre court. Just as that happens, we go to deuce again.
Saw this yesterday out on centre court. There's definitely a little bit of a breeze from the umpire's right, the end that Djokovic is playing from. Just get a little bit more help or weight of shot. Almost as if you feel that Evans is playing uphill from this end.
Evans sends it down. Oh, fault on the serve. Evans throws the ball up, straight down. Forehand return from Djokovic, then from Evans. Both of them now in forehanders. They want to keep it in, but it goes out for Evans and Djokovic now on break point.
It hasn't taken long.
Djokovic now on break point.
The first test for Evans here.
The crowd cheer both men as Evans serves again. Straight down centre court, Djokovic forehand return, then into a forehander, just keeps it in actually from Evans on the line. Backhander from Djokovic. Both men sending each other opposite ways of the court. And Djokovic goes out wide and goes to deuce again.
Deuce.
Djokovic's serve was just a little bit too far down to the right. Lost out on the pace, went towards the doubles line. Evans serves again, lucky this time by, straight down, backhander comes in, forehander, out wide, back to Djokovic with advantage and a break point.
It's already Evans playing right on the edge here. Another chance for Djokovic in this long, long service game.
7 minutes, it's already ticked over. Half the match so far. Evans straight down, forehander return from Djokovic. Evans forehander tries to pick the pace up. Backhander Djokovic and Evans now. The rally begins. Still backhanders. Djokovic trying to slow the pace down. Evans not trying to run around as much anymore. All close to the net there for Evans. Djokovic tries to send it, but it goes out. Back to deuce. Djokovic's serve a bit too ambitious.
Couple of uncharacteristic forehand errors from Djokovic on break points.
13 shots the last rally. Evans still on the serve. Both just calling for a halt there as a breeze came through. Evans straight down. Backhander from Djokovic. A tiny bit weaker, brings it in, but Evans' return goes out. Advantage Djokovic. Third break point.
It's the right shot, just not the execution. Perhaps trying to go a little bit close to the line, knowing the movement of his opponent.
Another opportunity in this game for Djokovic.
Straight down, let on the serve. Computer calling it out. Straight down, backhander return. Goes out from Djokovic. It's back to deuce for a fifth time. Weird.
With deuce in this game.
Yeah. Djokovic trying to get for a break point here, but struggling to convert. Evans down centre court. Backhander goes high from Djokovic, has to rotate the body around, but Evans returns it with an out. Djokovic again, advantage. Break point for a fourth time.
Good first serve there from Evans right in the corner, and Djokovic did well just to float that ball back. Evans over-pressing again on the forehand.
And more pressure here.
We go again. Straight down from Evans. Backhander return was good there. It goes out. It's deuce again for a sixth time.
I wonder if it's getting in Djokovic's head after the Muller match where he had all those breakpoint opportunities.
10
0 for
minutes.
11 in the second set, 0 for 4 here.
This game now 10 minutes long. Evans sends it down centre court. Backhander from Djokovic, a little bit slow. He's having to really manoeuvre his hips around, and Djokovic hits the net. Advantage Evans.
Well, the centre court fans may have a treat in store this afternoon. We've got contrasts in styles, which just always makes for great tennis matches. Evans trying to push forward, very much the underdog here, taking a lot of risks. And Djokovic trying to keep him pinned to the baseline and play the match on his terms.
Straight down from Evans, forehand and return, trying to slow the pace down. From Djokovic, game goes Evans! Finally, after so many juices, it's now 2-all in this first set. Brilliant matchup right now.
2 games sold, first set.
20 minutes and 4 games played. The last one lasting for 11 minutes. Evans' 10th appearance in the championship, his best result. 3rd round 3 times, most recently back in 2021 against Korda, who he lost to as well. Djokovic with the serve, straight down, backhander goes out wide. It was an ace. In love for Djokovic. Straight down centre court, forehand return from Evans. Backhand to Djokovic. Evans now really picking up the pace, not moving an inch. Now having to still do it, but all of his returns so far have been forehanders. The pace building up massively. Evans goes into the net. 30 love for Djokovic.
30 love.
Doesn't really have a designated coach at this point. Novak has a number of characters who are helping him in his playbox, of course, working with Andy Murray for the first 5 months of this season.
Djokovic straight down, backhander goes high from Evans, forehander coming in again from Djokovic, backhanders, forehand Evans all the time, just trying to bring the power and change the direction, making Djokovic run for it, and Evans gets it. 15 for Evans. Beautiful.
Is this the ticket?
Yeah, I think this is the way that Evans can have an impact. Very comfortable at the net. He's got to take risks. He's got to look to flatten out that forehand and definitely be keeping an eye on how many times Evans can get to the net. That's 5 out of 6 so far for Evans.
Djokovic straight down, forehand return from Evans. Oh, Djokovic beautifully done, takes it to 40.
40-15.
Straight down to bottom left, centre court. Going rather well so far today. Djokovic get this with an ace. Yes, he can.
Smooth sailing for the 7-time champion. We remain on serve for the stages of this opening set.
3 games to 2 so far.
A couple of years ago, picked up his 2nd title in Washington after Wimbledon, playing some of the best tennis of his life. But last year, elected to play the Olympics rather than defend the title. And he's, I mean, obviously, so all those points dropped off, which is why he's really struggling with his ranking. But maybe it'll be calmer, because I mean, he loved his Olympic experience alongside Andy in the doubles. But I wanted to talk about that story because he's that kind of guy, isn't he? You know,
yeah.
Like, I want the experience. I want to be alongside Andy, one of his heroes.
It's an individual sport, and when you get those opportunities in a team environment, I think it's very, very special. And the Olympics is the pinnacle of sport. To play with Andy Murray, have that opportunity after what an incredible career Andy had. I thought it was very special, and I thought it was very rewarding that they had, you know, the matches that they did. And I was lucky enough to be United Cup captain for Great Britain in Australia, and Evo was a part of that team. And he is just such a bundle of energy and positive enthusiasm. So yeah, it was great to see. It was a fitting farewell for Andy Murray, but it was great that Dan could be a part of that occasion as well.
Evans with the serve. As he goes straight down centre court. Fault on the first serve. Straight down. Fault again. Double fault. Love 15.
Working with these days with the Belgian, Jermaine Jigunon.
Fault again. Evans can't get the serve going. Evans straight down centre. Fault again. Two double faults running.
Evans was looking for this in this service game. He's done such a good job on first serve. He's made 21 of 26 first serves. But yet to win a point on second serve. 0 for 5. A couple of double faults. Needs to find the mark with the first serve.
Fault again. Evans is really struggling here.
Anywhere in the box at this stage.
Straight down, backhander. This time went to the rally. Evans trying to slow it down. Djokovic sends at the pace, keeps it in. Sends Evans everywhere, goes out wide surely. Yeah, Evans
This
goes
is
high.
enormously good timing from Djokovic.
Great point.
Your level has to be so consistently high against the best players in the world. You cannot afford to give donations like that. 2 double faults to start the game puts you behind the 8 ball.
Well, he fended off 4 break points in his previous service game. He's got 3 in a row to defend here.
Straight down, fault again. Backhander coming back through as the sun just dips on centre court. Oh, and Djokovic goes out wide. Evans takes it 15 to 40.
15-40.
Just a wide angle. Second break point still coming. Evans has saved 5 break points this match so far alone.
Might get a volley from where he is now if he doesn't break in this game. Almost half an hour played here in this opening set.
Evans straight down centre court. Backhander return from Djokovic was strong. Forehand picks up the pace. Evans tries to get in a top shot. Brilliant, does it! Brilliantly done. Third break point. 30-40. And Evans is coming back.
The cleanest volley Evans has ever hit. The acknowledgement, the apology. But it's the right play.
Gotta play it.
Point 1 at the net.
Still break point.
Here we go again. Straight down centre court. Forehander return from Djokovic. Backhander from Evans. And then again Djokovic. Into the rally we go. Forehander picks up a pace again from Djokovic. Swaps out to a backhander. Not the right play at the moment. Oh! Djokovic into the net! Juice!
He is slicing as if his life depended on it. I don't think he's going to hit over any of those backhands.
You see Djokovic's expression there, just with his arms slightly out to the side, saying to his box,
Wow.
what's going on?
0 for 7 on break points in this opening set. So we're back at juice.
Here we go again, everybody. Straight down. Backhander. Advantage Evans. Fault from Djokovic. Is it going to be 3 games all? Insane how they are able to match each other to perfection so far. As Evans lines it up again. Turn that break point on. Straight down. Backhander coming in. Djokovic went wide. It's 3 games all in the first set.
His partner, Alair.
Oh, sweeties.
Well, he is such a fighter, Dan Evans, and if you want to continue watching this match, then head over to BBC One right now. Also available on BBC iPlayer. So much action for you here today across the championships as we can mosey on over to number 1 court, where 18-year-old teen sensation Mira Andreeva, the number 7 seed.
Oh, we've just backed up to BBC One to take it with a fault on the first serve there from Djokovic. This is 3 games all, second set, straight down, forehand return, Evans into the net, 15-love. Bit of a pace change coming through. Djokovic can't find the right serve for the sun. He's really annoyed with it, actually. Djokovic straight down centre. Backhander returns will now be the... Oh, and Evans really is picking up the forehand pressure. Djokovic goes out. 15 all.
15 all.
And
Sun's getting into his eyes.
Staying close here. He's being quite an irritant to Djokovic, who in the final 12 months ago by Carlos Alcaraz.
Straight down. Ace, Djokovic. It's a close game, this. Very, very close. We didn't expect it to be. It's what Wimbledon's delivering us this year. Shock upon shock upon shock. And every game is rival to a classic. Djokovic straight down centre, nearly had an ace, but Evans gets his racket to it. Now Djokovic trying to send Evans each way around the court. Djokovic looks so much more stable than Evans. Backhanding out into the rally. Long one going on here. And Djokovic just keeps it in on the line as he sends it back. Evans just let it play. Evans getting super close to net on his return. Djokovic might make a mistake here. Evans coming in, slow drop shot. Oh, Djokovic sent it high. Evans tried for the drop, put it down in his own net. Djokovic to 40. It would have been a beautiful drop shot, but it wasn't there.
It's a well-constructed rally, and interesting to see Djokovic invite Evans forward. The short slice did well there, Evans, but just not quite getting back quick enough.
Certainly the British man working the harder of the two out here.
Fault of the serve there from Djokovic. Straight down, backhander, still coming in. Oh, Djokovic getting close into the net this time. Oh, and it goes! Evans sends it back into his own net again. 4 games to 3, Djokovic.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 3.
Dan, Tim, I don't know if you've had a chance to speak to Dan a lot through the grass court season, but it sounds as if he feels that he's got a lot more in the tank.
Yeah, I've seen.
He feels. I mean, that's what's coming out of all his press conferences. What has he said to you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm a good friend of Evo's. I've practiced with him when I was still playing, and he was coming out of the juniors into the pro game. And absolutely, I've been so impressed because I was doubting whether he would have the hunger and desire and motivation to keep going. When your ranking drops from 21 in the world outside top 200, you're no doubt going to ask yourself some pretty serious questions. But you look at his schedule this year, he has been, he's played in Bordeaux, he's played in Prague, he's played in Ostrava, he's been in Monza, Barletta in Italy.
He's been everywhere, and it's not a glamorous circuit, the Challenger Tour.
And certainly then coming onto the grass, to see him qualify, win around in Hertogenbosch, to see him beat Francis Tiafoe at Queen's, a couple of good wins down at Eastbourne, Kekmanovic and Tommy Paul. He's playing great tennis, and that's going to continue to give him the belief that he can get back into the top 100. He can be back on the main tour in the Grand Slams, and he's playing some good tennis today.
We'd love to see it.
Made a poor start to his previous service game, Evans. So needs to keep hitting.
Thank you. Players are ready, please.
The targets with the first serve up at 78%.
Thank you.
He's won 72% of first serve points and only 14% on second serve.
Evans on his serve. Straight down. Backhand for Djokovic. Fault on the serve, though. Straight down. Forehand return for Djokovic. Again, Djokovic now keeps it in. Takes it to 15.
Well, 15.
Well, these new balls will certainly fizz around.
They can help the server, but if you don't find the target with your first serve and then your opponent can attack the second serve, it comes back rapidly.
Into the net.
Not easy dealing with the sun at this end.
Forehander comes in from Evans. It was a nice serve this time as we get into the rally. Backhander slows it down. Djokovic picks up that pace. Trying to trick where he's going with the ball. They're slowing it right down now. Oh, Evans comes in and goes into the net. Love 30, Djokovic.
Well, you can see what he's trying to do, but he's in trouble again on his serve.
Sneaking in when they're going backhand slice to backhand slice. When Djokovic's head is over the ball, Evans then sneaks forward. It's a backhand volley he would back himself to make.
I have to say, I think we were rather surprised that he didn't make that one, but that is the pressure of who is at the other end. He's got to fight through another service game here.
Straight down for Evans. Forehand return from Djokovic. Evans trickily slides it in. Beautiful! Takes it to 15. Catches Djokovic's slow return, and he was furious with that.
He's quite
Djokovic.
down, isn't he? Get away from the court, but also when he brings a lot of feistiness.
He needed to be a live wire at the net here. Picks the cross-court pass, racket out in front. Knocks off the volley. Needs first serves.
Evans straight down, into the net on his serve. Straight down again, forehand return from Djokovic. Backhander comes in nicely. Oh, Djokovic still holding an advantage, slips up. Evans goes back in, Djokovic sends it up. Drop shot comes in, and it goes out. Djokovic takes it as well to break point.
Again, Evans getting himself in position.
And it's a shot that he'd back himself to make. Did very well with the half volley, pushed it deep. Djokovic using the lob, but Evans missing the backhand smash. More breakpoint opportunities.
Here we are again. Can he cling on?
Forehand return. Trying to pick up the pace between the two. Djokovic really picking up now. Oh, Evans comes to top of the net. The game continues. Djokovic goes out. 30-40.
30-40.
Evans sends it down. Holds it back. Backhand return. from Evans' serve for Djokovic, now into the rally. Oh, Evans nearly slips up on centre court. Djokovic still. They're taking it out of each other massively here. And Djokovic goes out. Juice.
To the safety of Juice.
Yes.
Straight down again. Goes out! Advantage Evans!
Took advantage of the sun going behind the clouds to make that first serve.
The sun's still in the way. Evans now to tie up the game. 41 minutes and it's still tied. Straight down into the net. This is a bit of a surprise from Djokovic. Easing himself in. Forehand return from Evans and serve. Evans goes out wide. Juice again. Here we go again, folks.
Yes.
They can't seem to hold the advantage back through. 6 minutes this game's gone on for already. Evans, straight down. Fault on the serve. Evans serves again. Straight down centre court. Forehander comes in. Into the rally. Evans tries to slow the pace down. Djokovic picks it back up. Sends it the opposite way round. Got to be so careful here not to cause the big into the net mistake.
Not too good.
Advantage Djokovic.
From Djokovic.
Now it's break point again.
And a third break point in this game for the former champion.
It was beautifully done from Djokovic, right on the exit, bottom left centre court. Evans serving then to return it to Juice. Will Djokovic go 5-3 and start the break? Forehander returns. Evans starting to have a little bit of fatigue out there, it looks like. Djokovic just starting to warm up. Oh, it goes out! 5 games to 3 for Djokovic in the first set. Now we go again with Djokovic serving for the first set.
Yeah, persistence paid off there for Djokovic. 10th break point. Finally took advantage.
It certainly cheered him up. And you can see by Djokovic's reactions how aware he was of how many break points had come and gone.
Serving for the set. Novak Djokovic. Let's see what he can do. Djokovic, straight up. Oh, and Evans, it goes wide on the return. It's 15 to Djokovic.
And the 7-time champion has been so smooth behind his serve in this second round encounter in this opening set. After opening out to love, since then he's only lost 3 points in his subsequent service games.
Ball up, straight down centre. Forehand goes high from Evans, out again. 30 love. I think Evans knows this set might be done. He's going to focus now on a second set surge again. Djokovic straight up. Forehand returns. Evans now looking a bit off pace.
Yeah, he's in very good touch.
Evans was off the pace. Set point now for Djokovic. Evans sent it the wrong way round. And there was nothing at all that could be done, sadly. It is set point for Djokovic. Will he be able to take it with an ace straight down on centre court? Ball up, straight down. Ace! First set goes to Novak Djokovic. 6-3 in the first set. Not a bad set here at Wimbledon.
Evans taking a quick breather, so that gives us a chance to have a really good look over the numbers. Oh.
I think the difference really was the quality of the serving. Evans was up 70–80% for a long period of that first set, but Djokovic only dropped 3 points on serve in the whole set. Evans lost 19 points on serve. It was such a battle. You see that second serve points won from Evans at 15%.
Yes, he won 2 of 13.
Yeah. Just relentless pressure, 10 break points, and Djokovic eventually got one.
Tim, while we wait for Dan to return, he hasn't got too far to go. What have you made of, I mean, it's one of the big stories, isn't it? So many seeds falling in both the men's and the women's draw.
Yeah, I think twofold. I think it just goes to show the strength and depth and the fine margins between these players, that if you're not quite on your game, even if you are a top-ranked player, you are vulnerable. And I think it also, you know, highlights the transition from clay courts to grass courts. There is not a massive amount of grass court tennis, so for those that are perhaps learning their trade on grass, that makes them a little bit more vulnerable. But I think it's exciting. It's very unpredictable. There are so many great players in both the men's and the women's, and we'll see some new faces.
Yes, we certainly will. Novak Djokovic actually warming up with Arina Sabalenka before the start of the tournament. She took the chance to ask him get a few tips about the grass for her campaign. Well, she takes on Emma Raducanu tomorrow in the third round of the women's draw. There's also been an argument that now there is so much more prize money in the slightly lower levels of the game. So first round losers, he gets £66,000, and that even a player ranked 50 can have a small team around, so that the playing field is starting to be levelled with the very best.
And certainly I think the Grand Slams have done a very good job of supporting the left-hand side of the draw. The left-hand side of the draw is the early rounds, the right-hand side of the draw is the final and the winner. And when you talk about those sums of money, if you can get that 4 times a year, then you've definitely got more opportunity to invest, as you say.
Players are ready. Thank you.
Evans with the serve. Straight down centre court. Djokovic sends it back. A little bit over the net there from Evans. Keeps it in. Djokovic sends it the other way. Evans still managed to keep it in. And Djokovic gets the point to begin with.
50.
It looks a little uphill right now for Evans. Second time that he's played a Wimbledon champion here at the All England Club. Last time was 9 years ago, where he faced Roger Federer in the second round, was beaten on that day in 3 sets.
Evans straight down. Djokovic really having to go backhand to high, goes out, 15-all. Bit unlucky there for Djokovic. Just hit the racket the wrong angle, went skywards. Evans didn't have to do a thing. Evans with the serve. Forehand and return. Oh, Evans tried to chop. It didn't work. 15-30. Small errors again coming through as we pick up the pace. Forehand return from Djokovic, and then again from Evans, who's now picking up the serve pace. Beautiful from Evans.
Classic Dan.
A backhand volley winner. 30 all.
In position early, Djokovic quite a long way back. Gives Evans plenty of time to close down the net. Contact point out in front.
Perfect.
Nicely executed.
Comes in closer, this works out better for him. Evans serves again. Backhand return. It does it a second time running. Evans takes it to 40.
I thought I was watching you there, Tim. That was very much a point from your play, and it looks as if he's going to take a little more risk in this right at the start of the second set.
That was a Tim playbook.
Beautiful serve and volley, yeah, applauded by Djokovic.
It's not many on the tour that could produce that sort of play.
Yeah, but Djokovic wise to it now. Won't let that go again. Fault in the first serve there from Evans. Straight down. Forehand returns from Djokovic. Then again from Evans. Backhander comes in from Djokovic, trying to control the pace. Still so far. Goes out. Evans takes the first game.
15-30. And Evans picking himself up after being broken in his last service game.
So second set, first game goes the way of Daniel Evans.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the graphics and looking at Djokovic's serve quality, taking into account the speed, spin, depth and width of every serve. Tournament average at 7.9 out of 10. Djokovic in that first set, 9.4. Really was a serving masterclass. Evans only able to win 3 points. Maybe Evans has got to now think about changing up his serve position. Looks like he's standing out wide to try and give Djokovic a different look, saying to Djokovic, if you go to my forehand, I'm there. You've got to go up the tee.
Djokovic straight down on his serve. Backhander was out from Evans. 15 love.
Just trying to break the rhythm of Djokovic.
Well, that's his game, isn't it, Evans? He's a disruptor, and he's also a very flexible thinker. You always sense his mind is whirling about all the different options that are there for him.
Straight down again. Evans with the forehand return. Djokovic gets it. 30 love. Can't break Djokovic's serve. That type of evening, I'm afraid. Straight down. Fault on the serve for Djokovic. Couple of bounces coming his way. For backhander return from Evans. Oh, Evans got dangerously close to the net. Djokovic brings it in.
To hit that one.
Evans takes it to 15 with a good shot back down. Right to the back right.
Why doesn't he go over it more?
Yeah, that's right. I think he's got into a habit that is a little bit passive, and you can see great technique on the one-handed topspin backhand. I think that's where he's got to use it a little bit more in the rallies. The slice, if it just is consistently sliced, gets too predictable.
Djokovic straight down. Forehand return comes in as well. Backhander just stays in. Drop shot coming for Djokovic. If he doesn't go out, drop shot comes. There we go.
Just perfect. And young Stefan, who is also a very good tennis player himself. He hasn't taken his eyes off this match. I think his sister Tara has barely watched a point, actually. I think she's been on her phone the whole time. Well, she's got something occupying her.
Yeah, there she is. Djokovic straight down. Evans sends it high. Evans into the net. Game Djokovic 1-all, second set.
1-all, second set.
First set was 46 minutes long. This one already gone for 10. Now Evans with the serve. Straight down centre. Forehand returns with Djokovic, keeps it in. Evans sends it down straight back to the centre. Bit of respect between the two here at the moment as we go into the rally. Djokovic again, just trying to pick up the pace. Evans sends it out. Love 15.
Djokovic has been so good at winning the first point on Dan service games on so many occasions out here this afternoon, which dramatically decreases British number 6's odds of holding.
Backhander comes in. Forehander again. Now to change up pace. Single backhand actually coming in from Evans seems to be the most interesting from him. Slows the pace down and allows him to control the direction a bit more. Oh, just in there on Evans' return serve. Makes Djokovic come into it. Then sends it upwards. Djokovic is there ready for it. Evans ready for it too. Superb from Evans, indeed. Straight down and got it through. 15-all. The crowd enjoyed that one, even Novak did.
15-all.
Evans turning the table, forcing Djokovic to come forward. Good forehand pass cross court. And then backhand down the line.
Straight down centre court. There's Evans on the serve. There we go again. Backhander comes in from Djokovic. Forehander again from Evans. Djokovic favouring the double backhand. Single though coming still from Evans. Picked up the pace massively there. Evans really having to run him around the court here. Djokovic is sending him every which directions.
He makes it look so easy.
Djokovic gets it with a single hit back straight down.
18-13.
Evans getting forced further and further behind the baseline.
Perfect. Evans still with the serve. Straight into the net. Evans run out of time to serve there. Backhander comes in. Forehand again from Djokovic. Evans really having to move around the court several directions. And he hits the net.
Relentless pressure.
15-14.
Great point
Slice
for Djokovic.
backhand again, it was deep, but it just doesn't have the penetration. It gives Djokovic the time to move into position, dictate with the forehand. more breakpoint opportunities.
Yep. Here we are once again.
Straight down into the net from Evans. Oh, beautiful, but Evans goes out. Second game, Djokovic.
It's Djokovic breaking Evans for the second time. And now really in full control of this contest. Well, he knew, didn't he, coming onto court, what he was facing out here. Are you surprised how Djokovic has found his level again this year? Because it's been very difficult, hasn't it, since he was injured down in Australia, had to retire against Zverev in the semi-final, and then had a lot of first-round exits, and there were quite a few question marks. And he changed his whole team. He's never afraid to sort of, okay, let's do something different.
Yeah, it's been a mixed bag, hasn't it? Because in Australia, when he took out Carlos Alcaraz, you felt that he was playing some brilliant tennis, and then suddenly had the leg injury, pulled out against Zverev, and then it was, you know, very difficult to predict. I was in Miami for the Masters 1000, where I thought he played some fantastic tennis, losing in the final to Menchik, and then again went off the boil. It took him to go to Geneva the week before the French to win his 100th title, and thought he played some great tennis at Roland Garros. So yeah, still, the level is there, perhaps not quite the consistency, but looking at his performance so far today, he's looking very, very efficient.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, please. Players are ready. Thank you.
Fault on the first serve. Brilliant volley with Djokovic now. Trying to get back into the main action. Sends Evans running for it. Evans sends it high. Djokovic there, ready for it. Backhand and drops. That's smart from Evans, not from Djokovic. Love 15.
First time Evans has won the opening point against the Djokovic serve.
First time for everything, but it was a perfect run in as well. Just came in out of nowhere, and it was exactly what needed to happen. Djokovic got a bit too confident with his run. On the serve. Evans had to react a little bit late as well. Djokovic straight down. Forehand return comes in as well. Oh, and Evans into the net. Apologies. Apologies for the language there. Don't agree with Evans.
Turn to have a proper rant at his box.
Djokovic with the serve. Backhander goes a bit high there. Keeps it in. Djokovic sends it down low. Into the rally. Forehanders still seem to be a bit... Oh, he's just inside the line there. So is Djokovic. Both do well to keep on going. Djokovic brings it in low, sends it down for a chop. 30-15.
30-15.
Great awareness from Djokovic. He knows that Evans has been the one trying to get to the net, but the deep forehand. It's a weak reply from Evans, and just nice control on the backhand volley, feathering it over the net.
Djokovic serves again, straight. Oh, into the net.
Fault.
Straight down again. Backhand returns from Evans. Djokovic now very much in a position of control. Evans starting to break. He's being sent around the court more. Beautifully done from Perler there to keep it going. Extreme ends of the court. Twice over for the pair of them. This is wonderful, but Evans goes out wide. 40-15.
Dictating. And Evans
40-15.
typing as fast as he can.
We go again. Let's see if Djokovic can go 3 games to 1. If he can serve this one up with an ace. Backhander from Evans. Forehander. And it's 3 games to 1. Second set.
Djokovic leads 3 games to 1. Second set.
Not a bad set so far.
And Tim at Wimbledon, over all the years that he's played here, Djokovic is the most extraordinary front runner. When he wins the first set in a match at Wimbledon, on 83 of 84 occasions he's gone on to win the match. I mean, that is a mad. The only person that's beaten him after he's won the first set was Carlos Alcaraz in that final 2 years ago.
Straight down from Evans. Djokovic keeps it in with a beautiful love 15. Yeah, Evans travelled an extra 10%.
Evans doing his fair share of running.
1,629 metres run so far, 10% more than Djokovic is running at 15,000. Straight down. Forehand return comes in again from Djokovic. Now they both swap backhanders. And Evans into the net.
Love 30.
Love 30 coming his way for Djokovic. Straight down into the net, left to the first serve. Evans straight down, forehander return. Nice from Djokovic, take it to 40.
Everything's starting to sing off Djokovic's racket now. And eyeing up the double break.
Yeah, definitely wasn't the worst serve that Evans has hit, right into the body, but just swayed to one side, redirected the return beautifully.
Break point. Evans into the net with his serve, 113 mile an hour. Backhander from Djokovic, forehander from Evans, backhander Djokovic once again. And it goes out. 4 games to 3, second set for Novak Djokovic.
Novak Djokovic in control on centre court. Meanwhile, Mira Andreeva, the 18-year-old teen sensation, has come through against Lucia Bronzetti, number 7 seed. It was a great all-court grass game. 6-1, 7-6, she won that one. She'll be through to play the Victoria Mboko or Hailey Baptiste next. That's on court 15 right now, available on BBC iPlayer. Alex de Minaur lost the first set against Arthur Cusseau, the qualifier, but then came back strongly and won in 4 sets in the end. He progresses through to the 3rd round in just under 3 hours. Jakub Menchik, the 19-year-old big serving Czech, defeating Marcos Giron in 4 sets. 6-4, 3-6, 6-4, 7-6. So Novak Djokovic taking the first set. He's 4-1 up in the second as we can hand back to centre.
Thank you, please. Players are ready. Thank you.
Djokovic serves straight down.
Out 15 love.
15 love immediately back. Djokovic's 79th Grand Slam appearance. Only Federer and Lopez have more, with 81 each. It's a let on the first serve as well, as my audio earpiece is out of position behind my ear. Straight down. Out again, 30.
We talked about how efficient Djokovic has been out here today. That's going to be important, isn't it, as he goes through the rounds. I mean, he is in the most remarkable shape, but he's 38 years of age.
Yeah, he doesn't want to waste any unnecessary energy.
Oh, backhander coming from Everton, didn't work out that time. Out it goes again. 40 love for
and his serving
Djokovic.
has just been absolutely remarkable. Serving, making nearly 80% of first serves, has only lost 2 of 28 behind the first serve.
Djokovic has won
lost 3 points on second serve.
And Djokovic won the last 10 points. He might just be able to win another as well.
Right now, he's unplayable. He's whizzing through this second set.
5 games to 1 in the second set.
5 games to 1, second set.
Djokovic has found his form after a confusing first close set. Just 25 minutes. He's going to wrap this one up. Hopefully, maybe inside of 28 minutes.
Evans, something to stay in the second.
Fault on the first serve as we now look outside of Wimbledon here.
15 love.
15 love, but I can't tell you why. Our TV pictures have failed. We're looking outside Wimbledon. Evans on 15 love. I can't tell you why. The BBC cameras have gone back to the studio. Into the rally again, and Djokovic takes it to 15. We can't tell you why. We have no pictures.
There's times when you can hear how well a player's, performing, because the sound of the ball
the strike
off his strings.
Yeah.
Wow. It's got that lovely sort of deep richness to it.
Evans on 30 now, we can tell you, but we can't explain why because our pictures have gone. The crowd loving it though.
Evans having to work extremely hard for each and every point.
He is feeding on the scraps right now.
BBC have gone nuts. We've lost pictures from centre court.
40, 15.
Evans on 40 though. He won't let his serve be broken this time by.
He's had very few straightforward service games. He is most comfortable.
Until our pictures are back, we're going to hand you Djokovic takes 30.
40, 13.
He'd like another look.
That's the problem. You use the body serve at only 116 miles an hour. It has to be absolutely pinpoint accurate. Otherwise, the returners are so good.
Evans takes second set.
Evans hanging on.
2 games to 5 in this set.
For 2 sets. It's a love lead.
2 second sets and by 1 set to love.
Djokovic on our serve for the set, as we've lost pictures on TV.
When Novak was very, very young, his family ran a pizza restaurant in the mountains about 4 hours north of Belgrade. And it just happened that opposite the pizza restaurant was a little tennis academy. And it was run by a lady called Jelena Jenic, who happened to have coached Monica Seles and Goran Ivanisevic. And she spotted this little boy watching for hours and hours every day for tennis. And so she invited a very young Novak to come and play. And the first day he turned up, He had packed his racket as if he was Pete Sampras. I mean, he had his towel and his water. And he talks about how fortunate he was to have her as his development coach and his formative coach. She was the one that got him into stretching. She realised how important it was going to be to take the ball on the rise in the future. I mean, she was one of those once-in-a-lifetime coaches, and sadly passed away many years ago. But
we've got pictures back.
Sometimes you get some luck, and certainly Djokovic did on that occasion.
Yeah, starting to ingrain good habits at a very young age, and whether that's technical, physical or mental, if you're going to reach these heights, you've got to have good habits.
Thank you.
So we finally get our pictures back as Djokovic serves straight down centre court.
15 love.
15 love.
I have to say, Djokovic has been really rough on home players at their slams. I mean, the media notes have come up with this terrifying
Pretty
number.
rough on most players at
yes,
slams.
but particularly at slams.
Straight down again, this time takes it to 30 love.
He's never lost to an Australian down under, or a Frenchman in Paris, or an American in New York, and only Andy Murray is the only player from a slam country to
beat
have
him.
ever beaten Djokovic, to beat Djokovic at a major.
Drop shot comes
in.
in.
Memorable 2013 final where Andy lifted the trophy for the first time here.
Set point.
So if you're a home player at a slam, you completely want to avoid the man serving out for this second set at set point.
Straight down, backhander goes up and out. It is second set, Djokovic 6-2. As we swap over for the third set, which could be the decider.
Well, it was actually 6-2. Thank you for reminding me. That set went so quickly, it could have been a 6-1 set.
Yeah, it's just relentless from Djokovic. 72% first serves is a good number. Didn't drop a point behind the first serve. Has only lost 5 points on serve in the whole match. Struggled to take the break points in the first set, and in that second set, 2 from 2. Only one unforced error. Such a clean set of tennis. Emphasises the challenge, not only for Dan Evans, but any player coming up against Novak Djokovic. Interesting to see him there, just doing a lot of stretching at the change of ends. So obviously not quite feeling.
He is a big stretcher, though, isn't he? Generally, his wife Yelena said when she first met Novak and they moved in together, he constantly stretches throughout the day. It's extraordinary, but she had never seen anything like it.
Third set, Evans to serve.
Third set, gearing up.
Thank you.
Evans with the serve. Third set starts straight down centre court. Backhanded to net. Djokovic, 15 love. Hold it together once more. Evans straight down, backhander from Djokovic goes wide, 30 love.
30 love.
2 mistakes from Djokovic here at the start of this set.
What has Evans got here?
Got to just try and hold early service game and keep his nose in front in a set for as long as possible, trying to get to 4 games. Build a bit of scoreboard pressure.
We go again.
30-15.
30-15, double fault coming. Djokovic then will be happy with that one. Evans straight down centre court. Another fault. Three faults running now as Evans sends it back down again. Forehand return. 30 all. Brilliant from Djokovic. Novak Djokovic then fully into the swing. 6-3, 6-2. He's got a long way to go at the moment, though. Ball up, straight down. Forehand return looks strong again. Backhander from Evans tries to slow it down. Djokovic returns the favour. Long rally this one. Forehand swapped up now from Djokovic. Backhander from Evans. Djokovic still there. Djokovic super close to the net. Sends the ball and gets it to 40.
Doesn't get too much better than what we've seen from Djokovic in that last point. And he's eyeing up an early break here. He's almost beating Evans at his own game.
Yeah, it took his time. Evans trying to get the backhand past Djokovic, but beautifully done at the net.
Oh, Djokovic missed that one. Juice.
And Tim, when we look at the Djokovic that was, well, even here when he first won in 2011 in that final against Rafael Nadal, the difference in his forecourt play and his volley, I mean, how he has evolved over the, has he been on tour, about 22 years?
Yeah, that's right. Improved in so many areas. Technically sound at the net.
Evans straight down. Forehand returns. Djokovic. Advantage Djokovic as Evans goes wide.
Evans right now, you feel in an impossible spot where he's got to push so hard.
Yeah, he's got to take risks. He's got to look to come forward, but sometimes when you take those risks, the unforced errors can flow.
Straight down for Evans. Djokovic backhander. Forehand now comes in for Djokovic and from Evans. And Evans hits the net. The kid still goes over. Djokovic comes in slow, but Evans hits the net. First game.
Breaks Evans for the fourth time. And it looks a long way back from here for Evo.
Sadly so, yeah.
Who has come back from 2 sets to love twice in his career. Very unlikely here, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's hard work out there. It's big first serve, but once Djokovic has neutralised the points, then Evans really having a difficult time making the impact. See Evans's backhand shot placement and with the spin only hit 5 topspin backhands. So much slice, just a little bit too predictable. The yellow ones there, just with the topspin.
Straight down. Fault on Djokovic's first serve. Double bounces the ball, as we'll go again. Backhand return. There's a bit of pull there from Evans. Djokovic slowing the pace down with him. Evans sends it high, back to his own side. 15 love for Djokovic.
15 love.
Djokovic looking incredibly fresh and lively. He didn't play a warm-up tournament on the grass coming in here, so a long break from when he reached the semi-finals of Roland Garros before losing to Yannick Sinner.
Backhander coming in strong there, but Djokovic was ready for it to make it 30.
But he's become the master of staying fresh, looking after his body, trying to become the oldest man in the Open era. So that's since 1968 when money came into tennis to win a men's singles title. That would be absolutely extraordinary if he does it.
Straight down, forehand has gone out.
Ball killer.
And I have to go back to 1972 in the Australian Open when Ken Rosewell won at the age of 37. But he's got most of the records, so you wouldn't bet against him at any stage. He says he's going to keep playing till the next Olympics.
Yeah,
Ace Djokovic!
Serving masterclass.
2 games
For
to
the
love.
match, 80% first serves.
2 games to love. That's
Still only lost 5 points.
2 games, 8
10
minutes.
service games. Point every 2 games. Slim pickings for Evans. Yet to have a break point. Now facing more pressure on his own serve.
He must feel like he's spent this whole match serving. because
He does, yeah. Crowd goes nuts as Evans serves. Love.
He'll still keep giving it everything out here.
Sensed by that crowd reaction, they want to see more of Dan Evans out here on centre court. Just an hour and 26 minutes.
Straight down, backhander from Djokovic, then again from Evans. Oh, Djokovic gets it, 15-all.
15-all.
Well, he plays with so much skill, doesn't he, Evans? And, you know, he was a national champion squash player as a youngster. His dad used to take him to the West Warwick Sports Club when he was young. He's a great golfer.
Straight down, fault for Evans. Down again, backhander comes in for Djokovic, then from Evans. Forehander from Djokovic. Return from Evans goes high and out just on the line. Djokovic sends it into his own net. 30.
Djokovic, a little confused.
No, that was, yeah.
40-15.
Didn't know where to look.
The less said about this, the better.
Straight down again. Djokovic goes out. 40.
40-15.
Any game Evo can pick up from here, that's his nickname. I think we'll be greeted with a rather loud and affectionate centre court roar.
Evans straight down. Djokovic goes. Oh, fault. Evans straight down again. Djokovic backhander. Evans backs again. Djokovic just getting ready. Keeps it in. 40-15. 14 now to 30.
40-30.
It's been a geometry lesson out here this afternoon from this great man.
Evans sends the ball up high, straight down. Forehander return for Djokovic, still looking again stronger. Backhander just a little bit back there from Evans. Sending him all over the court, makes Djokovic run in. Evans keeps it to his own net. Juice.
Yes.
Familiar territory for the British player.
Fault on the serve there for Evans. Straight down again. Backhander from Djokovic. Goes out. Advantage Evans.
Good second serve. Up the pace, 110 miles an hour into the body.
Straight down from Evans. Got to stop on the net. Left on the serve. Only 107 miles an hour though. ball up. Straight into the net. Evans straight down. Backhander coming in again. Into the rally we go. Backhand again from Evans is so strong. He can control it wherever he likes. Forehand, though, is where Djokovic is key here so far. Wonderful rally between these two. They're taking each other to the extreme edges of the line. Oh, and Evans going to go into his own net. Juice.
Wonderful, to find a way out of those points for Evans.
Yes.
20 shots the last rally, my goodness. Perfection going on right now.
Yeah, Djokovic certainly sending a message to the locker room out here with this performance so far.
He means business.
Evans sends it down. Kicks the ball away. Doesn't want that one again. Evans serves. Backhander from Djokovic into the net. Advanced Evans.
Even up 2 sets to love, 2-love. Djokovic frustrated. Missed that second serve return.
Anything short of perfection isn't tolerated.
Forehand again. Juice. Brilliant return serves from Djokovic.
And the challenge for Dan in this match and for the rest of the season, as he says, really is to keep his body together. And you can see how hard he has to work physically with his game style.
Djokovic with a forehand return.
Djokovic.
Djokovic with an advantage of break point.
2 first serves from Evans and 2 clean winners from Djokovic on the return.
Straight down from Evans. Backhander from Djokovic. Forehand, Evans tries to pick up the pace again. Djokovic staying with the backhander. Returns now to Evans. Forehand switch serve, and Djokovic takes it.
Hitting all the right notes, and he stretches out into a 3-love lead in this third set, and even gets a clap for Tatara.
Great openings here on centre court.
Just see by this reaction, footwork into position, whipping that racket head up the back of the ball for another winner. I think that just emphasizes the intensity of Djokovic. Up 2 sets to love and a break. That's for the double break. I think it's also respect for Evans's grass court play that doesn't want to let him back into any point, any game, and certainly not into the match.
And there's certainly no sense of Djokovic even thinking about hanging up his rackets. I don't know if you saw that Olympic final last summer in Paris against Alcaraz. I mean, extraordinary match, but within an hour going into the press conference, he was talking about LA and the next Olympics and defending his gold medal. He's here to stay.
Yeah, that's right. It's the hunger and desire, motivation, having been on tour for so many years, but still wants to give himself more and more opportunities.
Djokovic to serve then.
Thank you, players are ready, please. Thank you.
Let's see what he's got. Straight down centre court. Fault on the first serve. Djokovic serves straight down. Backhander into the net. Evans, 15-love.
Even more freedom for Djokovic to go for his shots. 116 miles an hour on second serve.
Djokovic straight down, backhander from Evans, forehand Djokovic, backhand, Djokovic comes in, hits the net. 15-all.
15-all.
Happy with his wrist rotation there.
18 out of 20 at the net for Djokovic until that point. Been so efficient in every area of his game.
Now it's 18 out of 21. Djokovic serves. Ace!
Have you seen any signs in the last few years of Djokovic maybe trying to shorten some of the points, you know, to just so he can manage the load? Or is he just very
really,
much staying with the game that's given him so much
I
success?
still think his movement is excellent.
Backhander was Paul there. Second set point coming in. This is great stuff.
I think on grass, given the surface and the conditions, he'll look to shorten the points because you've got to be aggressive. It's the toughest surface to defend on. He's not doing much defending right now.
Into the net. Djokovic straight down. Ace!
And seven-time champion on the front foot.
4 games to love. Third
Djokovic
set.
leads 4 games to love. Third set.
19 minutes has taken so far. Djokovic will have to serve for the match if he takes this 5th game in the 3rd set. With the crowd cheering on Daniel Evans, the home hero, as he serves. Backhander from Djokovic. Still looking strong. Into the net for Evans. Love 15.
Love 15.
We go again for Evans. Straight down into the net. Straight down again. Backhander from Djokovic. Out.
15-all.
15-all, you heard. Straight down again.
30-15.
30. Ace for Evans.
4th ace. Excuse me, 5th.
5th ace for Evans.
Just a little slow on the draw there.
10th for Djokovic.
First one of this set.
Trying to just get service holds here.
Goes into the net. Straight down for Evans. Backhander again from Djokovic. Forehander switches it back up. Evans high. It's still in. Trick shot goes out from Djokovic. Evans to 40.
That'll be a nice ovation if Evans can win this point.
Yeah, straight down. Fault on the serve. Can Evans get this one straight down?
Let.
Back.
Second service.
Let. Evans got to be very careful now. Straight down again. Backhand return from Djokovic. Slowing the pace down. Evans gonna lose out here. Yeah.
Not yet.
40-30. Brilliant close net play from the pair of them.
Djokovic enjoying himself out on the centre court.
Djokovic takes it. It's a lovely return. High of the racket. Evans serves again. comes in again. Evans straight down. Djokovic forehander. Backhander was poor there from Evans. Djokovic picks up the pace. Comes in close. It's juice. Is Djokovic going to come back and steal this game?
This is ominously good, isn't it?
Yeah, Djokovic just continuing to open his shoulders, so aggressive, now coming forward.
Tara, his daughter's going to get a little fidgety and wants Dad to get on with it out there.
Djokovic has nearly been to the net as many times as Evans.
Evans straight down.
Net for service.
Evans again serves straight down. Evans into the net, advantage Djokovic.
Advantage Djokovic.
There have been very few Evans service games that have been free of break points.
Evans serves again. Backhander from Djokovic, forehander. Game Djokovic.
Another one that goes away. And Djokovic now within one game of a place in the third round.
And he's going to have to serve for the match as well, Djokovic. To come in as well. What a game.
From what we've seen out here, I think there wouldn't be too many players that could give Djokovic a game in this kind of form, it would seem.
No, it's been, a hugely impressive performance from Djokovic, and, no disrespect to Dan Evans, Djokovic is going to come up against stronger players as the tournament goes on, but in this environment, on this surface, Djokovic has a very good chance of going all the way. For me, he is the third favourite. Sinner and Alcaraz have separated themselves from the pack, but seven times champion knows his way around this centre court.
It's going to be a fascinating fortnight, isn't it, as we head into the middle weekend.
Novak Djokovic is serving for the match.
Thank you, please.
6-3, 6-2, 5-love. Is it going to be a straight set for Djokovic? Straight down. Fault on the serve. Djokovic straight down. Forehand returns. Djokovic to take it. No, Evans goes high. Drop shot coming in. And Djokovic takes the first. 15
Very
love.
clean from Djokovic out here this afternoon.
Forehand smash down winner.
It's been almost as crisp as that shirt, which looks as if it's fresh out the packet.
Djokovic straight down into the net. Straight down again. Evans is ready for it, but
15
fault,
all.
15 all, double fault right there for Djokovic.
Only his second of the contest.
A double fault that is.
Has been an almost flawless serving performance out here today.
Backhander was strong there from Evans, but Djokovic ready to go into the rally. Oh, Evans was close to the... Oh, and it's Djokovic hits the net.
15-13.
I have this on my score sheet. It's the first time that Djokovic has been at 15-30 on his serve. That's how dominant he's been in this department.
Djokovic straight down. Backhander was okay from Evans. They pick up the pace once more. Forehanders. Evans hits the net at the top. And Djokovic goes out. 40 to Evans. It's break point.
in the very last throws of this second round match. It's taken Evans an hour and 3/4, but he's got a chance to break here.
Straight down. Left on the first serve. Djokovic straight down.
34.
Ace. Second break point. Djokovic straight down. Backhander goes up. Djokovic returns it. Oh, just in. Juice.
Very quickly slammed shut. He's not going to get broken out here. If he has anything to do with it.
Djokovic now. 2 points. Straight down, backhander was poor, and it's hit the net. Advantage, Djokovic. He is one shot away from a place in the third round here at Wimbledon. It is match point for Novak Djokovic. Can he sign it off with yet another ace? As he serves for the match. Into the net first go round. Up goes the ball. Forehander from Evans. Backhander Djokovic. Goes a bit too high. It's out. It's game, set, match for Djokovic. 6-3, 6-2, 6-love. Across the board. Djokovic, sixes all over. Wins the second round matchup. He will now progress to round 3 here at Wimbledon. Solid game from Daniel Evans as well. But Djokovic, as soon as he hit his mark, it was done.
He enjoyed himself, didn't he, out in the centre court?
He certainly did, and he played some fantastic tennis. Evans gave it everything he had, but Djokovic was just absolutely sublime with so many different areas of his game. Gave Evans so few opportunities really to settle or to get involved in the match. To come through in straight sets, hour and 47 minutes. He'll be delighted with his afternoon's work.
Something special. But it looks as if Dan is back on track, and there might be plenty more to come from him in this season. He loves the hard court swing in America, and let's hope he's back in the world's top 100 very soon. But for this man, it really was straightforward. Bigger names to come as he makes his way through the draw. Maybe a 25th title will be his in 2 Sundays' time. We now can take their leave. I think Tara's got something she wants to do this afternoon. She's been a little fidgety, but she's done well to watch her dad. And one of the motivations for Djokovic playing was for his children to see him perform at his very best. So Djokovic through to the third round. He wins 6-3, 6-2, 6-love. And here he is with Rishi Prasad.
Novak, very well played today. Can you describe the level of performance you needed to beat a player that you said beforehand was tricky?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming out on the center court again. I knew that, I think everyone knew that it's going to be a special atmosphere today on the court. Obviously, a Brit in Britain is never easy to face. And he is a, I mean, tricky maybe is not a great word, but he's a good quality player that possesses a lot of talent, a lot of great touch, and for the grass, obviously where the ball stays very low with his slice, you know, he can be causing a lot of trouble to you if you're not in top of your game, which I think I was, to be honest, from the very beginning. And thank you. That was necessary. Obviously, I knew that. I was preparing well for the match. I think technically, tactically, I knew exactly what I needed to do, and I executed perfectly. Sometimes you have these kind of days. I mean, wait a second. It was not for me, it was more for my coach. It was, I'm sending him a message in case he didn't see it well. But yeah, you know, you have this kind of days where everything goes your way, everything flows, and you know, it's good to be in the shoes and holding a racket on a day like this, no question about it.
Well, you've executed perfectly here on a number of occasions before. I'm just going to run through a couple of things that I'm sure people will be quite impressed by. This was your 99th win just at Wimbledon. And you're through to the third round at Wimbledon for the 19th time. That's more than any other male player in the history of the Open era.
Thank you.
What do those numbers mean to Novak Djokovic?
It means that I've been playing quite a long time. And also, I mean, 19 times. I mean, that's a great stat. It's probably almost as much as Sinner and Alcaraz have years in their life. But look, you know, I still enjoy this sport. Has given me so much, and you know, I've said this a million times before, but I have to repeat it again. Wimbledon still stays the most special tournament in my heart, the one that I always dreamed of winning when I was a kid. So any history made here is obviously extra special for me, and it's a beginning of the tournament. So yes, I'm aware of the history on the line, and I'm, you know, obviously in a privileged position to do that. But at the same time, I'm thinking about the big things that I can make in this tournament.
The very last point I wanted to ask you about, because obviously it was 20 years ago you made your first appearance in the main draw here, and so much has changed for you, for us here at Wimbledon. Do you ever pause to reflect on the Novak Djokovic that turned up here in 2005 to the one that's here now with his family in the box? It's a very different situation now.
Very different, yeah. I don't pause to reflect, to be honest. I don't have time. I think, you know, being on a highest level of professional tennis requires a lot of dedication on a daily basis, weekly basis. We play a lot of tournaments. The season is non-stop. It basically starts January 1st and ends, you know, late November. I mean, I don't play as much as I did before, but the weeks that I don't play, I play at home with my kids. So I don't reflect fully on everything that I have been through. I would like to, but I think that's going to come probably when I set the racket aside and then sip margarita on the beach with Federer and Nadal and just reflect on our rivalry and everything.
Congratulations once again to Novak Djokovic.
And you don't need to ask about his motivation, you know it. He said it there. He wants that time in history, his name to be at the very top of the list of every player who's ever picked up a tennis racket in terms of Grand Slams won. And he could do it here at Wimbledon, where it means the most to him. Apologies for the technical issues we had earlier, which meant that you lost pictures for a few moments, just beyond our control, but trying to fix it, and it does at least mean we can continue to show you live tennis, and we will certainly do that. Just a word on Novak Djokovic's next opponent, because it will be an all-Serbian encounter as he takes on Miomir Kekmanovic. So that will be his 3rd round opponent as he reaches that stage for a record-breaking 19th time. Still to come on BBC One, we're going to be seeing Jack Draper later this evening. He's up against Marin Cilic, a former champion here at Wimbledon who's had various issues with injuries but has worked his way back through the Challenger Tour. Said he used Andy Murray as an inspiration to get him back into a position where he can be playing here at Wimbledon. And he will be taking on Jack Draper, and that will be after the match that is currently on #1 court. Maria Sakkari of Greece, who's reached 2 Grand Slam semi-finals, is up against Elena Rybakina. There's Sakkari in your picture. Rybakina, champion here in 2022, leads the WTA Tour standings in terms of aces served, 235 of them this season. Her serve is her big weapon. How will Sakkari cope as she has the balls in her hand, serving 2-4 down, so breakdown already, but she's held serve. So 3-4 down as they go to the chairs to sit down. Let us join our commentary team here. Martina Navratilova is alongside Nick Lester.
Rybakina leads 4 games to 3 first set.
So Maria Sakkari trying to find a way to stay in touch in this opening set. Player who has been as high as 3 in the world. Actually took a break last year, didn't she, Martina? She ended her season pretty much after the US Open to nurse that shoulder issue of hers, which clearly had been an issue, and feeling as though that break maybe did her good emotionally, just to sort of take her out of the sport, because as you well know, it can be a bit of a rat race at times.
Yeah, I mean, when your body's telling you to slow down, you really need to and take care of it. Otherwise, things can become chronic pretty easily. And the point is, if you're playing at 90% instead of 100, you're probably going to lose because the margins are so small. So there's no point pushing it. You're always trying to play catch-up. So better to take that longer break, give it a rest, physically, emotionally, mentally, in every way, and then restart again, and make sure that you are 100% ready physically to get back on tour.
How do you assess the depth of women's tennis right now, Martina? In terms, I'm not really talking about top 10, I'm talking about top 100. Is it as strong as it's ever been?
Oh, sure. The more players, more people play, period, and more women play. It's a very popular sport, so the guts of it will be stronger. The player that's ranked 100 will be better than a player ranked 100 10 years ago, certainly 30 years ago.
Trying to be a little too clever there. Physically, athletically, are these the best athletes we've ever had, maybe, in your opinion?
I think they're trained harder because they have to. Everybody's hitting the ball harder, and with these rackets, you can swing harder, so you have to be in better shape. So maybe not necessarily better athletes, but better trained. And again, the more play, the better the athletes will be that rise to the top.
Good length from Sakkari.
You can't afford to be slow. You have to be quick on your feet, one or the other. The taller the player, maybe they don't have to be as fast, but still have to be faster than they used to be, because the ball is getting hit harder with more spins, so you have to cover more court. You have to recover. And here is Sakkari with a little opportunity again. And this is how Rybakina takes care of it. Again, not the hardest serve, but great location. Lots of side spin on it, unreturnable.
It's amazing. It's only made 8 first serves. 3 of those have been aces.
And winning every point. She's still 8 for 8 when she gets the first serve in. The kind of an unforced error that doesn't show up. One unforced error, but it's really worth more than that, because 15-30 in the rally, it's just a rally shot. You cannot miss that one. If you're going for a winner, it's one thing, but just a rally ball, you cannot miss it on a big point like that.
You can see Rybakina's frustrations and her inability to find enough first serves early on. That is criminal.
On every level. She was what? Sakkari was about 8 feet behind the baseline and still misses the return. The whole idea is to give yourself time so you can swing away, so you should never find the net from there. Another opportunity going away, it seems. Just that point, microcosm of the match as Rybakina is on the baseline. Sakkari 8 feet behind the baseline, hoping that Rybakina will miss, and that time she did. Let's see what are the unforced errors. Rybakina at 11, Sakkari at 8, but Rybakina 12 winners to only 4 for Maria. Rybakina wants to find her first serve. Where has it gone? There it is.
Advantage, Rybakina.
And again, making the adjustment, taking a bit of pace out of it, having the desired result. Well, she has opportunities, undoubtedly, has Maria Sakkari, but she has not been able to capitalize on them so far.
Love 32 games in a row against the Rybakina serve and hasn't had a break point yet in the match.
Actually moved to Barcelona as an 18-year-old. Of course, we know her mother was a fantastic player. She was a top 50 player in the world, was Maria's mum. She wanted some independence, made the move from Greece to Barcelona as an 18-year-old to go and train. Enjoyed that certain element of being on her own. Talked about the extra pressure of being in Greece with her mum being such a good player. There was a lot of talk about, oh, Maria is bound to be good. Mum's good.
Love 15.
There's that end again. That's where she had the 3 double faults in the first service game, and from here I could see she landed right on the baseline on that second serve, which means she didn't finish the shot. She didn't jump into the court trying to get ready for the next shot, but it never had to come. Got to jump into the ball. So first serve she landed 2 feet inside the baseline. And voila, an ace.
Just looks, doesn't there, Martina, a little degree of uncertainty in Sakkari still at times when she's playing at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like she's trying to hit the right shot, but she doesn't have the conviction behind it.
Yep. Oh, that's as clean as it gets. Look at the court position, hugging the baseline. 2 set points for the former champion.
30-40.
And that's another thing that Rybakina does so well, because she prepares well for the shot. It's hard to read it. You don't know if she's going down the line or cross court, and she redirects off a cross court down the line very well. Just missed that one, but would have been a winner. Did I see a serve and volley attempt there?
Looked like it, didn't it?
Looked like it. Too bad the ball didn't go in. Might have seen a first volley for a change. Oh no.
Game and first set.
Double faults have been somewhat out of control for Maria Sakkari.
6 games to 3.
It's been an element of her game that's been somewhat off today.
Set to love.
And the 11th seed leads 6-3. Both players really having issues on serve, which was one of the stories of the set, really.
Yeah, except Rybakina never faced a break point and was able to break Sakkari twice because of her return and just pace of ball, and most of all, just really being aggressive with her position on the court, hitting well inside the baseline, where Sakkari's been defending too much.
When you watch Maria Sakkari play, that yes, she's had some results on grass, but she's a player who likes a little bit more time on the ball. She likes to use her athleticism primarily, doesn't she? She is a great runner, she's a great scrambler, and that's a bit more of a default sort of setting for her.
Yes, it is, and also she takes a pretty big swing on the forehand. She's pretty high up. Otherwise, she's low to the ground and moves really well. But that forehand, I think it takes too long to develop, and as you said, she doesn't have enough time to run around and hit that forehand. But yeah, she has a tendency to just sit back. Now there's the net. Sakkari the net 3 times, one point. Rybakina's 5 of 6. Aggressive enough when it counts. Kind of good news, bad news for Rybakina. She only got about 1/3 of her first serves in, but never faced a break point. That's how well she backed up her second serve.
Like she is, it's obviously a huge part of her game. Do you slow it down a bit? Do you try and find more of a rhythm? How do you build that rhythm?
You go for the easier serve, so probably down the tee where the net is lower, and just take off a little bit of pace and put more spin on it. Just try to find that rhythm.
One of the best points Maria Sakkari has
played all match. 15-30.
That's what she needs to do more. Change the direction of the ball. Get Rybakina on the move. When she's set for her shots, she's deadly. Try to get her off balance. And you can only do that if you move them side to side, really.
30.
How good has the serving been when she's in trouble? Bad serving gets her into trouble, but good serving gets her out of trouble.
Yeah,
it's been the pattern here.
And the majority of the aces, Martina, have only been around 100 miles an hour, haven't they, as you say?
We're getting ready now to move over There we go. We're getting ready to move back over then to centre court to join the BBC team at Wimbledon, as we will progress now with our second round matchup as well.
Today.
Absolutely great opportunity. Yes, I agree. And she's hungry as well. So I think she's going to be really looking forward to this moment on the court where she plays Swiatek. And it's, first of all, it's just great to see her back and healthy. I've spoken with her a few times over the course of the last year and wanting desperately not to have to go and get that surgery. And that's why she was playing through a lot of that pain, because that's the last resort that you want to take, right, is going under the knife. But in the end, she just had to, because it was too much to take on, too much to deal with. So it's been a tough year and a half for her, watching all of her friends and competitors play and having to sit out and work her way back. I saw her at the Cincinnati Open last year, which is in Cincinnati, Ohio, which is where she's from. She was there practicing. That's how determined she was to get back out in the court. Still wasn't healthy enough to play, but I'm excited. She said, I am finally 100%. I am ready to go. And she's probably, if you would consider the last year and a half, the freshest of the bunch out here.
Well, exactly, yeah. I mean, one of the things, obviously, you don't want to be injured. You don't want to be on the sidelines for 6 months. But I remember Sloane Stephens talking about that. This was a while ago, and just saying, you know what, actually, the positive to that is I could actually be a regular person for a little while.
That's
because
true.
You're living out of a suitcase
That's
for
true.
11 months out of the year. Oh, actually, I could go and hang out with friends, or I'll go and see a movie if I want to. So maybe a silver lining there. Beat Jodie Burrage in the opening round, 6-3, 6-1, who she beat 2 years ago, 2023 as well. So the 23-year-olds ranked 208 at the moment. And, well, she got to 54 in the world and then sort of, she lost to Jodie Burrage. Jodie Burrage was in my head. But you get the idea. So there's a lot of time when we talk about players' careers and how long they can run for. This, to me, seems like just, I know obviously surgery is major and having 6 months plus of the tour is major, but also, this will be one particular moment in what could potentially be a really long career.
I agree, yeah, and because she loves it. You mentioned how much success she's had on the doubles courts. That's an area that she's loved. She's loved being part of the team with the doubles, and constantly would love to play singles and doubles over and over again. And maybe that was part of the issue. She was just playing so much, but that's what she wants. She loves to compete, loves to be on the court, but she really wants to try and get that singles ranking back up and hopefully break the top 50. That would be a small goal for her.
Well, let's talk about Iga Swiatek. These two have met once before. That was in Ostrava on a hard court. Swiatek 6-4, 6-4. That was back in 2022. We just have this expectation. Swiatek's going to win Roland Garros and just keep rolling along and see what happens here at the championships. Was a semi-finalist this time around, falling to Aryna Sabalenka, but then has a bit of a run at that tournament in Bad Homburg, as I talked about. Had a good win over Jasmine Paolini in the semi-final, falling to Jess Pegula in straight sets in the final. Where are things at the moment, do you think, for Iga?
I think they're good, actually, and I love the fact, that she played a grass court event leading up to here. I think she's been trying to find the form a little bit on this grass surface. I think obviously it's something she said she's trying to improve, especially with how good she moves. We see she's one of the best movers on the tour, especially on her favorite surface on the clay courts. It's just so natural to her. So now it's about finding a little bit more natural movement on the grass. And because I think she's got a good game. She's a very aggressive player. We know she gets the heavy forehand. That's something that helps her tremendously on the clay. You can't maybe get as rewarded with that type of shot on the grass. So it's going to be interesting to see if she tries to maybe get a little bit more aggressive, more flatter on the forehand side, because that's what is so good on this surface. But I feel like we're not talking about her that much, and maybe that might help her, just kind of slipping under the radar slightly.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's purely because of the record. Quarterfinalist, her best result here back in 2023. So we don't actually feature her in the conversation at this venue. But the way the seedings have gone, if you're still a strong seed making your way to round two, you're doing particularly well, considering the carnage at the moment that we've seen.
I have to say, I did see weird seeing the number 8 by Swiatek's name as the 8th seed. But maybe, like I said, maybe that will help her.
A Wimbledon girls champion here as well. That's where she really did announce herself. You sort of go, yep, this is going to be a player, because her game was fully formed or back then, and obviously it's been improving from there. So Iga Świątek, the 8th seed, winning the toss, and will get us underway. The far end from the Royal Box here on the Wimbledon radio channel as gets ready for this first point. And the serve onto the backhand of McNally. Cross forehands from both players. From up the line from McNally. Slice backhand from Świątek. Goes beyond the baseline. No, it lands on the baseline. McNally digs it out. Now he's got to dig out a backhand. They're going up the line, but wide. And it's 15-love.
15-love.
I think with the doubles titles that McNally has won, and such a good record in that particular discipline, that maybe should consider making that move towards the net. Try and unsettle Świątek this afternoon as the serve goes too big. Second serve. And the serve coming in. McNally on the baseline. And we'll go with a backhand up the line, looping forehand from Świątek. She's in the middle of the court, playing to McNally forehand in the deuce court. McNally lands one on the baseline. And they continue to trade forehands. Now backhand cross court from Świątek. Slice there up the middle of the court from McNally. Cross court forehand from Świątek. McNally running side to side. Now in the 8 court, can't get that one. Beautiful forehand winner by Świątek. It's 30-love.
Yeah, two really good points to start off this match. And I think we're going to see a lot of long rallies. Both actually play a little bit similar, I would say, on the forehand side. McNally as well has that nice heavy forehand that can create some opportunities, but she does have more variety. She likes to throw in this slice, and I agree. It'll be interesting to see if she does try and approach the net.
So Świątek, the serve, out wide's an ace. First for the match to go to 40-love.
And I also think it's a good couple points for Świątek as well, you know, being back out here on center court, just trying to find that form and that rhythm.
So many matches going on around the grounds as we complete the second round of the championships. Goes by rather quickly. The serve here going along from Świątek. This time next week, it'll be ladies semi-final day. I've got to go back. This is, we've got to take it one match at a time. Sorry, I'll talk in player speak, Jill, for you. One match at a time. As a second serve here, it's a double faults.
But I do have to say it's crazy how quickly it happens, right? I mean, we think 1 week, but it's going to be here before we know it, I think.
Well, you blink and then all of a sudden, what's happened there? Gee, a lot of matches have gone by very quickly. Forecast looking good. It's a lovely sunny day, 25 Celsius here in London as the serve onto the forehand, blocked back by McNally up the middle of the court. Świątek goes with a forehand up the middle to the backhand of McNally. The big backhand from Świątek. She'll get onto a forehand this time, cross court. Cross court forehands from both players. Content just to rally. Up the line goes McNally. Cross court backhand stretching into the net goes Świątek, and it's 40-30.
I like that from McNally a lot. As soon as she got a little bit more balanced and in position wide on the forehand side, she went for the shot, put a little bit more power, got more aggressive. She's going to have to step up and take those chances when she has the time.
Making the second round, we'll get a nice rankings bump too. So 208 will not be at 208 for much longer. The new rankings come out in a couple of weeks' time. Just provides more opportunities to get into tournaments. Has a protected ranking as well as the serve here. Blocked back by McNally, just getting it over. Świątek into the 8-court corner for a winner. And that's a good start for the 8th seed, Iga Świątek, in the opening game of the match. Yeah, so that 208 will be, well, inside the top 100. I'm going to guess. No, I'm not going to guess. I'm going to look it up. I won't guess. Do you want to guess?
I think when you're at 208, you tend to jump up pretty quickly when you're in that position and something, especially playing a Grand Slam event. I don't know if that'll bump her into the top 100. If it does,
so.
Yeah, I know if it does, that's great news, especially because that would get her a direct entry into the U.S. Open, because they take your ranking 6 weeks out from a tournament. Yeah, her protected ranking is, you mentioned, is 71, so she came into this event on a protected ranking. That's why she was directly in the main draw here. You have the live rankings.
I do, 169.
169.
So
yeah,
going
okay.
from 208 to 169.
But she has nothing to defend for a while, I think.
Exactly. So now you get a free hit.
Yeah.
The rankings giveth, the rankings taketh away, and then may giveth again as McNally serving from the far end from the Royal box to the backhand of Swiatek. It's an off backhand, now cross-court backhand. That's nicely done.
Yeah.
Set up the point beautifully. It's love 15.
See, that's where I think Swiatek is better actually on the grass, is that backhand side, because she's got the more short backswing, the more compact backswing. So there's not extra movements, because that ball can go through the court so fast. And on the forehand, slightly, I think she can get late.
So love 15 as McNally serves. Big forehand from Swiatek at the middle of the court. Dug out by McNally. Off forehand from Swiatek. McNally going with a cross-court backhand long, and it's love 30.
So deep from Swiatek. Got good height. She actually hit the last forehand off her back foot, but made sure she got great rotation, hit the corner of the court, great depth.
Last time she played a player ranked inside the world's top 50 was in Charleston in March for Katie McNally. Qualified through to that event on the clay courts. Anna Kalinskaya was her opponent on that occasion as the forehand return goes long from Swiatek. 15-30. It certainly has been quite some time since she's faced a top 10 player. And I think the last time might have been, I need to go back and have a proper look at this. It was Swiatek in their last match when Swiatek was world number 1. The serve here takes the net, falls in. 15-30, early stages of this match. This second round of the ladies singles draw of the championships, first Thursday. Here on the Wimbledon radio channel, the serve onto the forehand, off forehand from Swiatek. Ball just getting over from McNally. Slice again from Swiatek. Slice from McNally up the line. Drifting ball. Cross-court forehand from Swiatek. Up, too big, up the middle of the court from McNally. And early break points for Swiatek. It's 15-40.
Well, it was a great return right from the start from Swiatek. McNally actually did well to get that slice back in the court, because she was on the stretch on the defense. She can neutralize with that ball so well, but that last forehand from Swiatek, just too much power and pace to deal with.
So McNally under pressure here as the serve coming in into the net. 15-40. Second game of the match here on centre court, bathed in beautiful sunshine as we tick over 4 p.m. as the serve onto the backhand of Swiatek. Forehand to forehand they go. Good angle from Swiatek. Now decides to go up the line for a clean winner. And that is a statement there as well. It's 2-love for Swiatek here in the opening sets.
That's some great ball striking from Swiatek. She has come out with a lot of power off the ground, a lot of consistency, and that forehand is firing very well right now with such good depth.
Just look through, obviously the comeback takes a bit of time after such a long injury layoff. Has been playing $75,000 events. So the two are below the WTA as this serve from Swiatek takes the net, falls in. Really goes up a gear where you see yourself playing here in the main draw of the championships up against a seeded player. The serve goes into the net from Swiatek. We'll have a third go at it. Leading 2-love. There's Swiatek. McNally near the baseline. Swiatek serves. Backhand, off backhand from McNally goes wide. And it's 15-love.
I do like that she was trying to take that second serve early, because she was way inside the court, and she got jammed with the body serve a little bit, but I think if she consistently, McNally decides to take that second serve early, she's going to find her range rhythm. It's going to help her come forward into the net with the momentum.
As the serve goes into the net from Swiatek. 15-love serving from the Royal box end. Sparsely populated at the moment. That will fill up as the match goes along. Must be afternoon tea time over there.
I think so.
As the serve onto the backhand of McNally lands on the baseline, dug out by Swiatek with a forehand. Cross-court backhand from McNally has good angle. Matched by Swiatek. Now drop shot from McNally coming forward. Cross-court. Oh, that's nice from Swiatek. Got there in plenty of time. Flicked it cross-court for a winner, and it's 30-love.
Well, that drop shot would have tested the movement of Swiatek forward, and she got a really good head start up to that. It was a great, fast first step up to that drop shot, but handled it well. Great hands to get it past McNally with such an angle.
So 10 points to 3 to start off the match for Iga Świątek. Serve goes into the net. Second serve. McNally again continues to be aggressive on the return. We're on the baseline to receive this second ball, which is double faults. So 30-15.
Went big and tried to go big into the body again on that second serve. Świątek, that second serve's 97 miles an hour, just trying to get a free point.
To mentioning about the fact that that McNally is playing on sort of the level below the WTA Tour and has been for a little while throughout this season, try and build that ranking and get those matches in. But how big is that step up from playing in those events to coming out here against Iga Świątek?
It can be, yes, definitely. Especially when you're lacking match play, right? And you're just trying to get those wins to gain that confidence.
So if you're onto the forehand of McNally, it's a sharp return. McNally can lean into a cross-court forehand. Świątek's there. Forehand to forehand they go in the juice court now. Good angle from Świątek. A block forehand into the net from McNally. It's 40-15.
A little bit more acceleration through that ball from Świątek with a little bit more height. Just kicked up at the last moment on McNally. Iga's looking sharp right now at the beginning of this match.
Game points for 3-love as Świątek prepares and the serve. Onto the backhand of McNally. Świątek going up the line. McNally digging out a forehand to looping ball. Now she's in the A-court trying to play a backhand. Puts that into the net. Świątek off to a flyer. It is 3-love here in the opening set after 11 minutes. Here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live around the world, you with Pete and Jill for your Thursday afternoon. Where else would you want to be?
Nowhere.
Correct. That's the answer. Elena Rybakina, 6-3-4-1 on the #1 court. Dedicated commentary over there as well, if you want to hear it. Barbora Krejcikova, a defending champion, against Caroline Dolhait, 6-4. Opening set on the #2 courts. Grigor Dimitrov and Corentin Moutet. Just got the feeling that's got 5 sets all over it. They're into the 4th set. 5-4 on serve there with Dimitrov 2 sets up. How's me man August going? August Holmgren. Well, he's up against Thomas Mahac, he of the short variety. And it's 1 set all.
Oh my goodness. I mean, how long has that match been? It's the timing.
I can tell you it has gone 1 hour and 44 minutes, and they're 3 games into the 3rd set.
But Mahac just got through that second set, 10-8 in that second set tiebreak. So 2 tiebreak sets. Wow, that could be a long one.
Could be a long one. I get the feeling I might be.
Still is.
I might be posted out there to see the conclusion of that one. I started it. I'll be doing this match, and then I might go and see the end of it.
That's right. I forgot you were out there. Yeah. Tell us about Holmgren. I don't know so much about him.
University of San Diego.
Yeah, I did know that.
Alum.
Yeah.
Got through qualifying. His 2nd tournament on a grass court. He played, I think it was Nottingham, I want to say, Challenger. I need some confirmation on that. I can't remember. That's his 2nd. Wimbledon was his 2nd tournament. Gets through qualifying. Big game. Got a big game.
Big serve. And
yep.
Okay. Does he like to come in?
Yeah, a little bit, but he's more from the back.
Okay.
He just looks so short out there. Speaking of which, so Iga Świątek. It's Katie McNally with a low forehand volley off the serve. Oh, it's a nice finish.
That's great.
More of that, please, from Katie McNally. Nice put away with the forehand volley. It's 15-love.
See, this is what's so great about Katie McNally's game is she has a plan B, plan C to go to. So this is the first time we've seen her come forward into the net. Serve and volley. I love that she can mix that in as an option. She's got great hands.
There's the serve. Big forehand from Świątek. Cross-court forehand from McNally in the corner. The juice court goes wide. 15-all.
That return came back very fast on McNally. Almost didn't look like she was quite ready. Just got a little bit late on the forehand.
So the serve now from McNally under pressure. I feel that, will she have time to work into it? That'll be the question today as McNally serves. Another serve and volley, but doesn't need to play the volley because the forehand return is long from Świątek, 30-15.
Yeah, excellent serve. That one deep out wide into the corner. Got Świątek on the full stretch on the forehand. And just the pressure as well of McNally coming in just puts that thought that you have to go for a little bit more towards the line on that return.
You know what? Keep doing it.
Yep.
If it's working. McNally serves. Świątek with the cross-court backhand just misses, pulled it wide. McNally staying back on that occasion. It's 40-15,
Yeah,
close
but
score.
it's because even on that too, I mean, it puts the thought in Świątek's mind now, is that serve and volley coming? Is she going to come in? And sometimes it makes you think twice about the return. That time I do think that Świątek was trying to go past McNally and she didn't come forward. That's why she missed it wide.
The serve here down the tee, missing. Waiting for the second serve. And McNally will deliver this serve to the backhand of Świątek. Hoiked up the line, misses the baseline. She's on the board. Katie McNally, but it's Świątek 3-1 here in set number 1 on centre court on the Wimbledon radio channel. We're live everywhere. The Amex radios in front of us here on centre court, all the way across the world, even to the US of A.
My neck of the woods.
And Australia too. Let's throw that
And
in.
your neck of the woods.
Everywhere. Although it is 1:08 in the morning in Melbourne right now, so maybe not. Might have lost a few along the way. Świątek at 3-1, serving from the far end from the royal box, and the serve into the nets. Just trying to see if McNally's playing doubles. I would say yes.
Yes, she is. I saw that.
Oh, yeah, with Hailey Baptiste.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
As the serve onto the backhand, McNally hammers it up the line. Short ball from Świątek just gets over. McNally just pushes it up the line and misses.
No.
She throws her head back because she set up the point beautifully. It's 15-love.
Yeah, I especially think on that service, you just dink it right in front of you because that ball's not going to bounce up. Even if your opponent thinks you're going to go for that drop shot, that would have been a better play, I think, from McNally. She was right on top of the net.
15-love as Świątek serves, and this is missing. Not by much. We're having a look on our screen. It's a double zoomer.
Oh, I've missed that, Peter.
Well, we don't get it so much these days because there's no challenge
That's
system.
true, but I miss you saying it.
I can just record it for you if you like. That one landing right on the service line from Świątek. Topspin backhands both players. Now a slice from McNally. Going to have to play another one defensive. Świątek half-court ball back in that direction. Another slice up the line from McNally. Cross-court forehand from Świątek. Dug out again by McNally. Świątek back in that direction. McNally waits for it. A deeper ball on the forehand. Forehand to forehand they go in the juice court. Up the line from McNally. Cross-court backhand from Świątek. And now we'll lean into another one. Cross-court and makes it. Well, McNally was running side to side, just couldn't keep going in the end. It's 30-love.
Yeah, I was going to say she was just covering so much court, and she was trying to find the depth on the shot, but it was just, she wasn't able to push Świątek back. That whole rally, Świątek on top of the baseline.
So 30-love. Rock solid on serve at this point in time. As Świątek at 3-1. The serve, blocked back by McNally. Floating ball. Cross-court forehand from Świątek. Forehand to forehand we go, and this one up the line big from Świątek. It's 30-15.
You know, just before she made that unforced error, I was thinking, I don't think she has an error yet. And there we go. I don't know. She might have a couple, but she has been so rock solid.
It was her first.
It was her first.
Because she's, well, 2 double faults. I mean, if you count them as unforced errors.
I kind of separate those in my mind. I don't know why. I mean, I think they're usually counted as unforced.
They are. So
yeah,
3
exactly.
overall, but 1 on the forehand, which was that one.
I like separating them, though.
Okay, I'll extract them out of the stats
Yes,
for you
thank
later
you.
on. Yes, as the serve here into the net. Got a lot of work to do this afternoon. You just give me work to do. I've got to record, double zoomer, quadruple zoomer for your phone. Going to separate these stats out. And a second serve for Świątek. I'll call the action too. Cross-court backhand from McNally. And that forehand has landed on the line again from Świątek. And that would be bringing up chalk. It's 40-15.
That's a good pickup from Świątek. Because a very aggressive return from McNally. I like the intent of going after it. Still needs to find a little bit more depth. That one just landing just past the service line.
40-15. Game point for 4-1 for Świątek, and the serve goes long. Then Rybakina, 6-3, 6-1 over Maria Sakkari on number 1 court. As we wait now for the second serve. McNally again looking to be aggressive. And we'll take the return as a backhand. Good reaction from Świątek. Plays just beautifully angled forehand. Now trying to play a backhand up the line. Put that into the net. Good scrambling from McNally. It's 40-30.
That was a better return. A little bit more depth down the center of the court, and like the hands from McNally. But I love the fact that even though she was on the full run, had good clarity about the shot that she wanted to hit. Great angle, short.
Jack Draper and Marin Cilic will be heading out onto number 1 court shortly. There's the serve from Świątek. Oh, it's nice. Unreturnable. And McNally can't believe it because Świątek is hitting every single line at the moment. It's 4-1. Break of serve in it. But McNally playing a little bit better in this second round ladies singles match on the Wimbledon radio channel live around the world.
Well, I listened to Świątek's press conference after she won her first round. I'm just looking again. She beat, Polina Kurmatova, that's right, 7-5, 6-1 in that first round. And what stood out to me was, I can't remember who asked the question, but someone asked her, you know, they think about the future. We like talking about like how far you think you can go and blah, blah, blah. I don't like doing that, but anyway.
You're just one commentary match at a time.
Exactly, one match at a time. But I liked Świątek's answer. That it was pretty much that she doesn't want to take anyone lightly. She respects it, and I like that. You know, she didn't want to fast forward and think ahead because, you know, I think partly because these thoughts have come in her mind before, like how much you want, you know, a Wimbledon title, and how much it's been spoken about her form on the grass in particular. So I almost feel like, to me, it seemed like she got to the stage where she got those thoughts out of her head and got a little bit more clear-minded, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, we know every player is different in that regard in terms of how they project and everything like that. But I think particularly for this event where she hasn't had the same level of success as some of the other majors, you treat it maybe somewhat differently.
And because it's been spoken about, right? She would have been aware of that, I think.
I don't know whether she's potentially staying in her own house with her team, or it is a different feel here because it's not as if the hotel is just across the road.
Yeah.
For example, like in Australia where the players are not too far away. The top names always rent houses in the local area. So it is a different dynamic here as McNally serving from the far end, and that forehand goes long from Świątek. It's 15-love. So if you have that sort of mentality of kind of living in the bubble, right, play the match, let's get through, then let's worry about the next one in 2 days' time. Right. I think one of the other things too is that Grand Slam IQ that she has now, which is enormous, the body of work. As the serve here, onto the off forehand, into the net goes Świątek, and it's 30-love.
But I do like that she doesn't take anyone lightly. I love that because it was actually almost partly her fault that made everyone have to get better, increase, because she went on that long winning streak, remember, a couple years ago, and it almost forced people to actually lift their level.
7 volley from McNally, not required. The backhand in return into the net from Świątek. It's 40-love.
So, in a sense, she's made the game stronger.
Yes.
Like all top players do.
Always have to move the sport forward.
Yep.
So just a minute on the clock for this service game as McNally at 40-love, 1-4, opening sets here on centre court. The serve down the tee misses. Second serve. Take a little bit of extra time on this second ball. Świątek a metre from the baseline. And it's a double fault. Her first for the match. So 40-15. Is this where we insert the cliche?
Oh,
if there's ever a good time to serve a double fault, it's now.
Oh, got it. It is true.
I don't subscribe to that.
Well, that's also normally when a player goes for a bigger second serve, right? So
I know, but just the potential to throw you off your rhythm at any stage. The serve here, big cross-court forehand from Świątek. McNally goes with the forehand up the middle of the court. Now cross-court forehand. Świątek's going up the line. Slice backhand from McNally up the middle of the court. Big forehand into the ad court from Świątek, and that's too big in reply from McNally. The backhand long, and it's 40-30.
Świątek handling these slices off McNally's backhand side very well, and it's, again, the footwork that I'm looking at because she's making sure she makes those adjustment steps up to the ball. She doesn't let the ball come to her because that ball can stop on the grass, and she's doing that very well right now.
Interesting section of the draw where these players are currently situated. McNally serves and volleys. Backhand volley. Cross court from Świątek's a clean winner. It sat up. Świątek had time, and now we're at deuce.
It's a pretty good volley, too, deep in the court, but Świątek anticipated well, already was moving in that direction after the return. And again, getting up for the ball, kept the forehand a little bit lower to get it by McNally.
So now McNally is under pressure. Was cruising through the service game. Now we're at deuce. The serve down the tee. Big backhand from Świątek, misses the baseline this time.
Barely.
Yeah.
Still a pretty good strike on the ball from Świątek.
I'd love to see where, if we just had a heat map of where those tennis balls are landing from Świątek, it would be baseline or maybe a centimetre either side at the moment, the way that she's hitting them. Game point again for McNally as the serve takes the nets. So another first serve here. Crowd slowly making its way into centre court. Well, the next sit down as well. Just continue to build. Yannick Sinner and Alexander Vukic to follow this match. We'll have it for you here on the Wimbledon radio channel. The serve is Volt this time from McNally. We'll have a third serve at game point. I suspect that Świątek's going to really attack this one. And the serve coming in. It's a double faults, so we go back to deuce.
Still going for that forehand. That's the 2 double faults in a row now where she's trying to change it up and go to the deep to the forehand side of Świątek. Just hasn't found that range on that serve.
Tell me whether Katie McNally's playing mixed doubles. That draw has come out past 24 hours or so.
I'm not quite sure her ranking would be high enough. I protected at 71. I don't know if that's high enough, actually.
Yeah, don't think so. And into the net goes Świątek on the return. Another game point here for McNally. Jan Zielinski and She Su Wei, the champions from last year. In fact, in a week's time, that tournament will be completed. Usually play that now on the second Thursday after the women's singles semi-finals. Then we all go out for dinner. As the serve here from McNally, backhand cross court from Świątek, backhand to backhand. That goes long from McNally again. We go to deuce for the third time in this game.
A lot of pressure on this service game from McNally. Knows how much she has to have that first serve percentage high throughout this entire match. Świątek puts so much pressure on the serve.
So McNally prepares the serve. Big forehand from Świątek. Now McNally coming in with a forehand up the line. Doesn't need to play the extra ball. Slice backhand into the net from Świątek. And another game point. 6th chance to clean up this game for Katie McNally.
Well, she did better on that first strike on the ball. McNally off the return got it, was able to spread the court a lot more. That's what I spoke about earlier, where she has to be able to be willing to go for a little bit more risk.
Serve coming in on the forehand of Świątek. McNally with the cross-court forehand. Forehand from Świątek to the backhand now of McNally. That's cross-court. Good angle from Świątek. No. She's gone wide, and eventually McNally holds Świątek up a break. It's 4-2 now in the opening set. 28 minutes into this one on the Wimbledon radio channel.
Yeah, I feel like like when you look at McNally, I just want to say, okay, keep digging, because now we've gotten a couple shots that Świątek has sprayed that we didn't see at the beginning of the match. She was so rock solid, but now they're starting to creep in a little bit, and this is where you want to make those rallies longer, but still be aggressive with good margin.
So Świątek at 4-2, serving from the Royal box end. The serve onto the backhand of McNally, lands near the baseline. Cross-court backhand from Świątek up the line from McNally. Forehand into the net from Świątek. And it's love 15. You're ready for your birthday tomorrow?
I keep forgetting about it, actually.
Well, I should wish you a happy birthday. If you're in Australia right now, it'd be your birthday.
Oh, that's true. Oh, so my birthday can start now and extend all the way to the time in the States.
Yes. Well, we can organise you a PIMS if you like.
We can make it a very lengthy birthday.
We'll get you a PIMS right now if you like. Ball, short ball from McNally. Cross-court forehand from Świątek. High ball from McNally. Świątek from the service line. The forehand drive volley. She's pulled it wide. Maybe an opportunity for McNally at love 30.
Good hustle from McNally. And that's the right shot when you're that far outside the court, just lofted in the air. But she got pretty good depth on that lob as well.
Maybe eyeing off an opportunity to get the break back here in this opening set, as Świątek will just take a little bit of extra time, wind that serve clock down. We're down to 6. It disappears off the screen. Now Świątek delivers the ball. Is a let. Gosh, that'll be... How many hours of birthday will you have then?
I know, very long, right? I'm liking this idea.
There's only so much cake we all can have. As the serve here, blocked back by McNally, right to the baseline. Cross-court backhand, Świątek's missed again. And now McNally with break-back points at love 40.
And a couple of loose errors from Świątek. McNally did well there just to block that body serve back with some good depth on the return.
So now Świątek under a little bit of pressure. Certainly become a tighter contest. It was Świątek with the better of the start. And now serving at love 40. And the serve onto the forehand of McNally. Just gets over. Świątek with a cross-court forehand. The +1 successful. And it's 15-40.
Really good placement on the serve from Świątek. I'm just getting a replay. I'm just impressed with her footwork right now. She's constantly getting 4, 5, 6, 7 steps before she's going after that ball.
And she just looks so balanced in that situation too. As the serve here out wide, McNally up the middle of the court, big from Świątek again. It lands near the line. We're going to see it come up on the screen. Yep, it's caught the back edge. It's more your single zoomer sort of style. Meaning it wasn't all that close. It did catch the back, but still one more break point to come. So now we wait for the serve to come in. As Świątek still facing break point, the serve to the backhand of McNally. Świątek goes to the cross forehand. McNally digs it out, just gets over. Świątek goes in the other direction and makes it. It was carefully placed, but it was successful, and we're at deuce.
That is excellent serving, and she's been down in this game. All first serves into the court to keep her in an offensive position. The serves were so good that McNally couldn't get the ball past the service line.
So all 3 of those break points saved by Świątek. As we wait now for the serve to come in. Świątek. The serve, blocked back by McNally, floating ball. Świątek with a cross forehand. McNally back in that direction. Świątek just continuing to go that way. Up the line goes McNally. Cross-court backhand scrambling is Świątek. Drop shot from McNally. Coming forward, Świątek cross-court. Volley by McNally is good. She cut it off nicely. That's that doubles prowess that she's got, and another break point at advantage.
Yeah, it was an excellent drop shot and good timing of the drop shot as well when she had pushed Świątek back behind the baseline, but love the fact she immediately followed that drop shot in, knowing that Świątek was going to have to hit up, covered the cross court beautifully.
Well, she saw it a couple of points ago where Świątek wanted to go cross court. And another break point here for Świątek to try and navigate. As the serve, first serve will go onto the forehand of McNally. That's going to go long. And we go to deuce. Now, is she thinking it's a let?
That's what I'm wondering, yeah.
No call.
It must have been because it was well in, so that's what I'm thinking too.
Cecilia Alberti says no. No. No let. Didn't hear anything. I don't think there's a machine in there either. So at the Australian Open, there wasn't a net machine. There's the serve. The backhand of McNally. Right in the middle of the court from Świątek. Big cross-court forehands from both players. Heavy from Świątek. Dug out by McNally. It's a short ball. Świątek, oh no! She went cross-court with her backhand and put it long. Another break point here for McNally. Fifth opportunity.
That was very unusual from Świątek. Completely misjudged that ball. I'm curious if she thought her forehand previously may have missed wide because she stopped going forward to that ball, just hesitated.
As the serve comes in. Chance here for the break back again. Świątek. The serve goes into the net. Now a chance for McNally to look at a second serve. Świątek's been under pressure. She has landed her first serve more often than not in this game. Gets ready again. And the serve. McNally, big forehand. She's coming in, playing the forehand volley. Yes, she does. That is successful. And we're back on serve. It's Świątek 4-3 now in set number 1. As we've got ourselves a contest here, Jill Krabus, on the Wimbledon radio channel.
Well, that was fantastic from McNally. I think she knew that Świątek was going to go to her forehand. She was all over that return, and huge strike on the ball. And I love how quick her reaction was. She was ready for that ball to come back so fast and was so ready for that volley. Love that play from McNally.
It's, well, it just keeps things interesting. So it is back on serve here on centre court. The 8th seed Iga Świątek and Katie McNally. It's 4-3 to Świątek. And, well, the crowd now coming in, and they've been out for a little while just to get some refreshments, and they come racing back in. The big lines everywhere. I mean, the queues to get things are quite long, which is great because it means there's a lot of people in the grounds and a lot of atmosphere. But they are piling back in. They were thinking, oh, maybe Iga's going to be sort of 4-1, 5-1 by this stage and wrapped up the opening set. Not the case.
Well, it seemed that way, right? I mean, she was cruising. She was playing so well. And there was a moment in McNally's last game where there were a couple unforced errors from Świątek that we hadn't seen. She was so sharp in the first 3 or 4 games. And that was the time where we said, okay, McNally, this is, if she can dig in, she might get, and she got a couple more loose errors. But what a strong finish to get that break back. Huge return. Love that McNally is starting to look to come forward into the net a bit more. She's so strong in that forecourt.
And those volleys are as crisp as a freshly ironed shirt. That's crisp. As the serve here from McNally. Backhand from Świątek. Short ball. Drop shot sort of from McNally. Now she's playing a backhand volley. She just mistimed it. And sort of drop her. I can't call it a drop shot because it landed on the service line.
It was a bit too
shorter
deep.
ball.
Yeah, it was a bit too deep. She has been using it pretty effectively so far, though. But that one, didn't quite execute as well.
So McNally, you feel like now she's settled into the contest. As I mentioned, just she's played at the lower levels of the tennis tour. Coming back from a long layoff with an elbow injury. She actually played through to get her to 54 in the world. The last resort was surgery. She's had it, now she's back. There's a second serve onto the backhand of Świątek. Forehand looping ball at the middle of the court from McNally. Oh, that's a great cross forehand from Świątek. Scrambling to play as McNally can't get it back. It's love 30.
She created a great angle from the center of the court there, Świątek, and on her back foot. I actually think McNally would have been in a better position if Świątek got more depth on the forehand, but the fact that it was shorter actually worked to her advantage.
Is serve and volley an option here? We've seen it a couple of times.
Yes, I think so, yeah.
She's 3 of 4 when she's S&V'd in this opening set. As the serve to the forehand of Świątek. And a lovely return back from McNally. Backhand straight past her. It's 15-30.
Well, did well there to use Świątek's pace against her. It was a huge return, but McNally got low with the legs, didn't try and go for the line. Knew the fact that she took it early was enough to get it past Świątek.
Prepares again, the sun out now on this Thursday afternoon. The serve onto the forehand of Świątek, that's hammered into the net. Errors starting to rack up on the Świątek side of the court. It's 30 all.
I'm loving also the composure right now from McNally. I mean, before this match started, we were talking about dealing with the moment, the experience out here, but she's looking very sure of herself.
As the serve, take 2 on the ball toss. 30 all, 3-4, opening set. The serve goes too deep, looking to get it out wide. Fault call, one day, that'll be Jill Krabus's voice that you'll hear. Making the call. Maybe mine too, if we're lucky. The serve onto the backhand of Świątek. That goes long too. Gosh, cannot get a return into play at the moment. It's 40-30.
She wasn't missing any of those at the start of the match, and she's kind of looking up at her box with her hands in her air, just looking confused.
There's nothing from sort of atmosphere point of view. It's not as if the breeze has picked up all of a sudden, but I mean, she was going close to line anyway and hitting them more often than not earlier on in the set. Things changing slightly. McNally now with a game point. The serve, big forehand from Świątek, half volley dropper from McNally. Świątek goes cross court and puts it wide. Although McNally has leveled things up in this opening set, and it's 4 games all.
You know, I'm curious about just the slight disruption of McNally changing things up after a few games, because it was after, what was like 3 or 4 games, that's when she started throwing in the serve and volley. And, you know, she has the capability of doing so many different things, and she had to do something different to change the rhythm on Swiatek's return. And I think because she threw that in, I think that's why Swiatek's lost that rhythm slightly.
4-all. Swiatek serving from the far end from the royal box, and the serve down the tee is missing. It's one of those ones you sort of go,
I tend to do that, right?
But it's one of those moments, though. It just sums it up. Second serve. Onto the backhand at McNally, looking to come forward. High lob from Swiatek's going to go long.
That's great pressure right on the very first point. 4-all, gets the second serve. And love the fact that she hit and came forward.
Just her 3rd championships, Katie McNally. She beat Jodie Burrage in the opening round. She lost to Jodie Burrage in 2023, to Heather Watson back in 2019. As we wait for this serve to come in, and Swiatek puts it into the net. Should mention McNally has 8 doubles titles to her name. Couple with Coco Gauff, Hailey Baptiste, and Kalinskaya.
Also made 2 Grand Slam finals in doubles.
The US Open is the serve here. Backhand from McNally. Cross-court forehand from Swiatek. Now McNally at the net. The forehand volley is superb. That is so assured from Katie McNally forward of the service line. It's love 30.
That is a great confident point from McNally. But the fact is that the non-hesitation as she approaches the net, she's so sure of herself at the net that doesn't matter how good the approach shot is. She is covering her ball so well.
Love 30. As Swiatek, the serve out wide misses. Those runner-up appearances, the US Open in 2022 with Taylor Townsend and 2021 with Coco Gauff. They formed quite the partnership, those two, for a little while. Hope that comes back at some stage. Second serve. Onto the backhand, McNally, deep ball, dug out by Swiatek, crouching down, plays another big cross-court forehand and puts that wide.
Wow.
My goodness, these unforced errors are coming thick and fast now. We mentioned earlier on in the match that because of the clean start she had, she only had the one, apart from the double faults.
And now it's up to what?
8.
8.
11 overall with double faults included. And now it's 3 break points for Katie McNally for a 5-4 lead in the opening set. What? There's Swiatek, prepares. 42 minutes into this contest. And the first serve onto the forehand of McNally. It's going to go long. And it's 15-40.
Yeah, I think that's might be the first serve she's gotten in this game. That's why McNally's been able to get a couple aggressive points, been all over that second serve return.
58% first serves into play for the match so far for Swiatek, winning 61 on the first ball, under 50, 46% on the second. Delivers this ball onto the backhand of McNally. It's a half-court ball. Backing up the line from Swiatek is good.
Very good.
Sign of intent there. It's 30-40.
I love the response. Huge fist pumped from Swiatek after that winner down the line. Again, another good first serve. Got the short return.
So 30-40, still a break point to navigate. Again for Swiatek. Crouching down as McNally near the baseline. And we'll play this ball as a forehand. It dribbles towards the net. And we go to juice.
That is good serving from Swiatek just when she needed it to get her out of a jam.
Yeah, we look at those champion qualities. And when you're down and in a bit of trouble,
exactly,
let's rely on that first serve to get out of it. Just need a little momentum stopper, Swiatek here, as the serve. Oh, it's nice, down the tee. That ball getting behind McNally, got a racket to it. Game point for Swiatek.
That is some good mental focus, I have to say, after down love 40, now has a game point, Swiatek.
So serve clock, well, not a factor, down to 15, the serve. Picked up by McNally, it's a half-court ball, Swiatek, it goes up the middle of court, McNally's there, backhand volley from Swiatek. McNally goes up the line for a winner. On the backhand, Swiatek didn't do enough with it. And I think Swiatek trying to employ McNally's tactics for a juice.
McNally just better, slightly better at the net than Swiatek. That's an area of Swiatek's game that you know, is pretty good, but could get a lot better. And I think McNally knew that. I think she knew she was going to get another play on that ball.
First serve here for Świątek, takes the net and dribbles over. Świątek, 22 titles in her career. Just basically owns Roland Garros. Won that 4 times US Open as well. Here, best result, quarterfinals in 2023. Another first serve for Świątek. Blocked back by McNally. Świątek will go back in that corner. Point at the line from McNally. Cross-court backhand from Świątek. Slice backhand from McNally near the baseline. We'll play another slice this time up the line. Cross-court forehand from Świątek. Big forehand from McNally. Świątek, one in reply. Now goes too big, does McNally. Just a little bit too much. Couldn't bring it down. Game point for Świątek for 5-4.
Yeah, it was a great quality rally from both. And I love the way how Świątek's using that slice to try and set up the forehand. That pattern works very well for her, forces Świątek to hit up, but just lost control of the last forehand.
So 4-all advantage Świątek. And the serve, it's nicely done again, unreturnable for McNally. And Świątek getting things back on track. We're on serve in the opening set. It is 5-4 here on Centre Court on the Wimbledon radio channel, live around the world. And in some territories, it's happy birthday, Jill.
Oh, thanks, Peter. I do love birthdays.
You do. You want to extend it out for 48 hours, the way things are going here. Goodness me. But credit to McNally here for getting back into the contest. And then Świątek in that game, it could have slid away very, very quickly, but she just got it together.
So credit to both.
Credit to both.
I mean, I like the way that McNally was pushing her, right? Pushing Świątek. She started playing a little bit better. I think she started going after the ball a little bit more, which she knew she had to, but still with good margin. You know, you can get that extra acceleration and extra aggression, but still with good margin. That's exactly what McNally did. But I have to say, Świątek's serve got her out of trouble there. Ended up coming up with some big serves right when she needed it.
What's she eating at the moment? I'm just seeing she give a bag of something to the ball kid, and not quite sure what they are.
We
but
just
anyway,
lost the visual of that.
Might be a little sugar hit just to keep going.
I think sugar hit, and my guess would have been maybe some dried fruit.
Looked like it.
It looked like it, right?
How that looked before the camera panned away. It's a bit too far away from where we are. We're on the opposite side of the court. If you are listening on your Amex radios around Centre Court, we're the opposite side where Iga Świątek is now. If you sort of look at the umpire's chair and do sort of, say 25 degrees, something like that, looking up. We're not quite in line with the baseline, but anyway, we're tucked in the corner. If you are listening, thank you for listening. Collect your Amex radios here on site, but of course via the app and the website, and Sirius XM across the US, 87.7 FM, local to the All England Club. We're everywhere. McNally serving to stay in the set again at 4-5. First serve goes into the net. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Świątek. Takes the net and dribbles over. Hand up in fake apology. It's love 15.
You love saying that.
Well, it's true. Do you reckon Iga's so sorry about that?
No, of course she wants the point. I think it's just tennis etiquette, I would say.
It can be abolished.
Do you not like tennis etiquette?
I don't like that tennis etiquette.
Okay.
So if I'm commissioner of tennis, it's out. The serve here, backhand from Świątek, goes wide, and it's 15-all. It's just unnecessary. The only time you apologise is if you hit someone. That's when you apologise.
Okay. But that sometimes can be considered a good play, right?
Yeah, but you apologise because you may have inflicted hurt upon them.
Correct.
Everything else, nah. 15-all. The serve from McNally onto the backhand of Świątek. Sharp return slice backhand from McNally onto the forehand of Świątek. Forehand to forehand we go in the juice court. Too much again from Świątek. That radar a little off again. It's 30-15.
Yeah, trying to go huge, trying to push McNally back and go for such a huge strike on the ball. Świątek.
So McNally looking to level it up at 5-all. As she prepares again. From the far end from the Royal Box, the serve onto the forehand. Serve and volley, low forehand volley into the net. Good return from Świątek. Down at the shoelaces, it's 30-all.
Yeah, the fact that Świątek actually took a slight pace off that return, I think was what worked more effectively. It just kept dipping lower and lower to the feet of McNally, making a very challenging volley.
She just had a little bit of extra time stepping back in the court. 103, that serve coming in at. There's the serve now. To the forehand of Świątek. It goes cross-court. It's a three-quarter court ball. Well trapped by McNally. Cross-court backhand from Świątek. Big backing up the line from McNally. Cross-court forehand. Świątek again missed. She's missed again.
Yeah, that's on the forehand, right? That's the one she's struggling with. I think, yeah, if you can, because she has such a bigger swing on the forehand side. And so that's why I feel like a hard penetrating shot deep to the corner of Świątek. That's the one that I think that's why she's making some unforced errors on that forehand.
Her 6th unforced error for the match on that wing. 40-30, McNally serves. Big forehand, Świątek into the nets. Little come on from Katie McNally. It's 5 games all now here on centre court on the Wimbledon radio channel. 50 minutes gone in this contest. And so we turn around again at 5 games all. The confidence rising for Katie McNally. As Świątek prepares to serve from the royal box end. And it's gone long. Right near the baseline is McNally. Świątek onto the backhand of McNally, an off backhand. Dug out by Świątek. It's a miss-hit forehand, cross-court, wide. It's love 15.
Another aggressive return. I love McNally's stance, too, on the return. She starts so low with the legs, and that's why she's able to get so much power on the return. That's where a lot of the power comes from, is that explosiveness off the ground. Does that well, McNally.
At love 15, Świątek will serve again. The serve, missing. Good strong call, that one. Second serve. And we'll just wait again. Crouching down, as Jill pointed out, is McNally near the baseline. And the serve. Onto the backhand of McNally, right near the baseline. Dug out by Świątek. Big off forehand from McNally. Świątek, a shorter ball. Coming forward is McNally playing a backhand up the line. High ball from Świątek, not high enough. McNally, forehand drive volley. It brings up chalk on the sideline of the ad court, but it's successful. It's love 30.
McNally just giving a little bit of a smile there, appreciating that point, but also the swing volley barely hitting the sideline. Knew how close she actually made that, but still made it in good situation right now on Świątek serve, serving at love 30.
So Świątek, love 35 all. And the serve. Onto the forehand of McNally is deep. Dug out by Świątek, cross-court forehand. Forehand to forehand they go. Big up the line this time from Świątek. It's good. It's 15-30.
It's very good. That time had definitely more time on the ball, Świątek, to actually pick her shot. Didn't hesitate. Very good strike.
So Świątek under all sorts of pressure again on her serve. Cruised through the opening couple of games on her deal. The serve takes the net. 52 minutes this opening set has been in progress. The 8th seed under pressure. Best result here, a quarterfinal. Another first serve coming for Świątek. And served down the tee, picked up by McNally in the corner of the A-court. Cross-court backhand from Świątek. Slice backhand from McNally at the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Świątek is deep. Matched by McNally. Up the other line goes Świątek. Slice backhand from McNally. Oh, good angle from Świątek. Block back again, McNally defensive. She races across to the juice court to play across forehand. Big forehand from Świątek, lands on the baseline. Now she'll play backhand to the McNally forehand. It's blocked back. Świątek with a cross-court forehand. Forehand to forehand they go. Good contest this one, and it's Świątek who misses. Świątek has missed with a forehand up the line. It goes wide. It's 15-40.
Wow, that is high quality from Katie McNally. Just great ball striking from the very first ball on the return. I don't even know how she got her racket on the return and hit it deep into the corner to start the point, but going toe-to-toe with the pace of Świątek.
Longest rally of the match at 18. Świątek again in a service game and facing break points. As the serve from Świątek has gone too deep. Second serve. Now what's McNally going to do here? Going to be on the baseline again?
I think she's going to go after it.
Yep, steps in now. Is crouching down waiting for this serve. Swiatek, the serve. McNally, oh, it's a good body serve. That forehand's going to go long from McNally.
Smart. Yeah, very smart.
So 30-40 the result.
And didn't try and outpace her on the serve, right? Just made sure she hit the spot right into McNally's body.
90 mph or 144.8, I'll say. Roughly. Still a break point though, 30-40. Swiatek serves too big again. Second serve. Again, McNally will look to attack. Stick with what works, right? As Swiatek serves. Big off forehand from McNally. Cross-court backhand. Swiatek's long. It's long. It's a break of serve, and Katie McNally will be serving for the opening set next here on centre court. It's 6-5 on the Wimbledon radio channel.
Oh, that's great playing. I mean, she's just playing to win the match, not waiting for something that Swiatek needs to do, or not waiting for error from the pole. I think she's just willing to go after it and taking it to Swiatek right now. It's a great game.
Just quickly see how my man August is going. They're in. Guess what? They're into another tiebreak, Jill.
Oh my goodness!
Against Thomas Mahach, and they're on serve. Oh no! It's been a mini break to Mahach. He's up 2-1 now. Court, there's more to play at that, I'm sure.
Yep, there's more to play at that.
You mentioned that you talked to Katie McNally.
Yes.
Pre-tournament?
Yeah.
How's she feeling?
Sunday,
What's her confidence level like at the moment, or heading into the tournament?
You know, she seemed great. I think she's always been the type of player that or the type of person that I feel like, you know, she believes in her game. And so I don't think, in a good way, I think she's always had that sort of quiet confidence. I think in a good way, not arrogant, just like sure of, because I think she understands the type of style and game that she can play. She knows she has that variety that can hurt a lot of opponents, but the thing that came across most was she was just so happy to be back. That's why I said she might be the freshest of everybody, because she's just hungry. She's just been wanting to get back and competing and get back on the court, and that's what stood out to me even more than just the confidence in her game.
Oh, she got out on the court quickly, well before Iga Swiatek. She's ready to go, serving from the Royal Box set. I tell you what, a few more in the Royal Box right now. They've come piling in to see if McNally can serve this out. Serving for the set. The serve onto the backhand of Swiatek. Shorter ball. Cross-court forehand McNally. Swiatek's there. Low forehand volley. Yes! It's a little dropper from McNally off her shoelaces. It's 15-love.
What a shot. Just kept that body momentum going forward, but stayed with the ball so well in that volley.
I suspect she's played that volley a few times. 15-love. And the serve. Swiatek, big forehand into the net. It's 30-love. McNally grabs a couple of Slazengers, discards one. And we'll get ready again. 30-love, 2 points from this opening set. The serve. Onto the forehand of Swiatek, rip cross court, blocked back by McNally. Another big forehand from Swiatek, forehand up the line from McNally, slice backhand from Swiatek, slice up the line by McNally. Forehand up that line from Swiatek. Big backhand from McNally, lands near the baseline. She'll play a slice again this time. Swiatek's there playing the off forehand to the backhand of McNally up the middle of the court. That's big again from Swiatek. My goodness, the radar is off, and it's 3 set points for Katie McNally.
Yeah, it's such a big moment and a big point. McNally doing so well to just stay consistent, using the slice a couple times and stepping up, coming over the backhand, that change of rhythm, getting the error from Swiatek.
Oh, we didn't see this coming early on in the set. But Katie McNally has 3 set points. And we'll deliver this serve to the Swiatek forehand. Big forehand. McNally matching the pace. Forehand to forehand they go. And that's wide again from Swiatek. Katie McNally has taken the opening set against the 8 seed 7-5 in 58 minutes.
She deserved that set. She played so well, and I love that she never backed down. She just kept going after it and really trusted herself in the big moments. But even serving for the set at 6-5, I was just watching her face and her demeanor, just no sign of the fact that it was a surprise for her that she was serving for that first set. Really stayed so well focused.
As Iga Swiatek leaves the courts, so we'll have a little bit of a wait, and fair enough too. I mean, looking at it from Swiatek's side, Jill, that it started off with so much promise and taking control, and then all of a sudden, I think it was probably, yes, Swiatek made errors and 17 unforced errors.
I think it was the change-up from
But McNally played better.
Yeah, I think not only played better, but smarter as well. Like, knew that hanging from the baseline in the beginning, okay, that wasn't working yet. And so threw in the serve and volley, which she can because she's so good at that. And then from that point on, she didn't serve and volley all the time, stayed back and started feeling more comfortable. But I think just that change up, you know, it gets in the head of like, okay, what is my opponent going to do? Now she can do multiple things. And I think that was the perfect timing. Yeah. And now she feels comfortable in the rally off the ground. And now she's getting the mistakes from Swiatek.
Yeah, well, that serve and volley you talk about, points won 4 of 6 throughout that opening set. At the net, 11 of 16. Compared to 3 of 8. On the other side, no serve and volley. And you're not going to see that from Swiatek anyway. But yeah, that tactical change, and it's paying off big time because it's also a different look for Swiatek. How many serve and volleys would she be playing against on the tour week in, week out?
Right, not many. Yeah, not many at all. And McNally's capable of that. I also like that McNally was using the drop shot a little bit. I think, you know, when she can disguise it because she has such a good deep slice as well, so she can throw in the drop shot. That's a good play as well. He brings Swiatek forward. She doesn't love being up at the net, and is an area of the game she's trying to improve on, but still it's not the most comfortable or natural for her. So the fact that McNally has the capability of using that play as well, that's what I mean. She has a lot to choose from.
So we're still waiting for Iga Swiatek to arrive back out on to centre court. We still have Jannik Sinner and Alexander Vukic to complete the program here on centre for today, day number 4. Jack Draper is just starting his match against Marin Cilic. Dedicated commentary on the Wimbledon radio channel if you want to find that on the app and the website. What else have we got? Barbora Krejcikova, last time we checked, was a set to the good against Caroline Dolehide, but Caroline Dolehide taking the second, 6-3, and they're into game number 3, set number 3, and they're on serve. Still a few matches to play out there. I suspect that there may be some court movement happening at some stage. Number 3 courts, it is Sebastian Offner and Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul 5-1, the 13th seed on the number 3 court. That is in the opening set. As I quickly scan for some singles action. Oh yes, our man August. Well, they're into the 4th set now. 2 sets to 1 lead for Thomas Mahash. Got Zakharova and Yastremska. Zakharova 7-5, and it's on serve 5-6. In the second set, Yastremska beating Coco Gauff, Pedro Martinez, taking Marianne Navone. Martinez the first set 7-5, and then on serve midway through the second set, or early stage of the second set. Brandon Nakashima, 2 sets up on Riley Opelka, 7-5, 6-2. Belinda Bencic, 1 set all. She was your outsider.
She's yours too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, but
well,
it's still factually
lost
correct.
The first set, but won the second set. 6-1 and 2-all in the third right now.
Against Elsa Jacquemot of France, the qualified. 2 games all break point for 3-2 there. And Lamina Sansonova looking good on court 18 as well. How's that match? How are we going here? Because I'm looking through the schedule to see if we're racing through the matches, and we certainly are. Marton Fucsovic and Gael Monfils to come on court 18 a bit later on as well. Keep up to date with all of the results, the draws, the orders of play, everything you need, all the latest news, Wimbledon.com and via the Wimbledon website as well, which is the Wimbledon website. Why don't I say the Wimbledon app? That'd be better. I'll get that right eventually. Meanwhile, Iga Swiatek has wandered back onto court, but now I look out there and I spy no Katie McNally.
Yeah, no, she's down there. She's
just
at the very back. She actually came over to talk to her
team.
Her team and her mom, Lynn, who's in the box, just giving. Didn't really say much. Just, of course, we can't hear it from this far out.
What can you say?
Yeah, well, it was very short. Probably just a reminder of something that maybe spoke about before the match. It was very quick, and Yeah, so she's been back on the court, which is smart to get the body up, keep it warm, keep it moving. It's amazing how quickly you can cool down. So Katie obviously experienced enough to get back up there very, very soon. And now we're ready to go. Swiatek to serve.
She was hiding behind my monitor.
Yeah.
There we go. I'll move the monitor out of the way. Here we go. Second set about to get underway. It's a one-set lead to Katie McNally here on centre court on the Wimbledon radio channel, live around the world, and the serve into the nets to get us started. Second serve. So we're at almost 5 p.m. on this Thursday afternoon. And the serve. Big forehand from McNally up the middle of the court. Swiatek with an off forehand's a clean winner. And it's 15-love, and it's probably statement game time for Iga Swiatek here.
Yeah, really just, you know, smart to go off. Of course, take a little bit extra time to refocus. She was in control at 4-1 in that first set. But again, huge credit to McNally. Played spectacularly. But we know what Swiatek can do. She can come out and deal with that adversity very quickly, bounce back.
And the serve going long. Yep, she can go whackety whack whack, and all of a sudden you're in a bit of a hole in the second set. So second serve, again McNally aggressive on the second serve. Standing right on the baseline to return it, and the serve onto the backhand of McNally. To the backhand of Swiatek. Now a slice up the middle of the court from McNally. Off forehand from Swiatek. Cross-court backhand McNally is okay. Up the line goes Swiatek and misses. That one not okay. It's 15-all.
That one landing pretty short on McNally, and Swiatek maybe just got stuck too far back. Just didn't take those couple extra steps forward to the backhand.
So Swiatek prepares. 15-all. Opening game of the second set. 1 hour and 6 minutes on the clock for the match. The serve onto the forehand, blocked back by McNally up the middle of the court. Off forehand from Swiatek. Slice backhand McNally up the line. Cross-court forehand from Swiatek. Forehand to forehand they go. And now McNally looks to go up the line but puts it into the nets. And it's 30-15.
A little bit heavier forehand there from Swiatek, just jumping up on McNally the last moment.
So the serve coming in as Swiatek under pressure now, serves as the sun comes out again. Down the tee and ace. And it goes to 40-15, her second ace for the match.
Well, that's something that actually decreased right as the first set went on. She started serving so well, and then as that first set progressed, gave Katie McNally a lot of second serve looks.
So now the serve out wide, misses. Second serve. As we wait for this ball to come in, taking plenty of time, understandably so for Swiatek. And stepping in is McNally with a big backhand, and that just set up nicely in the middle of the court. Swiatek cross backhand winner and gets on the board first in set number 2. Here on the Wimbledon radio channel, we've got Jannik Sinner and the Aussie Alexander Vukic to come to complete the program for day number 4. Rattling through.
Who is your pick again? I forgot.
For what?
The title.
I can't remember.
What?
I think I said
How
Alcaraz.
can you not remember?
Because we do the sweepstake thing.
I know, but how can you not remember?
Very easily when you do it in 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah, I know, but okay, when you think about it now.
Oh, Alcaraz.
Okay, Alcaraz, and then on the women?
That I genuinely can't remember what I put down, but now, as of right now.
As of right now, yes.
Can I get that latitude? I'm going to say Sabalenka. Yeah, because I'm one for really.
A lot of people have gone with your duo right there.
Rybakina, though.
Sabalenka.
Rybakina just moving through the draw nicely.
That was a convincing win against Sakkari, 3-1.
As McNally serving, this takes the net, flies long. Second game of the second set. Just crossed to 5 p.m. here in London, the capital. Presumably all around the UK. As the serve. Oh, the backhand up the line from Swiatek. Ball high there from McNally, defensive. Cross-court backhand from Swiatek. Back in the middle of the court from McNally. She can't get that one. It's a cross-court forehand winner from Swiatek, and it's love 15.
I thought McNally actually was going to try and use the slice there because she got so far outside the court. One, to just give her a little bit extra time. And it's hard to get depth from where she was, and pace is not going to beat Swiatek in that circumstance, and she just left the whole court open there for Swiatek.
So McNally at love 15, and the serve. On the forehand of Swiatek, came up the line. Ball dropped short from McNally. Forehand up the other line from Swiatek. High ball from McNally, and Swiatek at the service line didn't have to move. Play the forehand drive volley into the open court, and it's love 30.
Yeah, nice control of the ball there from Swiatek throughout that point. Just nice placement. Didn't try and overplay. Just hit the exact spot she wanted to get her in a good offensive position.
It's a bit of a copy of what we saw in the early stages of the opening set. In terms of how things were rolling the way of Swiatek. It's love 30. And now Swiatek plays across forehand into the nets. It's 15-30. Percentage is high. First serves, 80% into play for McNally, winning 70% on the first ball. 25 on the second, but that's a bit misleading, that stat, because it's only 8-second serve she's had to make, or had to play in the match. 15-30. The serve onto the forehand of Swiatek, just getting out of the way. The ball was McNally that time. Cross forehands from both players and too deep from McNally this time. And it's 15-40, so break points here for Swiatek.
It's an interesting game here from Swiatek because she's decided to use the angles a bit more rather than the depth to really spread the court on McNally.
So the serve coming in. As McNally under pressure now. The serve onto the backhand of Swiatek. Cross-court backhand from McNally coming in. High ball from Swiatek at the service line. McNally, the forehand drive volley is good. Into the juice court. Waited for it nicely.
Yeah.
Timed it beautifully. It's 30-40.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Just didn't get over anxious on that swing volley. It can be tough too because the bright sun just came across the court as well, but did well to track the ball from that height. Waited for the right height for it to come down into her racket.
So McNally, still a break point to navigate. 30-40, the serve into the nets. Second serve. And the serve. Onto the forehand of Swiatek. Hammers that. Dug out by McNally. It's a shorter ball for Swiatek. Cross-court backhand. Backhand by McNally at the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Swiatek, controlling the point. McNally running side to side, but it's Swiatek who comes up with the error. Forehand goes wide in the ad court, and we're at juice.
Yeah, you see the opening. I think Swiatek's eyes just got so big, saw the opening in that court and that backhand corner, but just went for a bit too much. Great movement on the baseline from McNally.
So now we wait. An hour and 12 on the clock for McNally at juice. Second game, second set. The serve down the tee misses. Second serve. Swiatek immediately from the baseline will step into this one and doesn't need to play it. It's a double fault, her third, and another break point, the third for Iga Swiatek.
Almost looked like she lost the ball there. She completely dropped her head, McNally, on that second serve.
So now McNally continues to be under pressure. Early stages, second set. The serve onto the forehand of Swiatek. It's into the net. That was right onto a racket in the end, and it's juice.
I almost feel like she's overcompensating on that return, because especially on that ad side, when McNally's gone down the tee, she's missed so many long and deep by quite a big way. In that time, just trying to contain it more, missed it just above the top of the net.
The serve here and volley, low volley. Well done from Swiatek on the return. Now playing a cross-court backhand winner. It was a sharp return. McNally did well to pick it up, but Swiatek had time with a cross winner and goes to another break point.
Well, such a good choice, too, from Swiatek on that pass. Just took some pace off and really allowed it to dip to create the angle.
As we wait now for the serve. McNally onto the forehand of Swiatek. She's missed that as well in the ad court. She throws her hands up in despair and says, what? How did that miss? Seeing it on the screen, it's a single zoomer. Not required any sort of zoomage on that. Is that a word? I've just made it up.
It is now.
Zoomage.
Zoomage.
We'll give that a go. We're a deuce. As the serve comes in. Oh, it's missed down the tee. Did you do the Royal Box game with
I did
Marcus
not.
today?
I was able to not have to do it, thank goodness.
Oh, thank goodness. Very mean to you. Backhand from Świątek lands deep. Dug out by McNally. A shorter ball. Świątek goes into the 8 court. McNally to the forehand volley of Świątek. That's a good volley by Świątek. And again, it's break point, the 5th opportunity in this game.
That was a great volley. It's because she kept moving to that ball. She guessed right, anticipated well on the down the line pass attempt from McNally, and she covered it really well.
So now it is McNally again trying to get out of trouble. The serve goes wide and long. Second serve. Serve onto the big point, into the net again by Świątek.
Still the forehand return. I mean, McNally is smart to keep going to that side. It's the forehand return on that ad side that just she is unable to figure out.
It's all or nothing, and at the moment it's just nothing on that ad court side. 7-minute game, this second of the second set. You feel it's growing in importance now. Świątek can get off to a 2-love start and just keep that momentum rolling, or McNally getting a boost of confidence of being able to navigate through this. The serve goes big this time from McNally at deuce. Second serve. We wait, as does Świątek, for McNally to deliver the second ball. And the serve onto the backhand of Świątek. That's deep, that's good. And the ball rolling to the net on McNally's side. And break point number 6.
Probably would have tried to stay to the forehand side on that second serve. Świątek's the backhand is the one that's been the most solid.
She's shadow swinging on the forehand here is Świątek. She did it the toss of the coin, by the way, too. The serve from McNally. Onto that forehand from Świątek. She's made the adjustment. We'll get back from McNally now scrambling in the 8 court. Puts up a high ball. It's going to go wide. And eventually, finally, Świątek gets the break of serve. It's 2 games to love, second sets.
The shadow swing helped.
It did.
Yeah.
Ball was right into the hitting zone again.
I know. It was the right serve to go for. But I think that shadow swing, she was reminding herself of just to keep accelerating through. Sometimes when you're making mistakes, that's the last thing you want to do. You start to try and guide and get the ball in the court, but that extra acceleration is what helps it bring it over the net and into the court.
So now Świątek with the advantage in set number 2. She had the advantage in set number 1 as well, remembering. Let's see what she can do here to force home the advantage in this second set. The first serve goes wide and long. McNally winning the opening set 7 games to 5. And the serve. Big forehand from McNally, trying to guide it up the line, pushed it wide. It's 15-love.
Good attempt, though, from McNally. It's the right play. It's got to keep going after that second serve.
36 match wins this season. Our leader on the WTA, Aryna Sabalenka, with 44. And the serve coming in from Świątek. That's an ace out wide. Nicely done. It's 30-love. Ace number 3 for the match.
Yeah, I do feel like McNally has maybe taken some pace off slightly. And I think just that little edge that's given Świątek the room and the comfort to be able to have a little extra time on the ball.
Serve here onto the backhand of McNally. It goes long the return. It's 40-love.
I think there's also that feeling that, I mean, you're playing a top player, and when you come away with that first set, which is hugely important, you still have in the back of your mind, you know these top players can lift when needed to come back.
And the serve onto the backhand of McNally. It's cross-court, slightly mishit. Cross-court backhand, wonderful angle from Świątek, who's meaning business in set number 2. Down a set, but 3-love now in the second set on the Wimbledon radio channel, live around the world. So much going on around the grounds. Number 2 court, Barbora Krejcikova. 4-2 in the final set against Caroline Dolhide. That's on the number 2 court. On serve, early stages, number 1 court, Jackie Boy, Jack Draper and Marin Cilic. Tommy Paul, 6-1, first set against Sebastian Offner. Down a break, 2-1 in the second. Lots of doubles, 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 doubles. How's August going? Wow, it's July. It's 3-all in the fourth set there against Thomas Mahash. Mahash leading 2-1. They've all been tiebreakers, so that match may never end. Of course it'll end. How's Belinda Bencic? Had a win. Elsa Giacomo. 4-6, 6-1, 6-2.
Yeah, that one must have just finished, right?
It has freshly finished.
4-6, 6-1, 6-2, yeah.
So Belinda Bencic, who will Belinda play next?
I know, that's what I'm trying to look at.
Filling in your draw sheet right now.
I am, but it's taking me a moment to find her name.
Always is.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Yep.
She plays Cocciaretto.
Ah, yes, who had a win over Katie Volinets. Yep. Elisabetta Cocciaretto. So, match in 2 days' time as I spy a familiar face.
Fourth round spot.
Yep. So, Cliff's in the house again. Bit probably disappointed that Cliff Richard just can't get the singing voice out again because no more rain delays on centre court. Comes to Wimbledon every year. He's been, I think, been here every day, I think, so far of this championships. The serve going along. I'm not going to, do the quiz of, the Royal Box and who the people are and all that sort of stuff.
Thank you. I
think that's very unfair.
I was with Marcus and I thought I was going to get stuck, but he didn't bring it up with me, so thank goodness.
As we've got here, Swiatek with a cross forehand into the net. 15-love. McNally serving from the Royal Box end at love 3 in the second set. Anyway, I'm sure you'll be paired up again tomorrow, and there'll be more of that to
Don't
come.
remind him. I mean, he never forgets anyway. But
he doesn't.
But I forget to get a Royal Box list every single time. I need to do that and study.
Then you'll show him. We'll just ask the rest of the team. We'll help you. Don't worry about that.
Thank you.
Backing up the line from McNally. Now going a forehand up the line, coming to the net and passed nicely by Swiatek. Good cross-court backhand winner. It's 15-all.
Wow, what a good target there from Swiatek. That ball landed low on Swiatek, and so it forced McNally to have to hit up a little bit. Just gave a lot of time for Swiatek to hit that pass.
So we wait for the serve to come in. In fact, Katie McNally due to play doubles today. The serve onto the forehand of Swiatek. Up the middle of the court from McNally, having to play some full-on defense. Big cross-court forehand from Swiatek. McNally up the middle of the court again. Will be on that forehand. Forehand to forehand they go, both players. Now in the juice court as Swiatek goes up the line. McNally just gets it back. Swiatek back. Oh, no, she's gone big in the juice court again. She set up the point beautifully. 99% of it was good. Just not the finish. It's 30-15.
That's good hustle. That's just worth it with McNally, the way she was able to hustle to get that ball back in play, just forcing Swiatek to hit another shot.
Please lower your voice during the rally. Thank you very much.
Or don't use it at all during the rally. There's an idea.
That was a better idea, I think.
Yeah. Don't have your conversations. Come on. Come on, people. 30-15 as McNally serves. Big forehand from Swiatek up the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand is deep from McNally. A high ball from Swiatek. Lands near the service line. McNally, oh, lovely forehand into the juice court corner. Clean winner. It's 40-15.
That's better from the American. Those last couple points, that's the pace that she was hitting with at the end of that first set. 2 strong points back-to-back from McNally.
So game points to get on the board here in set number 2. As the serve comes in, McNally, 7 volley. Oh, it's passed beautifully on the return though by Swiatek. Gone to that backhand, pumped it up the line, got the result, 40-30.
Geez, she took that return early. By the time she finished hitting that return, she was 3 or 4 feet inside the baseline, Swiatek.
So we wait now for McNally, who prepares, and the serve goes into the net. Game point. And the second serve. Świątek stepping in a massive backhand, dug out by McNally with a backhand, and that's pulled wide by Świątek. In reply, McNally's on the board in the second set. Świątek up a break. It's 3-1 in pretty much a carbon copy of what we saw at the start of the opening set.
Yeah, and kind of exactly as far as game-wise as well, not only scoreline, but the way McNally started the match, similar to how she started the first set, and it took her a couple games to actually put a little bit more power, and that game she did. She started striking the ball. You could see it, right? The way it was just a little bit more behind her ball in that last game.
So, well, if it's following the same narrative of what we saw in
And
the
McNally's looking
set,
good.
McNally got things back on track.
Yeah.
And found a way to break back midway through the set. In fact, at this particular stage. So Świątek will serve down the tee. High ball from McNally is going to float wide and long. It's 15-love.
Just looking at the first serve percentage. We're at 60% for Świątek right now, and 60% for McNally. But McNally was a little bit higher in the first set, so that average has come down slightly.
So the serve goes wide, misses. So many numbers on our screen here to navigate through. Everything you could possibly need. The only thing it doesn't do is serve coffee. And there's a second serve here from Świątek at 15-love. On the backhand, McNally right into the corner, dug out nicely by Świątek, but the backhand is long. From the 8th seed, it's 15-all.
And that kick serve that Świątek has, it just doesn't get up as much on the grass. That's why it's so effective on the clay. It can really cause problems because it just jumps so much higher. But the fact that it doesn't bounce as high on the grass, and McNally's taking it so early, so it ends up being right in her strike zone to be able to attack that second serve.
As the serve here down the tee misses. Second serve. Again, aggressive for McNally on this second ball. Crashing down on the baseline. And the serve. On the backhand, McNally's gone long.
Yeah, good serve. That body serve is working well for Świątek when she just looks over on the opposite side of the court and sees McNally's court position, sees her inching forward even more inside the baseline. That's where she's been using that body serve to jam McNally.
McNally slowing her down a little bit too. Went to the towel box there while Świątek stood to the line. First serve goes into the net. We'll take plenty of time on this second serve as well. And the serve. Backhand at the middle of the court from McNally. Świątek lands one on the baseline. A bit of an ooh from Jill, and an ooh again. Backhand winner into the juice court for Świątek. A winner, 40-15.
I mean, that must have hit the very, very, very back of the line. I thought it actually had missed initially.
You get an ooh from Jill. You know it's close. 40-15. Much like that. As the serve down the tee, blocked back by McNally, floating ball, and that's gone wide, and the come on from Świątek. She's got a 4-1 lead now in set number 2, turning this match around. 1 hour and 27 minutes in here on the Wimbledon radio channel. A win for our defending champion on the number 2 court, Barbora Krejcikova, 6-2 in the third against Caroline Dolhide, which means
I just put it in. I know
now
she plays Emma Navarro, the number 10th seed.
That will be
who
interesting.
had a very convincing win over Veronika Kurmatova earlier today, 6-1, 6-2. That will be an interesting match.
It's going to be interesting.
Navarro did so well here last year, quarterfinalist.
It's going to be interesting whichever way you kind of look at things, the way this ladies singles draw is going. Some new faces in the third round. So
yeah, in that particular section, Krejcikova is a 17th seed, but then Andreeva's there, on 10th seed, who's had an unbelievable year, winning back-to-back WTA 1000s earlier this year.
You might be able to add Ludmila Samsonova to that list in a moment as well. 6-2-5-1.
Okay.
On, court 18. Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet. Not just yet.
I didn't do anything. I didn't write anything in. Don't worry.
Julia Starodubtseva is the opponent. 6-2-5-1 there on Court 18, the main channel will be flip-flopping everywhere across the grounds, giving everything, but this is our dedicated centre court channel. And coming up after this, we'll have Yannick Sinner, and he will be in action, the world #1, against the Aussie, Alexander Vukic. Meanwhile, it is Katie McNally serving at 1-4, the far end from the Royal Box, and the serve onto the forehand of Świątek, which goes along the return,
15 love.
which is 15 love.
I mean, McNally was in the position the first set. You almost think like, okay, she's got to be maybe feeling pretty good in this
You're not
moment.
going to say right where she wants her.
No.
As the serve onto the forehand of Świątek, that goes along as well. It's 30 love.
Same serve, that down the tee serve on the ad side. We've seen like reactions when Świątek has missed that. I just saw a replay. It really feels like she's pulling off the ball on that return.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. The serve, and coming in again is McNally. An awkward half volley at the service line. Świątek way up on that, was right into a hitting zone. She's successful. It's 30-15.
She must have seen McNally coming in there, because that forehand down the line she goes for normally. Big, powerful shot deep. That time she purposely dipped it. Saw McNally coming in on the corner of her eye.
The serve from McNally onto the forehand of Świątek. Cross-court forehand from McNally coming in. An awkward half volley. She picks up nicely. That's a Świątek though, the backhand into the net. She's furious with herself, eager Świątek, but great touch again from McNally to go to 40-15.
Almost looked like she was too fast up to that ball. Great speed forward from Świątek, but in the end almost rushed herself by the time she got to the shot. Yeah, she was furious, just slapped her thigh after making that mistake.
The serve now for McNally. And serve and volley too, and she's almost passed by Świątek. The forehand up the line goes wide though. And McNally holds. Down a break, it's 4-2 Świątek in set #2 after McNally took the first. 7 games to 5.
I feel like that was the exact moment she started serving volley in the first set too.
Yeah.
4-1 down, right?
Yep.
If my memory serves correctly.
I think you're right. Just looking up the, when's golden hour?
Golden hour.
Oh, much later. Much later.
Yeah, later,
tonight.
later. Like
8:27 p.m.
Okay, yeah. Why are you thinking about that?
Because of the sunshine at the moment.
When it starts, when the shade starts to go across the court, or?
The serve onto the backhand. No, I'm just thinking the term. Forehand to forehand they go. Mine moves in mysterious ways as they go forehand to forehand. Point at the line by Świątek. Blocked back by McNally. Half-court ball. Świątek cross forehand. McNally's there with the cross forehand. It's shorter and shorter. She's in the ad court. Throws up a high ball. Lands in the ad court. 3/4 court. Świątek goes cross court. Misses the angle. Again, McNally making her play the extra ball. It's love 15.
Excellent, excellent defense. That last shot, I almost felt like, oh, McNally, it's just like, do I have to run for one more ball? But it was great feel to get that last lob with depth. Great hustle.
It's almost because it's a mixture of clouds and sun.
Okay.
So I sort of feel that sort of soft sunshine going on.
It's a beautiful time of the day.
It is a beautiful
or
time
night.
of the day. Golden hour or 5:25 where we are right now?
Oh, I was referring to your golden hour.
Ball blocked back here by, it's always a golden hour at Wimbledon. Backhand from McNally at the middle of the court. Świątek with the cross forehand, lands right on the baseline. Dug out by McNally, just gets over. Świątek does well, traps it nicely. The cross backhand, getting it done as it's 15 all.
15 all.
You're right. It's always a golden hour at Wimbledon. I like that statement.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice, Peter.
Hey, I've got to have one statement you like for a match.
There's multiple.
This could go to 3 sets.
That's true.
We could be here a while. I better come up with some more then. As we wait now for the serve for Świątek. 15 all 4-2. Second set, serves out wide and misses. As the ball kid has to get the ball from next to the scoreboard. Second serve. And the serve. Nope. Take 2 on the ball toss. Shows you feeling the pressure just a little bit is Świątek. Will deliver this second ball onto the fire. McNally, who was going the wrong way. So I thought, oh no, this is going out wide. It couldn't get a racket to it in the end. It's an ace, her fourth for the match to go to 30-15.
It almost looked like she was trying to read the ball toss of Świątek, but she desperately wanted to try and get a forehand there, maybe expecting a body serve that Świątek's been using, trying to get a head start, and Świątek just completely fooled her. Good out wide serve.
So Świątek prepares the serve. Onto the backhand of McNally. Cross-court forehand, Świątek. Good 1-2 play. Keep yourself in front in the game. It's 40-15.
That is excellent acceleration. That ball was low, too, and Świątek did not hesitate. Really swung through that forehand.
So now it is Świątek with game points. The serve. Down the tee. Ball blocked back by McNally. Just gets over. No, goes wide. And Świątek, well, the serve fell apart a little bit this stage in the opening set. Not the case in set number 2. It's 5 games to 2, the one break of serve in it here on the Wimbledon radio channel, live around the world.
Well, the thing I like about how Świątek is looking now compared to the first set is how she's responding to the unforced errors. We're not seeing her look up at her box anymore and kind of look confused through her arms in the air. She's just going like she still made a couple of the return mistakes on the forehand side, but it wasn't as, negative of a response. And then as soon as she hit a winner, she had a huge fist pump. So I like that she's going to that more positive energy, and that makes a difference.
Yeah, and just getting down to business, really.
Yeah,
Don't worry about anything else going on around her.
Yeah.
And just getting on with it. What are we, an hour and 35 minutes into this particular encounter as crowd taking in plenty of refreshments. The busiest spot, I think, around the grounds here has been the water refill stations. They have been copping a hiding.
And a lot of people using them. I love it. Everyone bringing their water bottle now.
One that I have that I just get.
I have a pretty banged up one,
and over and over.
Say. Yeah, I do too. Mine, I don't even know where mine is actually.
It's gone. It's gone. Oh well. If we need, we can
now
send
that
up
you
a care
said that,
package.
I
Now you gotta
desperately
find it.
want water.
I won't mention it again then. Now Katie McNally needs to hold serve. 5th encounter against a top 10 opponent.
Gentlemen, players are ready.
Looking for her first win against a top 10 player. You found it?
No.
Oh dear. Oh no. As the serve here from McNally goes long.
I'm okay. Don't worry. I won't pass out on you or anything.
Well, that's positive. The second serve. Double faults.
Love 15.
And double fault number 4, and it's love 15. Now the dynamic becomes with, I mean, obviously McNally's had a few matches along the way, but none at this particular level for a little while. Being able to maintain the same intensity. As the serve goes long. So another missed serve by McNally. 38% of second serve points won. And this serve onto the forehand of Świątek. Just hammered straight back at McNally. Cross-court forehands from both players. McNally deep into the juice court corner. Dug out by Świątek. Lands right on the baseline again. How's she doing that? But she's missed. Lightning couldn't strike twice. Now she's demonstrative with her team is Świątek. It's 15 all.
I think because that's a ball that was almost, she was so ready for. She was pretty balanced and had a lot of time on it. That's one that she's like, that's the one I shouldn't miss. But just mistimed it. It was a little bit of a different ball too from McNally, a little higher over the net.
So now the serve coming in. Onto the backhand of Świątek. McNally in the middle of the court plays an off forehand. Cross-court backhand from Świątek. Up the line from McNally, now running side to side with a big cross forehand and missing again is McNally. It's 15-30, so 2 points away from the set now is Iga Świątek.
Yeah, it's again that angle ball that Świątek's using more in this second set that's pushing McNally much further outside the court into the doubles alley. And I think in that moment, McNally feels like she has to go for even more because the court is so open.
So 15-30. McNally serves, misses, looking to get out to that backhand of Swiatek. Second serve, under pressure. As McNally, the serve. Swiatek, big off forehand, dug out by McNally. It's a deeper ball. Off point again from Swiatek. Slice backhand from McNally. Slice forehand from Swiatek into the 8 court. Slice up the line from McNally on the backhand. Now in the juice court playing cross court forehand. Point at the line from Swiatek. It's too good. Slice backhand into the net from McNally. We've got 2 set points now for Iga Swiatek at 15-40.
Such a good stable base there on that last forehand from Swiatek to be able to redirect that pace down the line. He's found that consistency again, Swiatek, in these longer rallies.
So 15-40. Set points for Swiatek. McNally serves. Down the tee and misses. By much. A little double zoomer. So set points for Swiatek. Second serve for McNally. Serve onto the backhand of Swiatek. McNally goes up the line with a forehand. Cross-court backhand by Swiatek. Now we'll play another one up the line. McNally full stretch on the forehand. It rolls to the net. And if you're Iga Swiatek, this is normal service resuming. A good set of tennis from her. 6 games to 2. And we're off to a decider here on centre court.
It's just a great response from Swiatek. Again, I just felt like the focus and the intensity were a little bit higher. You mentioned, Peter, not looking around as much. I think just more zoned in that set to be able to, once she got that lead, close it out in a much more focused fashion.
So it'll be Katie McNally this time going to visit the facilities here at the All England Club in the club room. And make her way into the clubhouse now. She walks off the court. And Iga Swiatek, well, got the momentum, got that early break, and then had the momentum just to run away with it there.
I have to say her team never looked worried. They kind of, the camera was focusing on them quite a bit, and I was especially paying attention during that first set to see, you know, if they were maybe conversing with each other, any sort of reaction. But there were moments even when, you know, it got tight and then McNally was serving for the first set. They were still kind of just conversing. It looked very calm, and right away we just saw them again. Huge fist pump from Win Facet, of course, Swiatek's coach. Wow, winning 90% Swiatek of her first serves when she's getting them into play. And McNally in that second set only 55%. So it's a pretty big dip from McNally. Just shows you that Swiatek is much more solid on the return, looking to dictate right from that return position. Did great in that second set with that.
Well, Iga Swiatek is getting out of the chair and going to walk over and have a chat to her team while we wait. I am very much, I know it's not a popular view, but I don't mind this. I like that the players can walk over and have a conversation.
No, I do too, yeah.
It's a very short conversation, I think. Swim for set down there. Yep, is getting up as having a chat. And it is interesting because, of course, the 2 entourages are in the same kind of area, so they can kind of hear what's going on.
Well, I think it's interesting they're talking over quite a few of the fans, so the fans can hear the entire conversation.
This is why I don't mind, because if you're going to give intricate detail on things, then your opponent's going to know. It's like the whole thing with the hand signals and stuff. Well, you know what? If I'm smart, I'm going to look up and see what hand signals you're doing and try and counter that.
Well, yeah, but you can have secret hand signals.
Of course you can.
No one's understanding what you're saying, but I think the difficult part of it is that you can only talk to your coach when you're on the same side, right? I mean, there's no way they're going to hear you on the other side of the court. But even during the match, I think it's hard because it's not like it's close. It's pretty far away.
It is.
And when the fans get involved and the applause happens, I think it's hard to actually converse with your coaching team. And you have to do it within a time frame, right?
Would be the furthest away, do you think, in distance on the centre court?
Oh, would this be? It looks like it, doesn't it?
Because I'm trying to think. So the Australian Open, they're obviously on court now. Roland Garros, they're a bit into the stand.
I think because there's fans in between. I think on the other ones, I don't know how.
Well, Roland Garros isn't there. Fans in between.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true too. That one's pretty far, actually. I think that one's pretty far too.
And then on Ash.
I can't quite picture it right now, but
they are kind of behind
actually
the
all
court.
of them are pretty far. I mean, Ash is such a huge court. There's so much space that you would think, yes. My immediate thought is yes, it's pretty far. So I guess.
But they're big courts. I mean, that's the thing. No matter where you go.
But the Australian Open was the one that put him on court this time.
Yeah.
It was optional. But that you would have had a lot of opportunity to chit-chat, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. You guys going to take some serves right now? Just practice some serves.
But they also were in the situation where you were trying to work out, okay, well, I think they were mic'd up, or there was a mic somewhere close to hear what was going on.
Yeah, and we could have and the commentators could have a conversation with the coach during the warm-up as well. That was something that was added that I think a lot of people enjoyed. But I still think it's optional if you want to be mic'd up or not, is what I'm.
Yeah, but I think there was a mic that's in close proximity that was just picking up court effects and pick up the conversation too. I actually didn't mind that this Australian Open because it was right next door to the towel box. So you're killing two birds with one stone. Quick towel, quick words in the ear. Off you go. We keep going again as Katie McNally arrives back out here on centre courts. It's filled up nicely here, this centre court, as the match has gone along. By the way, the order of play for tomorrow has arrived. Taylor Fritz and Alejandro Davidovich-Fokina to start us off. Then Jan Lennard Struff and Carlos Alcaraz. Not before 3 p.m. start that one. And then Arina Sabalenka and Emma Raducanu. Number 1 court, Diane Parry and Sonny Cartel. Matteo Bellucci and Cam Norrie. And Elise Mertens and Elina Svitolina. Be our matches for broadcast there. Number 2 court, Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova and Naomi Osaka, Laura Sigerman and Madison Keys, Nicholas Jarry and João Fonseca. He's moving up the courts, folks. He's on number 2 court, João Fonseca, tomorrow. Meanwhile, back here, we get the third set underway, and it's Iga Świątek from the far end. Good return from McNally on the backhand, now scrambling a backhand in the ad court that floats long, and it's 15-love.
Well, she's got quite the momentum now, Świątek, with the way she really closed out that second set. And just from that first point alone, I know it was just 1-2 punch, but pretty intense on that first point from Świątek.
As the serve comes in, onto the backhand there, McNally lands on the baseline. Cross-court forehand from Świątek, big forehand too big again from McNally. And its ability to maintain the level, now have to raise her level again. That'll be the challenge for McNally.
Yeah.
So 30-love. Wait for this serve to come in. 30-love. Świątek serves. Blocked back by McNally. Świątek with the cross-court backhand. McNally is there up the line. Slice forehand from Świątek. Lands in the corner of the juice court. Looping forehand from McNally. Defensive. Now defensive backhand comes in shorter. Cross-court forehand from Świątek goes wide. It's a familiar pattern that we've seen, that Świątek controls the rally. McNally gets a couple of extra back, and Świątek makes the error.
Well, I think that she's missing them wide too, Świątek, because I think she is understanding that that pattern is working for her, where she's going for the short angle rather than the depth, and so she's really trying to continue to create that pattern, and she's hit most of them well. I think it's working, but that one just missed quite wide.
Serve here, clips the tape on the way through. So we'll do it again. Opening game of the final set here on the Wimbledon radio channel. 30-15. Świątek will serve into the net. Third serve coming up. As McNally again being aggressive. Not going to change that tactic. And this serve onto the backhand of McNally. It goes long. And it's 40-15.
Another good a little bit more kick on that serve. Took pace off and just jumped up high. Can be a little bit risk when you decide to take that pace off. So you got to make sure you get that heavier top spin. And Świątek did well, just accelerating through up to the ball.
So now we'll wait for the serve to come in. Świątek at 40-15. The serve blocked back for McNally. It rolls to the net. So Świątek on the board first in the last. Here on centre court on the Wimbledon radio channel. 1 hour and 48 minutes on court.
Always nice to get that first game under your belt. Keep that momentum going. And just McNally's unable to get, I think, as many good looks sometimes on these serves from Świątek. Just not picking up where Świątek's going to serve. Good, better variety from Świątek.
Our man August
Yes, what's happening?
August Holmgren has got a break of serve in the 4th set on Thomas Mahash. At 6-5, he's serving to send it to a 5th set. Do you want a time on that one?
Yes, I do. I'm
3 hours and 20 minutes out there on court 12.
I actually thought it was going to be a little bit longer than that.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, I thought you saw the same exact thing I saw.
We'll tell you about what the oohs are for in a sec. As McNally serves, down the tee misses. It's because Marin Cilic has taken the opening set from Jackie Boy Draper. 6-4. Ooh. Second serve here for McNally. Serve. Big forehand from Swiatek goes long on the return. It's 15-love. This is a must-hold for McNally. Can't afford to go down early on in the set as she has in the previous 2. Not with the way that Swiatek's playing now. So we wait, and the serve onto the forehand of Swiatek goes long, too long, and it's 30-love.
Like that, McNally's just consistently going to that same serve on the ad side. She's getting a lot of free points from Swiatek.
Not in for the 7 volley just yet. 30-love, the serve goes into the nets. Second serve. And the serve. Big cross-court forehand from Swiatek. Dug out by McNally. Back there again goes Swiatek. Up the line from McNally, too big.
That's the right shot to go for. Sorry, Peter.
No, that's all right. Just going to say that range from McNally, just the radar a little off. It's 30-15.
But I think it's the right shot to go for. I agree with you. I mean, she just has to make sure she does it with authority consistently. She can't even doubt herself for a second, because that's where she starts to lose control. She lifts off the ball.
So now we wait, and the serve. Onto the forehand, big forehand from Swiatek, dug out by McNally. Now in the ad court, trying to bring that backhand up the line, can't do so. And it's 30 all. Swiatek, the radar's back on again. I think just playing with slightly more margin than what we saw in the opening set.
But to me, it's a lot the response too, right? The errors that were bothering her so much, we're not even knowing if they're bothering her anymore, because she's staying within herself, not letting that frustration get the better of her.
So 30 all. There's the serve into the nets. Second serve. And to this one, with Swiatek on the baseline, will be played as a forehand up the middle of the court, and then shanked by McNally. It goes long, and it's another break point here for Swiatek at 30-40.
Just a little bit on her back foot more often. McNally, we were praising her so much in that first set for going after that ball, for not hesitating, really allowing her momentum to go forward, and now just slightly more on her back foot.
Important moment here for Iga Swiatek. McNally at 30-40 will serve. Too big down the tee. Second serve. And this one onto the backhand of Swiatek. Got it cross court but wide. And again, just into her hitting zone, just a little bit too much for a juice.
Into Swiatek's hitting zone. Yeah, because I felt like, I mean, even though Swiatek missed that, I feel like Katie would maybe still feel the pressure of that. I think she got away with that error from Swiatek. I think even Swiatek knows that, because she's ready to go already for this next point.
As McNally serves onto the forehand of Swiatek, ends on the baseline. Well dug out by McNally with a backhand. Now another backhand, this time in the middle of the court. Backhand from Swiatek. Backhand to backhand they go. Now switching the forehand is Swiatek. Good depth of shot. McNally just gets it back. Now she's in the ad court, having to play a slice backhand. Swiatek goes up the line. Cross-court forehand. Good angle from McNally. Swiatek's there playing up the line. Slice backhand. Good rally this one from McNally. Cross-court forehands from both players. That's big from McNally. Lands on the baseline. She scurries across to play another backhand up the line. Swiatek's controlling things. Cross-court forehand. Dug out again by McNally. She's going into the ad court. How can she keep this up? Puts in a shorter ball, and that's going to be finished by Swiatek. No problem at all. Oh, she ran an absolute mile there to Katie McNally. She's down on her haunches. the longest rally at 24 shots, and Świątek has another break point.
Yeah, I just got a close-up of Świątek, too, not even breathing heavily after that long rally. McNally had to work so hard to stay in the point, and I think the last shot was just sort of a desperation, didn't quite know what to do. It's kind of a half drop shot, half slice in between her mind, and just let Świątek attack that short ball.
So the serve from McNally, backhand picked up by Świątek up the line. McNally digs it out with a forehand. Big forehand from Świątek onto the backhand of McNally up the line. Cross-court forehand from Świątek, blocked back by McNally. Same sort of rally up the line. Oh, Świątek's missed again. Oh, she could have just kept having the ball on a string. She put it long and we're at deuce.
Another good hustle, though. Świątek on the defense again throughout that rally. That point still on Świątek's racket. She's definitely the one dictating right now.
Got an update on our man, August.
Tell me.
7-5, the fourth set. We're off to a fifth set.
Wow.
Court 12.
Well, we knew it. We thought so, right?
Thomas Mahach. Now, well, there's a tissue that's errantly blowing around near one of the player chairs. It's going to be Świątek who has to go and pick it up because, like the towels, the ball kids can't go and rescue it. Just shoves it into her bag and now races back out again. Yeah, so here, unlike some of the other tournaments around the world, players can't get their towels from the ball kids. And that extends to tissues and other bits and pieces too. So we reset. We're at deuce. Second game, final set. And McNally serving into the net. Second serve. Onto the backhand, up the line from Świątek, dug out by McNally. It's a half-court ball. Świątek goes cross-court. McNally goes back behind her. It's in, up the line from Świątek. High ball from McNally. It's going to go wide. Bit of razzle-dazzle from McNally. Didn't get the point, but gets a hearty round of applause.
I think that deserves an applause. That was some good improvisation there from McNally. Showed such good athleticism. That was her only shot, her only choice. She completely overran the ball.
Well, what it is another break point, the third opportunity for Świątek here. And McNally prepares again. It's had to work so hard in this game. On the serve, onto the Świątek backhands, cross court. McNally goes up the line, cross court forehand from Świątek. McNally there again with a deeper ball. Świątek going to the McNally backhand this time. Just in the middle of the court is Świątek. McNally trying to play backhand up the line. Will go again that way. Świątek with the forehand, good angle, slice there from McNally. Cross back up the line again from Świątek. Dug out again from McNally, getting shorter and shorter, and the cross court forehand winner from Świątek. McNally couldn't run anymore. Just absolutely could not run anymore. That's your break of serve. It's 2-love Świątek final set.
I mean, you can just hear the effort from McNally. That's her grunting. She's working so hard throughout these points. You got to give massive credit to Świątek just to keep that pressure on. She never backed off in those rallies.
56 metres McNally ran in that rally to 47 overall. 2,241 metres for McNally, 2,014 for Świątek. So the serve from Świątek. Got the advantage now. It's 2-love final sets. And another take two on the ball toss. Overcast now here on centre court. And the serve wide. We're ready now for the second serve. Stepping in is McNally, playing an off backhand. Świątek's there with the forehand up the line. Backhand up that line from McNally. And Świątek in reply, the forehand back up that line, goes long. Love 15.
She can't believe it. She definitely thought that one was going to dip back down in the court. But from the height of it, it looked like it might have, but it just missed from Świątek.
By the way, has anyone claimed August out of the qualifying?
I don't think so.
Is anyone on the bandwagon? You or Barry Cowan or whoever was
not me
claiming August? No. Okay, I'm going to lead that bandwagon charge. If he gets over the line, I'm right on board. The August train in July.
Do you claim him?
I'm claiming him now.
Oh, well, that's not fair. I try and do that. I can't get away with that.
The serve here from Świątek. The serve One of the backhand of McNally. It's a deep ball dug out by Świątek. Three-quarter court ball. Big forehand from McNally going for it. Oh, she's passed again. Cross-court forehand winner from Świątek. McNally trying to up the ante, but Świątek rock solid at the back of the court.
Yeah,
15 all.
Covered that corner well. Świątek, again, anticipating. Excellent. Still have to produce a shot, though, but she loves that target when her opponents come into the net. Just seeing that opening, especially the dipper cross, well executed.
Oh, the big dipper. So we're about to cross the 2-hour mark for the match. Świątek 15 all. The serve goes long. Slams that ball away to Świątek. Second serve. And we wait for this ball to come in. Off backhand from McNally. Cross-court backhand from Świątek. Slice backhand from McNally at the middle of the court. Drifting ball. Cross-court forehands from Świątek and goes to the McNally forehand again. Big rally this one. Going into the 8 court is Świątek. Good backhand cross from McNally. They're playing cross-court forehand and playing it too big. Is Katie McNally. It's 30-15.
Really finding her range now. Świątek, I was just looking at the consistent, what's the unforced errors in this third set? You find these numbers faster than I do.
Unforced errors is 4 for Świątek, 2 for McNally.
Okay.
No winners, though, for McNally in the set.
Yeah.
And 3 for Świątek. He's at 30-15, and the serve blocked back by McNally. Cross-court forehand from Świątek, and that's big from McNally again. Too much. It's 40-15 points for 3-love now in this final set.
Great feet from Świątek. She was so on top of that return up to the ball very quickly, just to take time away from McNally.
So now we wait for the serve to come in. Nope. Take 2 on the ball toss again. And the serve. A backhand picked up by McNally at the middle of the court. Backhand to backhand they go this time. Świątek. This one takes a net ball short. Slice up the line from McNally. Cross court from Świątek. It's good. McNally gets there, tries to play the backhand volley. It goes straight down. And it's 3-love now for Iga Świątek, getting the job done in this second round ladies singles match on the Wimbledon radio channel. Live around the world, as is Marin Cilic, by the way. 6-4, 2-love now on Jackie Boy.
Yeah, I just saw that. I'd break right away.
And they haven't started the final set on court number 12 between August Holmgren and Thomas Mahach. I may still be able to get out there for the conclusion of that one.
That is
true. The way things are going.
Oh, my goodness.
Might be able to see my way clear to getting out there to finish
I think you would enjoy that, right? I mean, you started that match.
Yeah, it's an enjoyable match.
It's always nice to finish a match that you started.
Gail Monfils and Maton Fucevic are on court 18. They're just getting their match started.
Wow.
Well, it's 5:54.
Oh, that's true. I feel like it's a lot later.
Plenty of time.
Yeah.
Come on, Jill.
No, plenty of time. I just feel like it's a lot later.
Well, it must mean Ludmila Samsonova had a win earlier.
I can fill in my draw.
You can keep going with your draw sheet. So that's the last match on court 18, court 12.
What was the score?
I don't know.
Oh.
But I know it was.
That's okay. I can find it.
Stand by. Oh, hang on. Here we go. I'll push this one and I'll push that one. And 6-2, 6-1.
Wow. Okay.
Right. Got that back sorted. Still got Clara Towson and Anna Kalinskaya to play on court number 12. Daria Kazakina, the Aussie, take on Irina Camelia Begu. Ben Shelton and Rinky Hijikata still going. They haven't played. Sorry.
What happened with Yastremska?
All right. Well, let's just have our off-air meeting on air. Let me see if I can find it. Of course, you can find all these on.
It's right there, 6-all in the third set.
They're in the midst of a tie-break. Yastremska 4 points to 2 on their way to 10 there. Of course, all the scores and everything, the Wimbledon app, Wimbledon website. As Katie McNally serving at love 3 in this final set. A challenge now large for the American. So the crowd hushed. Good crowd, of course, here on centre court. McNally serves to the forehand of Świątek. Back in that direction. High ball from Świątek. The service line. McNally waits for this ball to come down. It gets awkward on it, but does well. Overhead. Up the middle of the court is okay. It's 15-love.
I made a noise because that could have been tricky. I mean, she was so set up. She was set up for the overhead so early, the bouncing overhead, and at the last second, just it didn't come up high at all. But she did well to get her legs down to make sure she could hit up at the ball.
Serve here onto the backhand of Świątek, right near the baseline, dug out by McNally. Forehand up the middle of the court from Świątek. She'll have another one this time. Put it into the juice court. McNally with a cross forehand, well wide. It's 15-all. Too heavy a ball from Świątek now.
Well, it's an angle forehand, too. I think McNally almost seems to me like she panics when she's been spread so far out wide because the whole court is open. If she doesn't do a ton with that ball, with the way how well Świątek moves, she knows she could be in trouble. And so she hasn't been able to connect with that ball very well on that wide shot.
As a serve here, blocked back by Świątek. It's a half-court ball from McNally. He's now at the net, trying to delicately just place a backhand volley cross-court. She put it into the net instead. It's 15-30. Real problems now for McNally.
I was going to say, it's going fast, right? Like McNally, I'd like to see her just take her time. She's doing exactly that, just trying to pick which ball she wants to serve with. But at this moment, take those full 25 seconds that you have in between the point. Try and slow things down on Świątek.
15-30. McNally serves. This takes the net. And Świątek hit it straight at her. That's what the out call is. The line's still on. McNally just dropped the ball in front of her. Second serve, backhand picked up by Świątek. Again, scrambling is McNally. Cross-court forehand from Świątek in the middle of the court. Complete control now. It's 15-40.
So good. What a good return. And then to follow it up with that forehand angle off the court once again from Świątek. Incredible amount of intensity from Świątek's side of the court.
Yes, picked it up. Got off to a great start, then was pegged back in the opening set. Taking control since then. McNally facing more break points. It's onto the backhand of Świątek. That goes wide.
Oh, good
the
change
return,
up.
30-40.
Yeah, good change up on the serve. Just flat down the tee. Haven't seen her use that one that much on the deuce side.
So we wait now for McNally. Break points won, 4 of 12 for Świątek through the match. The serve here onto the big forehand of Świątek. Scrambling again is McNally. It's a short ball. Świątek goes to the north forehand. High ball from McNally at the service line. The overhead from Świątek was put up again by McNally. Same spot, forehand drive volley. McNally gets there again. This is going to go wide. It's going to be another break of serve. It's going to be 4-love for Iga Świątek here on centre court, final set.
She's playing such a flawless third set so far. Świątek. Intensity has definitely risen from the pole.
Yep, Iga Świątek, the winner of this match, to play Danielle Collins in the third round. That's going to be a fun one. Get the popcorn out for that. Assuming it's going to be Iga Świątek. It's looking that way at the moment. But let's see. Still got to finish it off. 4-love final set. Świątek serves, blocked back by McNally. Floating ball. Świątek goes up the line. McNally full stretch, slice backhand. Drop shot from Świątek. Coming forward is McNally. Dinks it cross court, but Świątek's there. Doesn't quite put it away. She puts it out, in fact. Good scrambling again from McNally. It's taking a lot of work just to win these points. It's love 15.
Yeah, it's taking a shot like that to be able to move up to that drop shot and use those nice hands to hit that angle cross court from McNally.
Świątek gets ready now. Love 15, the serve into the net. Just gone 6 p.m. here in London this Thursday evening. Day number 4 of the championships. Into the third round of matches tomorrow. Have it all for you on the Wimbledon radio channel, the serve. One of the backhand of McNally, ripped cross court, and that's gone big from Świątek. It's love 30.
It's probably one of McNally's biggest return of serves in this third set. Just really went after that. Just got to do a little bit more that she did so well in that first set.
So Świątek at love 30. And the serve down the tee, blocked back by McNally. Half-court ball for Świątek. Goes cross-court for a winner. The +1 good. It's 15-30.
Great serve and such a short return that McNally actually had to guess which direction Swiatek was going. That's how offensive her position was. And Swiatek just nicely hit that into the open court.
So now the serve coming in into the net from Swiatek. 15:30. 2 hours and 8 minutes on court. Here on centre courts, Wimbledon radio channel here for 2025. Another second serve. Swiatek onto the backhand of McNally. Big backhand against, gone wide from Swiatek. So a break-back point, or a couple of them here for McNally at 15:40.
But right after that miss too, Swiatek right away, just jumping up and down, moving her feet, trying to keep that intensity up.
Well, she's been in this familiar position plenty of times throughout the match. More often than not, found a way through. The Swiatek serve, just blocked back by McNally. Three-quarter court ball. She's made it on the baseline as Swiatek. The off forehand in the corner of the ad court. And McNally can't believe it. It's 30-40.
Well, I think everyone hesitated for a moment. Even Swiatek froze to see if that ball was going to land in. Again, just hitting the back of the line.
You throw your head back and go, come on, really? 30-40, still another break point though for McNally. There's Swiatek. The serve blocked back by McNally into the net. And it's juice. And every time she's been, or more often than not when she's been under pressure, she's come up with a big first serve.
Yeah. And made sure she got the first serve in and still going after it. But the placement's just been impeccable.
So now, Swiatek at juice, the serve, going long. As McNally just waits on the baseline. And the serve, onto the backhand. McNally looking to come in, go play a low backhand volley, went under a racket in the end. Cross-court backhand winner from Swiatek and goes to game point for 5-love.
I think it's just because it was so fast coming back to McNally. I mean, she didn't even have time to split step. Just her momentum was kept running forward, just couldn't get balanced. That was nice and low from Swiatek.
It's total control now. There's Swiatek. Game point for 5-love. The serve, blocked back by McNally. Swiatek goes to the off forehand. Slice backhand from McNally. Sits up for Swiatek. Goes to the cross-court forehand. McNally goes up the line. Gets a short reply from Swiatek. She races up to the net and puts it away. That'll bring the crowd into the equation a little bit. We're at juice.
Well, that caught Swiatek by surprise, actually. She thought she already had the .1. And McNally, we haven't seen her make that forehand down the line in a while. And so I think that's why it just caught Swiatek off guard.
Maybe a little twist at the end. Maybe. We'll see. Swiatek prepares for love. Juice. And we'll deliver this first serve onto the forehand of McNally. It's up the middle of the court. Swiatek goes into the 8 court. Ball put up by McNally, and that's going to be cut off at the net. Nice forehand volley coming forward from Swiatek, and another game points for 5-love. Final set.
She's got a nice, again, a nice short reply on the return from McNally to be able to really get aggressive on that approach shot.
Another game point. There's Swiatek. And the serve. Onto the backhand of McNally. It's mishits. It's wide. It's 5-love now for Iga Swiatek. Looking particularly good to move through to round 3 here of the championships again. And she'll come out, and it'll be McNally serving to stay in the match here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Meanwhile, Marin Cilic 4-1 up on Jack Draper on #1 court in the second set. Wow, indeed. How's August going? They've just started the final set. Mahac holding, so it's on serve early stages there. We'll keep you up to date with all those scores around the place. Yannick Sinner to come next. Yeah, all on track now for Iga Swiatek here, the 8th seed, 5-love in the final set against Katie McNally. And McNally coming back from quite a serious injury and surgery, and has put up a good performance today, but it's just been Swiatek that step ahead.
Well, I think her performance has been great, but you're right. I think it's been Swiatek that has just brought such good intensity, especially to this third set. But McNally was down 4-1 in the first as well, and she fought hard. She started playing a very aggressive style of game, started mixing it up, throwing in some serve and volleys, has been very adept at the net when she's come forward. But I think did take her foot off the gas slightly in that second set, which allowed Swiatek to lift. But the first game of the third set, Swiatek has just been on top of her, almost hasn't allowed McNally a moment to take a breath. That's how aggressive and intense she's been in this third set.
Well, Katie McNally, it'd be great just for the match, I think, that she gets on the board here.
New balls.
And she'll have some new Schlesingers to work with. It's love 5, final set. 2 hours and 14 minutes on court. McNally from the far end and the forehand into the net from Swiatek. It's 15 love.
Yeah, I mean, I think you always want it. She's going to fight to the end. And we were talking about, how she has been away from the sport with injuries, elbow surgery. And I think just the gratification that she's had to be able to come back and compete.
Onto the forehand here of Swiatek. Cross-court forehand from McNally. That's good depth from Swiatek. McNally scrambling now in the 8-court, playing cross-court backhand into the corner. Cross-court, lovely angle from Swiatek. Now in control of everything. It's 15 all.
That's just too good. Great spot from Swiatek. Good movement, extension through the ball. But yes, I mean, my point was McNally, she's going to give it her heart out there until the end.
She certainly has shown that today. The serve from McNally onto the backhand of Swiatek into the 8-court. Cross-court backhand from McNally, matched by Swiatek, and Swiatek goes wide.
Good angle of her own there from McNally. Good way to get Swiatek way off the court.
So we'll be in the 160s in terms of a ranking. We'll still have the protected ranking for a little while longer. So opportunities abound for her just to build that confidence. Certainly will take plenty out of this, even though she may not get the win. Big forehand return from Swiatek up the line from McNally, and Swiatek goes into the net. So game points for McNally to get on the board here in this final set.
Interesting reaction there from Swiatek. That's the first time we've seen her flustered really in this third set for making a mistake. She's been so sharp.
Very, very sharp. Absolutely. As McNally, game points. The serve onto the backhand of Swiatek. Up the line goes McNally with a forehand slice. Backhand goes long from Swiatek. And I think that's fair. McNally to get on the board here in the final set doesn't deserve a bagel with the way that she's played today. It's 5-1 Swiatek.
Swiatek leads 5-1.
A nice appreciation from the crowd there from McNally. Just gave a little smirk to the crowd when she got the applause to get on the board.
You can add down to your Stremska, to your draw sheet.
I did already.
All right, sorry.
She won that third set 7-6, 10-8 in that final set tiebreak against Zakharova.
Okay, just take my money, it's fine.
I'm on top of things.
Swiatek serving for the match now. The serve goes long. As she repairs again. Iga Swiatek serving from the royal box end, which is pretty full now. And this second serve. Onto the backhand. McNally, it's off backhand. It's a clean winner. Going back with the flight of the ball, and it's love 15.
Well, I think she's going to just swing freely now, right? I mean, down 5 love and now 5-1. Might as well just loosen up a little bit, go after the ball. It was a great return.
In Australian parlance, she's going to have a crack.
Yes.
She's going to have a crack. Have a go. As Swiatek serving. Love 15, the serve onto the backhand of McNally. Back out the middle of the court from Swiatek. Now we'll go with the cross-court forehand. Big cross-court forehand from McNally. Lands in, up the line goes Swiatek. Cross-court backhand from McNally. Got Swiatek on the defensive. This drop shot doesn't go over from McNally. It had a sort of half look and just sort of came down the line of the net. It's 15 all.
That was almost an incredible drop shot. It looked like it had great backspin on it. Just needed a little bit more height to get it over the net. Not a bad option from McNally.
The way it was going, it's probably going to, if it did get over, go straight back
into
the net.
Yes, exactly.
Would have made it tricky. 15 all. As Swiatek prepares. And the serve. Blocked back by McNally. It's on the baseline, dug out by Swiatek, who goes with a backhand up the line. Cross-court forehand from McNally. Swiatek going with the big ball, again off the baseline. McNally running side to side again. Slice backhand. Cross-court forehand from Swiatek. McNally can't keep going. That forehand up the line goes long. And it's 30-15, 2 points from the match.
That is just exceptional ball striking from Swiatek. Again, a lot flatter and harder throughout that entire rally. Just shooting through the court.
Well, controlling the point again. It's been the theme from set 2 onwards for the most part for Iga Swiatek. As you'd expect from the 8th seed. 5-1, 30-15, final set. 2 points from the match. Swiatek, the serve goes into the net. And prepares again. Takes plenty of time on this second serve. And the serve. Onto the backhand of McNally up the middle of the court, dug out by Swiatek. McNally with the cross-court forehand is deep and pushed into the net by Swiatek. We're at 30-all.
Yeah, that just in front of the baseline. Excellent depth from McNally.
Winner to play Danielle Collins in the 3rd round. At the moment it's looking like it's going to be Iga Swiatek, but we'll see. 30-all, 5-1. Final set. Still 2 points from the match. Take 2 on the ball toss. Getting a bit of latitude from the umpire as well. Serve onto the backhand of McNally. Cross-court backhand from Swiatek. McNally going up the line. Cross-court forehand from Swiatek is deep. Take out again by McNally. And that's too big again from Swiatek. And again, McNally making her play. She says, come on, crowd, get around me.
I mean,
got to break points.
That's a good indication that, you know, she's starting to feel better out there in these last couple games. McNally just feeling the energy.
Well, now a break point. Swiatek has been under pressure on her serve, but found ways through. There's this serve. Onto the forehand of McNally. It's up the line, blocked back by Swiatek. McNally waits, hits a cross-court forehand, misses. We go back to Juice.
Oh,
it didn't miss
close.
by much.
Yeah.
Wow, wasn't a zoomer.
Well, Swiatek looked twice too. I was unsure if she actually missed that ball.
Wasn't a zoomer. It's kind of in the frame. Close. I'll go with close.
I think it's a zoomer.
Not a zoomer. As a serve here from Swiatek. Blocked back by McNally. It's just on the baseline. Dug out by Swiatek. Awkwardly, she missed it. That ball just stopped on the baseline, right in the worn patch there. And it's a second break point for McNally.
Yeah, that can happen. You could see Swiatek was moving backwards and almost moved back probably a little bit too much. That ball just did not come to her. Couldn't adjust on time.
So now we wait as Swiatek again under pressure for McNally. 2 of 13 break points converted today. And the serve goes long from Swiatek. Bouncing around at the back of the court. McNally familiar on the baseline for this second serve. And we wait. The serve eventually will come. Again, Swiatek taking so much time. Just maybe building a little pressure on this second ball. She wants to get it right. And does. Onto the backhand of McNally. Backhand cross court from Swiatek. Slice backhand from McNally. Off backhand from Swiatek. A looping forehand. That's going to go long from McNally. That ball shooting off the court.
Yeah.
And we're back to Juice.
Yeah, it's very penetrating on the backhand from Swiatek right now. And again, another one landing right on the baseline. Such good accuracy from Swiatek.
So Swiatek, again, 2 points away from the match. Just being held up somewhat by McNally as the serve from Swiatek. Onto the backhand of McNally. It's mishit. It's near her chair. She throws her hands up. That one brought up a puff of dust as well. And now we have a match point for Iga Swiatek, the 8th seed. 2 hours and 22 minutes on court. And the opportunity to move through to round 3 here again. There's the serve. Blocked back by McNally, gets over. Oh, that's a mishit by Swiatek. That flies well long. Hey, let's go back to Juice for the 3rd time. Why not?
Great block return from McNally. He was able to keep that chip return nice and low.
So Swiatek just being delayed somewhat here. Prepares from the royal box end. The serve Onto the backhand of McNally. It sits up in the ad court. Cross court back. Oh, no, up the line into the net from Swiatek. And third break point opportunity for McNally, and the crowd want to see a little bit more of this one.
It almost looked like Swiatek changed her mind there on what shot to hit.
So I thought she was going to go
I
cross.
did, yeah,
she was shaping for it.
I think she thought so too.
So a break point for McNally out of all of this. Third opportunity in this game. There's Swiatek, the serve, into the net. Second serve. As McNally waits. A long time between first and second serves for Swiatek. She delivers the second ball. Backhand, it was a jamming serve. Excellent serve by Iga Swiatek. Right into the body. McNally couldn't do anything with it. We're at juice for the fourth time.
She was trying to get around to hit that backhand so badly, McNally. That's the spin that she thought it would be a better option, and just ended up catching herself in a worse position. Great body serve.
So now, again, 2 points away. Swiatek. The serve to the forehand of McNally lands near the baseline. Cross-court backhand from Swiatek. Slice backhand from McNally is deep. A ball up the line by Swiatek. Now we'll play a cross-court forehand. Forehand to forehand, we go in the juice court. McNally with plenty of angle matched by Swiatek, and McNally goes long. And that is another match point here for Iga Swiatek. Her second chance to wrap it up.
Just that slight change up on the last forehand from Swiatek. A little bit more loft and heaviness on the ball. Got the error.
Ready now, match point for Iga Swiatek. And the serve as an ace. That will feel very, very good. Was challenged early and then asserted her authority on the contest, as the world number 8 should. Gets it done nicely. Through to round 3 here of the championships, Iga Swiatek. 5-7, 6-2, 6-1. 2 hours and 25 minutes. Takes the applause of the crowds. And when she was in control, she was unstoppable today here on centre court.
It was incredible. If I just take that third set, incredible third set there from Swiatek, the way she finished. She was pushed in that first set. Of course, had quite a bit of lead, 4-1, but you got credit to McNally, played so well, made Swiatek lift her level, but the way Swiatek went about that third set was just impressive. If she goes into the next round and starts that way, it is going to be so dangerous. Her intensity, her focus, so when she went after the ball, loved the way she was striking through the ball a bit more in that third set on the grass, and just very, very consistent. But McNally should be proud of herself. It's great to see her back. She's had some injury struggles, just coming off surgery. This is a great new experience for her to be back, and just happy that she's able to compete again.
Nice round of applause too from the crowd.
Yeah.
She went to get her towels and throw one into the crowd, but Swiatek through again. This is time number 5, really. 5th year that she's made it to the 3rd round here at the championships. Last year out in round number 3, 2022, out in round number 3, quarterfinalists in 2023, and 4th round in 2021. So we'll hear from her in just a few moments, but 7-5, she was up, got off to a great start, but then credit to Katie McNally, changed her tactics and got the result. She takes the applause now for the crowd. Plenty to work with there for Katie McNally and her team. A great effort from her today. Really pushed the 8th seed. And she might go over and sign a few. No, she's going to give a towel. That's nice as well. And she'll leave the court. Her ranking now inside the top 200 again. And it won't be at that level for too much longer. You suspect it'll go a lot higher. But our winner is Iga Swiatek, getting it done in 5-7, 6-2, 6-1 in 2 hours and 25 minutes. Let's hear from our winner now, who's chatting on call with Rishi Prasad.
Iga, congratulations on coming through that match. Tell us how you turned it around after that first set.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I started the match well, so I knew that my game is there. I lost it, for a second, and for sure Katie used that, did some errors that shouldn't have happened. So I knew, at the beginning of the second set that I got this,
you know, with me. I just need to use it and be more intense and be more accurate, you know, with preparation before the shot. And I just try to improve and kind of like on a practice, you know, and I'm happy it worked.
It worked brilliantly. You came back to win the second and third set. But I presume it was a tough match for you because you know Katie so well, having won the girls' doubles at the French Open all those years ago.
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty funny, you know, because I remember these matches pretty well, you know, and this 2018 was like my last year in juniors, so also, you know, losing against her in semis of Roland Garros, that was probably my most heartbreaking loss in junior career. Yeah, we know each other pretty well, and I really like Katie, you know, she's pretty down to earth, and her family is also, you know, super nice always, and like really supportive. So it's one of these people that make you feel like, I don't know, you're not only rivals on tour, but you can also like respect each other and like each other. So I'm happy that she's back and she's injury free, because for sure, you know, she has the game to play well.
You've got the game to play well as well. As we know, here at Wimbledon, a junior champion, and of course you got to the final in Bad Homburg just recently. Is your confidence coming back to what it used to be to have a deep run here?
Well, yeah, I mean, I played really solid matches there, so for sure that gave me a lot of confidence. I gotta say that the court is totally different though. So it's not easy to adjust, especially, you know, when the practice courts are already like used for 2 weeks, and this beauty is just played like few hours a day. So I'm just trying to, yeah, adjust and feel these courts as well as I did in the Bad Homburg. And any match, you know, honestly, it's not that bad that I played a long match today, because I had more time here on the center court. So gotta appreciate it and just focus on the next one.
And how's the collection of towels going?
Well, I was thinking I'm not gonna be, I don't know, I gotta balance it. Now that everybody's watching me, it's not so fun, you know? Now I gotta be careful, you know? So, yeah, but it's going pretty well. Everybody in the team got one already, so they're super happy, and, you know, this is one of the reasons we come to Wimbledon, so.
Great news. Congratulations, Iga Świątek.
And, well, that collection will be doubled. She keeps going through the tournament. Just keep collecting towels along the way, Jill.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a secret, I think. She doesn't want not anymore. She doesn't want anyone to know, but
not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame her for wanting to collect all those towels, but yeah, very gracious, I thought, with the words with Katie McNally about Katie McNally. They know each other for so long, and I love the fact that, you know, doesn't feel like a rival. Loves the fact that her and her family seem so grounded and have a good perspective on things. It was good to see, or good to hear.
Playing in juniors together.
Yeah.
Becomes another American battle for Iga Świątek in the next round. Danielle Collins, how do you see that
Completely
one
different
playing
game
out?
style, though.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's going to be tough. Danielle's another one I feel like could be super dangerous on the grass. Already proven that getting into the third round. She loves these kind of matchups, loves the big stage, loves playing the top players, and we know she has the capability to take them out, so that's going to be a tough go.
Yeah, did you see enough there in Świątek? I mean, you mentioned at the start no one's really talking about her as a contender for the title. Anything to sort of move the needle one way or the other?
The third set, it really impressed me. Really, I know we said she got off to a great start, but you know, when her opponent lifted, that's where she started making the errors, but she cleaned everything up in that third set. The third set was spectacular from her.
Yeah, it was,
Yeah.
and really got it together, as a champion should. Hey, how's August going? They're on serve 4-3 in the final set.
You better run over there.
Thomas Marsh. It's getting to an exciting conclusion. I'm sure we'll have bits and pieces on that a little bit later on. And, of course, Marin Cilic 2 sets up on Jack Draper. Ooh. See how that one plays out on the number 1 court. But up here next on centre court, our final match for day number 4. It is Alexander Vukic, the Australian, taking on Yannick Sinner, the world number 1. And that won't be too far away. About 9 minutes from the players arriving out on court. It'll be Rupert Bell and Barry Cowan to take you through that match. We'll take a short little break from our centre court channel, flick across to the main channel to get everything else.
Okay, so let's take a look then.
What's happening on the number 1?
There we go. Mute that. Let's take a look what's happening around the rest of Wimbledon with clearboarding.
She made the quarterfinals 3 years ago. At all of the other Grand Slams, she has been considerably more successful than in the French Open. 4 times, for example. Anyway, she dropped the first set but came back in 3 to beat Katie McNally. She was particularly good. 6-2, 6-1. The next 2 sets, she suddenly upped it a whole lot. Blowing kisses at the crowd on centre court. Who will next up get to enjoy the world number 1, Yannick Sinner? The Italian is taking on Alexander Vukic from Australia. So that match still to come on centre court. But here on BBC One, where we are with you until 7 o'clock, at which point we'll be switching to BBC Two. We are hoping for the big Jack Draper fight back.
Yeah, well, that's coming up as well, but in about 9 minutes' time, we're still going to be on everything else around so far at Wimbledon. But while we're here, let's check in with what's going on that court.
In between, and to the side, there's a 2 court and 12 down to the left of the picture.
Got fed up with just rallying. Take that. 30 low.
Coming in.
Let's go live now to centre 1 court.
Takes it. One of the best rallies of the match. The kind of rally, the kind of point that could lift. Jack Draper certainly lifts this crowd.
15.
There's only some frustration in those forehands. That's more like the Jack Draper we've come to know and they certainly love. Big moments here.
Love 30.
The first time we've really seen him rip a couple of forehands, get out after the ball.
Striking it with a real venom now, Draper, putting the pressure on Cilic.
Love 40.
Everybody pumps up inside number 1 court. action from Marin Cilic acknowledged. 2 break points remain.
15-30.
Two gone, one left. If by chance he was able to get a second serve here, I feel he has to do a bit more with it. That love 40 point, he went just neutral to get the ball back through the center of the court. I feel he's got to start looking for some forehands on the second serve.
Last chance for now.
Time version warning, Mr. Cilic. Please, please.
He did hit 0. Big moment.
Please, guys, please. No.
Goes for it, gets it, has the break, Jack Draper. They don't need any further encouragement to get on their feet around number 1 court.
Draper leads 3 games to 1.
Well done in that game. He had the courage and conviction to really go after a couple of forehands in the first opening points, and then that backhand was huge.
Thank you. Players are ready. Thank you.
So what might happen here for Cilic? He's been striking the ball so purely. His weight of shot has been really high. In fact, for most of this match, he's been hitting it much harder than Jack Draper. Now the scoreline changes. That pace will drop off and give Draper more chance. That's what you hope, at least.
Nicely done.
15-all. Let's first.
Lana got away with it a little bit too much in the drop shot, but well recovered.
30-15.
He had enough of the racket and ball on the strings to have made that.
40-15.
30-30.
Just wants to get back to that chair, Jack Draper, with the break and backing it up.
Spectator saying, what was that? And we all agree.
Advantage, Draper.
Maintains the advantage in this third set. They're all coming to life.
4 games to 1, third set. Cheating by 2 sets alone.
A lot of life. But it's different. I mean, it's a different feel about the place, but we've noticed that you can see it, and we can back it up with the numbers, that he is hitting the ball with a bit more aggression.
Well, there was going to be a moment when Cilic was definitely going to come off the quality that he had played. Now, he didn't come off it badly. He just came off it in his weight of shot. That allowed Jack to be a bit more aggressive. But it was all set up by those forehands that he was able to get in and really have a good crack at. And that just got Cilic on the back foot ever so slightly, and there was, as I say, there was going to be a moment where he started thinking about the scoreline. Concentration levels will change, and you have those ebbs and flows in 5 sets, and this is where Jack's done a great job to be ready to jump in when that happened.
And once you have that break, my goodness, you're looking for the assurance of a double break.
Love 15.
Six of those now in the match.
It's 15 on.
But he tends to just take them in his stride, the doubles, and let it unsettle him.
Yeah, it's been a trait throughout his career that he can get a little wobbly on serve.
That's great. Wonderful power on the ground strokes, clean hitting.
30-15.
Yeah, he's interesting with his serve because the motion is good. The first serve at times is an effective weapon, but the second serve is where he has trouble.
Draper able to attack that one.
30 all.
Peter Crouch in the house. Find yourself sitting behind him. Oh. And here is the opportunity for that double break.
30-40.
So we're almost getting set then to start our next match and our final here on Centre Court on day 4 of Wimbledon in 2025. We're just hopefully getting operational, but Discord is set. BBC iPlayer, however, is being a pain to try and get hold of the signal as well. Standing by, though, and ready to go, at least I hope he is Matthew Owens. He should be, hopefully, in the background. That's my internet.
Yes, we do.
Coming into it. I think my Discord's gone for a freeze as things stand, so that's always a bad sign. I say hello again to Matthew Owens. He is here, he's standing by, ready to go. And Matthew, you're going to be in for an interesting race, an interesting tennis match, I should say, coming in. The world #1, it's going to be a lot of fun, my friend. I hand down to you for the match.
And ready to go here on Centre Court. Jannik Sinner, the world's #1 player, who's won 21 of his last 22 matches in major tournaments. Only loss, of course, coming in that classic 5-set match in Paris just a few weeks ago. He will serve first, will the Italian? At the royal box end of Centre Court, serving out an ace, a swing and a miss by Vukic on his first return, so not the best start for Alexander Vukic, the Australian, ranked just inside the top 100. Sinner serves here at 15 love. Body serve blocked back by Vukic. Sinner cross-court backhand. Up the middle goes Vukic. Looped back by Sinner. Vukic goes cross-court on the forehand and strikes his first winner of the day. 15 all. Sinner with a straight set win to start his Wimbledon run over on court 1 2 days ago, beating fellow Italian Luca Nardi. $15 all. Sinner going out wide and pounding out another ace. Darren Cahill, the coach for Sinner. He, in fact, just talked to the folks at ESPN before the match. Of course, works as a pundit on ESPN, also doubles as a coach for Jannik Sinner. As Sinner serves here into the net, 30-15 in this opening game against the very much heavy underdog in Alexander Vukic. Sinner serves, backhand reply by Vukic, goes long, and it's 40-15. Vukic ranked 93rd in the world from New South Wales, Australia. Played college tennis in America at Illinois, as Sinner serves up the middle, blocked back and short of the net by Vukic, so Sinner holds serve starts. Big serving of the tall Italian, which should serve him extremely well on the grass courts here. 6:45 at Southwest 19, and Sinner off and running with the roof open in his second round encounter. And now we'll get to learn a little bit about Alexander Vukic, perhaps a player that not a lot of people know about. Made it to the third round in Melbourne at the Australian Open earlier this year, did Vukic, which is still his best result at a slam. He got here with a 4-set win on Tuesday over Singh Chun Sin, winning in a 4th set tiebreak. Serves here to the center backhand, deep return, forehand up the middle, off forehand from center, looping to the baseline, backhand by Vukic, another inside out forehand from center, shoveled on back by Vukic, backpedaling forehand by center, doesn't matter, it was out from Vukic. Love 15 for the 29-year-old that turned pro 7 years ago. Serving at love 15.
About to win the third, so he's seemingly riding the ship before it's too late.
And an ace out wide from the Australian. .128 miles per hour on the ace. 15 all. Serves here, looped back and long by center. See how long Vukic will be able to stand in here on serve. He can pop it. Misses that serve out wide. Does have one career win against a top 10 opponent. That came last year in Shanghai on hard court, beating Casper Ruud. Serves here to the backhand of center, stepping in on the approach shot. Vukic, center's pass attempt, flies long, and it's 40-15. Might not be the worst idea. Try to get to the net. Speed up center as best he can. 40-15. Vukic serves, strikes it down the tee, misses long.
That's a pretty good resume as a coach, don't you think, Cahill?
Second serve from Vukic down the tee, shoveled back by center, backhand up the middle from Vukic, pulled forehand into the deuce court by center, up the line with the forehand goes Vukic, and that slides long.
Hall of Fame career to me.
40-30. Vukic serves, big out wide. Center defends it back short. Vukic steps up with a forehand. Wow. Center somehow stretching out to that, trying to pass him. Hooks it wide. Vukic holds. And that's the way this one gets started.
Wimbledon on grass, even though there's only 3 weeks. So, yeah, John, how did he do that? Well, you lose early in the French. You can go charge up to the Birmingham Challenger if you want.
That's right.
Which is where he lost first round.
You say it with such disdain.
John McEnroe, center, serving out wide and missing. Serving at the near end, away from the royal box end. With the white baseball cap on. Both of them have it. Center serves. Backhand reply from Vukic was deep, and center can't pick it up. It's into the net. Obviously, doesn't have to be said, but a great start from Vukic would be necessary to get some confidence flowing through the veins here. His first time out on the world's greatest tennis court, and against the #1 player in the world. Here's center, serving up the tee, and an ace. Serve here up the tee, chipped back by Vukic. Off forehand from center, shoveled back cross court. Now the backhand by center. They trade backhands here. Now center slices it up the middle. Off forehand from Vukic, and center shovels it into the net. 15-30. And Vukic is into this return game.
He never stopped thinking about it. And then he went and played, I think Halle lost first round. First match he played. So, you know, his head, we're sort of interested to see how he handles it.
Toss up, serve down from center. Vukic with a good return. Center shovels it back. Squash shot from Vukic on the approach, and it just landed long, and it was a good approach shot. If that found a line, center would have been in trouble there. It's 30 all. Here's center. Being tested in this service game. Serves to the forehand of Vukic. Backpedaling off forehand from center. Backhand up the line from Vukic is really good. Center able to defend it back. Vukic is in control of the point. His forehand up the middle gets center on the defensive. And the backhand is into the net from center. So Vukic will have the match's first break point.
Yeah, watch this slide here.
He'd prefer if you didn't watch that one. That didn't work out too well.
Center facing a break point here in just his second service game. The world number one. Toss up, serve down, up the tee. Vukic paddles it back long, and that's a big serve when center needed it.
He was certainly at first or top couple of service games held last year. It's not like he's serving and volleying. He just backs it up with these incredible ground strokes.
Center serves up the tee, and that return is twirled back, fluttering wide from Vukic. The center's come up with two big first serves when he has needed it.
Hit that serve 139 miles an hour.
Wow, you know, I didn't even notice that.
And I don't think he's ever hit a serve that hard.
Game point now for center. Trying to escape what has been a tricky service game here. First serve clatters into the net. Here's the second serve. Puts it in deep to the backhand of Vukic. Big forehand there by center. Vukic on the defensive forehand up the line. Oh, and that's cranked wide on the staggering backhand from center. And we're at deuce.
And Pechi Perikar.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he served at 153 miles an hour against Taylor Fritz, who blocked it back, came in and hit a winning volley.
Yeah. Into the body. Yeah,
it was amazing.
Fritz claims he hates body serves.
Deuce serve here from center. Toss up, serve down, out wide, and that return is ripped wide by Vukic into the doubles alley to his right. Advantage center now, who has saved a break point in this game, working his way into the match. And that's what he did in the first round against Nardi. He just worked his way into it very professionally. 4-3 in love. Here's center. Serves out wide and misses. Did not spend a bunch of time on court either on Tuesday. Second serve lands into the backhand of Vukic. Backhand up the middle from center. Yanked up the line from Vukic. Center with a forehand into the deuce court corner. Now goes up the middle. It's ripped into the net from Vukic, and center works hard to hold. 2-1.
Center holds. Center leads 2 games to 1 for center.
What makes Sinner spectacular is a question people ask. I mean, he is by far the #1 ranked guy. He's effective in all departments. Well, how about his serve? First serve points 1-6, second serve, and there's the backup. John McEnroe was talking about second serve points 1. So you get into a baseline rally with him, it's going to be difficult. And the result is he wins a lot of service games. There's one element.
Well, certainly his hardcore is his best service. He can time it more easily and crack it.
Returns?
Returns, you know, not too shabby either, right?
Doesn't look bad, does it? I mean, let's be honest here, John. We should be talking about this is one of the greatest players of all time. He's playing for a 4th consecutive Grand Slam, which would mean that he's holding all 4 at the same time. I mean, that's kind of that's where he is.
He was playing Runa in Australia this year in the round of 16. They stopped the match for 40 minutes. The heat was unbearable. He was cramping in another match, you know, so he got through that. So you have to, unfortunately, with the bad.
Change of ends, and Vukic now. Positive start from him, especially in that last return game. Misses the first serve. Meanwhile, there is a match tiebreak going on court 12. That I'll try to keep you up to date on as well, as here's the serve, kicked into the forehand of center up the line, defended back into the net on a slice backhand by Vukic. That on court 12 is Tomasz Maszak. The number 21 seed has been pushed the distance by August Holmgren, ranked over 170 spots lower than him in the rankings, as the serve here from Vukic misses long. They are in a match tiebreak in which Holmgren leads at a change of ends 8 points to 4. Of course, match tiebreak is the first to 10, win by 2. Backhand return from center on the Vukic serve into a rally. Vukic with a backhand up the middle. Now up the line goes center on a change of direction, and Vukic scrambles a forehand wide. And now center is very much into this return game at love 30. Could be losing another seeded player, though, over there if Maszak can't come back. They've been going for over 4.5 hours. Here's Vukic at love 30. At the near end, first time serving on this end. High ball toss, serve down out wide. Center shovels the return back. Backhand up the middle by Vukic, and into a backhand rally here. Cross court goes center deep into the ad court corner. Now goes with a forehand up the middle. Off forehand from Vukic. Center slides into a backhand. Defensive forehand there. Oh, and center's past him beautifully with a forehand ripped up the line to game 3. Break points.
First of all, that slide, that back, I love that. I mean, I just dreamed I could do this once. Look at this, right there. Time that.
Yeah.
Slide that right as you slide ends, you can crack it and then do that. I mean, how good is
It's never too late, John. It's never too late.
Yeah, right.
Sliding like it is Roland Garros. Vukic facing 3 break points, misses the first serve. He'll have to save the first one here on a second serve. They're also on a tiebreak on court 2 in the second set. Sofia Kenin and Jessica Buzas-Monero serve is into the backhand of center, who attacks that second serve. Looking for the opening break. Backhand up the middle by Vukic. Off forehand center. Shoveled on back by Vukic. Up the line goes center. Vukic turns it cross court, and center rips a forehand wide.
An open stance
15-14
backhand that he could, you know, you could build a house on the foundations of that on a fast court sometimes, indoors, grass.
I loved his diving, but I didn't see him slide into the backhand.
No.
Diving was impeccable. One all-time best to me when he was young.
Vukic still 2 break points to save. Goes out wide. Center can't make the return. It's into the net. Meanwhile, you were hearing earlier, but just before this match started, Jack Draper has come back to take the third set against Cilic 6-1. They are into the fourth on serve at 1-2. As Draper tries to dig himself out of a large hole. Here's Vukic, still break point, serves up the tee. Center bats it back, off forehand Vukic. Center expected it, backhand up with a volley. Beautiful touch on the volley from Vukic, racing to it, and hits a winner at the net to get it to deuce. He saved 3 break points. And meanwhile, that second set tiebreak has just ended on court 2. Jessica Buzas-Monero has finished off Sofia Kenin. So that's another seed on the women's side that we've lost, the 28 seed Kenin, former Australian Open champion. Serve up the tee, Vukic misses. We're at deuce here. Holmgren has also finished it out in the match tiebreak on court 12, knocking off Mayshak. Vukic serves up the tee. Center strikes the return deep middle. Backhand up the middle there from Vukic, who then puts a backhand into the net, and Center's going to have a fourth chance to break. It's a disappointing loss for Kinnan, and it's disappointing for Mayshak as well, who led by 2-1 in that match. Another break point for Center. Vukic serves into the net. Here comes the second. In up the tee. Center rips it back up the middle. Backhand by Vukic. Now goes up the line with a forehand. Center shovels it back cross court. It was terrific. Into that ad court corner, and into the net goes Vukic, and Center has first blood here as he gets the break and goes ahead 3-1.
See that, and they just looked at me like I was speaking another language. And
now it's just computer says no.
Sinner leads 3-1.
They felt like computers when I talked to them.
Hard to win a challenge these days, that's for sure, unless we're on the clay. So Center strikes first, able to save a break point in his second service game and then convert one, and he serves at the Royal Box in 3-1. Goes out wide and misses. Meanwhile, on court 18, it's a set-all between Gael Monfils and Martin Fucsovic. That could be a very entertaining match. Here's Center serving to the forehand, blocked back by Vukic. Off forehand Center, really good into the ad court corner. It's a winner.
To balls as well as anyone I've seen at his height.
Here's Center, looking to consolidate the break. 15-love. Serves Salette. Goes up the tee and paints the line with an ace. 30-love. Looking in full control here from the start. Outside, of course, of that second service game where he did have to save a break point. 30-love serve goes out wide. Vukic unable to get it back in play, and it's 40-love. Center strolling along here as he looks to get to 4-1 here without breaking much of a sweat.
When Roger Federer went, somewhere with Bear Grylls.
Center serves out wide, blocked back by Vukic. Backpedaling forehand, ripped up the line, a winner from Center. And he is looking on point here off the word go. 4-1 up as he consolidates the break. Leads Alexander Vukic in just 20 minutes, 4-1.
Has many fans around the world. None bigger than Bear Grylls. Let me tell you, he's a devotee, and why not? He's a bigger deal corporate-wise now than he was when he was playing even. He's got more time to go and keep those sponsors happy, hasn't he, John?
He's making a fortune, God bless him. He's gotten into some ventures that have exploded. Absolutely gone crazy, so good for old Roger, or young Roger for me.
Celia Imrie there in the pink jacket in the front row. That's Shara Bear's wife. What else we got in there? All sorts of... It's a kind of a stagey day. It's an actory day. Sally Phillips there. The actress, she's the daughter of the former chairman, Tim Phillips. Very, very successful. I like Celia in that pink jacket there. She looks lovely. She bought my house.
Oh yeah, recently?
No, years and years and years ago. And she came around, didn't know who she was or anything, but finally we got her to sign it. So I like her very much.
conversations that you'll have. Here is Vukic serving at 1-4, opening set. Royal box end, serves up the tee at 127 and misses. Misses long. Second serve in out wide, center slaps the return long. I would wonder, and this is the third time that these two have played. The other two have both been on the tour level on hard courts. Straight set wins in 2 sets for center. Vukic serves out wide. Center able to make the return with the backhand. Short ball up the middle by Vukic. Center steps up with a good forehand, and then the squash shot flutters long from Vukic. I would just wonder what the strategy would be here from Vukic, having played him but not on grass. Just those 2 quick matches that center won fairly easily. Vukic serves up the center and misses. Because center is a tough guy to strategize against. Body serve here to the forehand of center. He makes the return off forehand from Vukic. Slice back cross court by center. Drop shot there from Vukic, and center gets to that in plenty of time and stashes a backhand winner up the line. And it's 15-30, and it could be... this could be a pretty quick set, the way it's going, if center were to get this break.
It's lovely, isn't it? It's a peculiar angle to look at, but that's lovely control. Brushes up the back of it.
Vukic serves. Backhand reply from center up the middle. Cross-court forehand is into the net from Vukic, and he'll face 2 break points here, and facing a 5-1 hole straight away. And this... I said it was a positive start, and it was through 3 games. It's gone terribly sideways here, though. Vukic serving up the tee and misses. Second is there. Big backhand from center up the middle, straight into the body of Vukic. Short ball back. Cross-court backhand, center really good, and the forehand into the bottom of the net from Vukic, and center gets the second break. And the world number 1 is looking the part. 5-1 up, first set.
Matthew, do you remember when we both said, oh, let's hope it'd be a quick one? I didn't expect this type of domination in the first set.
No, especially the start that Vukic had made you feel like he was in control of his nerves and his emotion. And maybe he is.
Yeah,
Center, though, can take the racket out of your hand so easily. And now center serves for the first set, trying to do it in less than half an hour. Body serve to the backhand of Vukic. Backpedaling forehand by center. Off backhand there from Vukic. Center turns it up the line. Vukic defends it back. Cross-court the backhand center, and into the net goes Vukic.
150, and the American college system, I mean, it's always been acknowledged, but I mean, surely people can see now, what is it, 26 guys in the main draw who went to college? That's a record.
He played at Illinois, did Vukic, as center serves into the net. College tennis is catching on massively with the non-American players. It really is. As center serves here. Forehand reply from Vukic. Back it up the line, put Vukic on the run. Squash shot, centers to the net. Drop volley is purely perfect. And it's 30-love. Jake Fernley, who has been on a meteoric rise here over the last year or so. He played collegiately at Texas Christian University. Hails, of course, from the United Kingdom. Took a set off Djokovic in a match here at Wimbledon last year. Had a tough draw this year with João Fonseca in the first round. 30-love serve. Blocked back by Vukic. Backing up the middle center. Turned back on the backhand by Vukic. Backhand to backhand rally here. Now center slices it up the middle. Picked up by Vukic. Off forehand from center. Vukic keeps it up the middle. Cross-court backhand center really good. Comes towards the net. Won't have to hit a volley or an overhead, however. The defensive lob from Vukic lands long. And center at 40-love has 3 set points. As I said, trying to wrap this set up in less than half an hour, which would be just what the doctor ordered for center, who, as I mentioned, didn't spend a lot of time on court Tuesday either. Toss up, serve down, into the net goes the first. Just an hour 48 on Tuesday against Nardi. Second serve is there, blocked back by Vukic, carrying a forehand back to center, and into the net goes Vukic, and Jannik Sinner, the world #1, looks extremely sharp here to start his second round encounter against Alexander Vukic, the inexperienced Australian. 28 minutes that first set. Sinner takes care of it 6-1.
Players,
male or female. I'm trying to think, or female. Danielle Collins got to the finals of Australia. I can't recall anyone who's won it.
Sophia Kennan, did she come straight out in the pros?
I think she came straight out.
Lindsay, did she go?
No, I don't believe she went either.
Okay, well, let's just concentrate on the men for a second.
Yeah.
The men, we'll let this one just sort of go through these stats. People can see that.
You asked what he could do better. He could serve better.
Vukic.
Just to throw that in.
Male college players to win majors. You know who we should get on this? He'll know the answer straight away. Is Greg Charcot.
Oh, yeah, Greg would pick that up. He was by my side the whole French Open.
Was he?
Yeah.
Making you sound good and knowledgeable.
Giving me something so I looked like I knew what I was talking about. Now that I think about it, I don't think it has happened.
Isner didn't. You know, that's
Kevin Anderson got to the finals.
Well, he was.
Kevin Curran was in the finals of Wimbledon.
Anderson was Illinois, just like Vukic here.
Correct.
Yeah.
Time.
Yeah, he was close.
Craig Tiley used to be the coach there.
Yeah.
And now runs Australia.
I was going to say.
I know we didn't have any.
I was just going to say, to butt into this conversation, I don't think there's ever been a men's player that played collegiate tennis and won a slam. I can't think of one off the top of my head. Obviously, it has happened plenty on the women's side, as Vukic, the Illinois Fighting Illini tennis player, being blitzed in that first set 6-1, serves to start the second set. Goes up the tee to the backhand of Sinner, controlled up the middle by Vukic, cross-court the forehand Sinner, slap back up the middle Vukic, deep on the forehand, now goes with a backhand too deep. But it is an interesting route that some of these players are taking. Obviously, Vukic from Australia with Serbian descent, playing collegiately in Champaign, Illinois from 2015 to 18. Serves out wide. Sinner throws his body into the return. Best serve that Vukic has had so far. He steps up and goes with a backdoor winner off forehand into the ad court corner. Well done. Three-time All-American was Vukic at Illinois. High honor in any collegiate sport. As Vukic serves here to the forehand of Sinner. Sharp return. Up the middle goes Vukic. Backhand looped back by Sinner, and then a looping forehand is long from Vukic. You heard John McEnroe say there he could serve better. Yeah, Vukic could. Just got less than half of his first serves in, 47%. So relying on the second serve too much against the world's #1 player isn't the best strategy, one would say. As here is Vukic at 15-30, up the tee, misses. Here's the second. Toss up, serve down to the backhand of Sinner. Backpedaling off forehand from Vukic. Into the net goes Sinner with the backhand, and it's 30-all. Last thing that Vukic needs here is to drop serve in the opening game of this set.
Forced error.
Yeah.
Wow. As Vukic serving misses up the tee long. That's amazing. To go through one set with one forced error. Second serve is there. Sinner rips the return deep. Backhand by Vukic. Cross-court goes Sinner. Vukic on the backhand. Sinner sets up an inside-out forehand. Vukic shovels the backhand up the middle. Now twisting it up the line to Sinner. Cross-court the forehand. Vukic. Sinner on the move. What a shot! Oh, my gracious. He has cracked a cross-court forehand winner that caught the line on the dead sprint, and a break point for center to start the second set. Tremendous shot, my goodness. Bombs away on the forehand, which was struck at a high pace. Break point, Vukic serves out wide. Center makes the return, backpedaling forehand. Vukic misses, it drifts wide, and center with a pump of the fist secures an opening game break to start the second set. And Jannik Sinner is acting as if he has somewhere to be, has a reservation to make. He has, well, rushed out 7-1 to start this match.
I pay him too much because I've got to be out of here.
New York, so, you know, it's a good 1, 2, 3. Melbourne, that's a tough one. I've been with my wife over 30 years. She's come with me to Melbourne once.
She doesn't like to feel the warm weather anymore?
You know, just the distance. More than anything else.
Those two might just have a full conversation the rest of this match, because Sinner is not exactly pushing them to talk a lot of tennis. Serve out wide. Vukic somehow makes the return. Cross-court the backhand. Center racing to it was Vukic. Off forehand from Center, pounding away on that Vukic backhand. Center goes up the middle now. Vukic with a deep forehand, and Center yanks that forehand cross-court and wide. The crowd will soon start to get behind Vukic here. They would like to see this match be extended as long as it can, as it's the last one on the center court card.
Yesterday we were done by 8 o'clock as well, but that was in the account of the 2 female matches that we had. That went both only 2 sets. 2, 2, and a 3 yesterday.
Center serves, left 15. And that caroms off the let cord. Vukic, I mentioned earlier, just inside the top 100 in the rankings, 93rd. It's been a pretty big dip from where he was as many as 2 years ago. This time 2 years ago, he was 48th in the world, so he's dropped nearly 50 places as Center serves here into the net. Second serve coming. Did make it to the third round of the Australian Open earlier this year, which was his best major result, Vukic, who makes a forehand return here. Center off the let cord, gets a fortuitous deflection as that dies over on Vukic's side of the net. 15-all, as if Center needs any good luck to go his way. He's already good enough on his own. Certainly here to start this match he is. 15-all. For the 2-time reigning Australian Open champion and US Open champion last year as well. 15-all serve from Center, goes up the tee, and it's chipped back and long from Vukic. Didn't get a ton of matches under his belt on the grass court in the lead-up, did Vukic. Had to go through qualifying at both Queen's Club and Eastbourne. Did make the main draw in both, but did not win a main draw match in either one of those tune-ups. First serve missed into the net from Center. Here comes his second. Into the backhand of Vukic. Sharp return. Backhand up the middle, and an off forehand from Vukic. Just drifted wide. 40-15.
Young man from Australia.
Ranked 7th in Australia. He's just inside the top 100 at 93. There's 7 in the top 100.
Which is really impressive from the Australian Tennis Federation. Center misses the first serve. And, you know, there are some really strong Australian men coming up, like Alexei Popyrin, De Minaur, of course, serving to the backhand, and Center has missed that inside-out forehand there, looking for the 1-2 punch. He's just missed it. 40-30. Mentioned that third round run he went at in Melbourne. Vukic picked up a couple of upset wins in 5 sets against Zhumer and Sebastian Korda, and went 5 sets with Jack Draper in the third round, lost in a match tiebreak. It was a really impressive run at his home slam earlier this year. Center serving into the net. Speaking of Draper, gonna have to check in on him here after this game and see how he's going over there with Cilic over on the number 1 court. Second serve center, puts it into the backhand of Vukic, whose return flutters long, so center consolidates the break and goes ahead 2-love here in this second set. Let's see, they're on serve in the fourth. Draper serving at 3-4 against Cilic. Marin Cilic, of course, a former finalist here at Wimbledon. That big frame and huge serve. It's a grass court player. Just he could just play on grass his whole life, and he'd be really good. As Vukic serves out wide. That's his best serve he's had so far. It's an ace out wide. Didn't blast it, but great placement and great kick to it. It's 15-love. 104 miles an hour on that ace. Now he speeds it up here at 120, but misses the tee. Down a set and a break. Second serve is into the backhand of center. Vukic attacks a forehand up the line. Center on the run. Slaps a forehand into the net. 30-love. Just underway on the number 2 court. Ben Shelton and Rinky Hijikata. And I mean just underway. They've played 1 game. Tommy Paul is at 5-all in the fourth set with Sebastian Offner. As Vukic misses out wide on the first serve, Offner, trying to pull the upset, is 2-1 up on the number 13 seed Paul. Second serve from Vukic into the backhand of center. Attacking return up the middle goes Vukic. Off forehand center. Up the line. The backhand from Vukic was really good. Center can't get it back in play. It's 40-love. Monfils is up a break in the third on Fucsovic on court 18. That's at a set all. In fact, Paul is now facing a break point against Offner. If Offner can convert the break, he'll serve for the match. Here's Vukic, 40-love serve, out wide misses, and Offner does get the break. So he breaks Tommy Paul, and Offner will serve for the match at 6-5 in the fourth. That would be another upset. Had loads of them so far, as second serve is into the net from Vukic. Double fault. Still in control of this game. Clara Towson is up a set on Anna Kalinskaya on court 14. They're at 4-all in the second. Serve out wide, really good from Vukic. Blocked back by center. Forehand up the middle from Vukic. Center, ooh, tries a passing shot. And did that dip inside the line? My goodness, it did. Woohoo! That's as close as it gets.
Super, super close, that one as well. Even the crowd was like, what?
It's a double zoomer on the screen with the Hawkeye. It's a tremendous shot. Passing Vukic, who was trying to cut it off at the net. So now this game's gotten a bit trickier for Vukic. It was 40-love, it's now 40-30, and he's missed the first serve. Daria Kasatkina is up a set on court 16 against Arina Camelia Bagu. They're on serve in the second. Second serve here from Vukic. Puts it into the backhand of center. Long looping return. Cross-court the backhand from Vukic, and into the net goes center. The Vukic holds to get on the board here in this second set. He's still down a set and a break against the world number 1.
Vukic picks up a game.
Second set, 1 set to love.
This is
guy that I played in my academy as a kid. Alexander Kovacevic played at University of Illinois. Probably the same. He's 27, I think.
Oh, yeah, Kovacevic, yeah.
He's gotten himself in the top 100.
Ollie Tarvett, who played Carlos Alcaraz. He's
go down the list.
Graduate of he's not a graduate of San Diego. He's got another year, and he says he's going to go back and play that year. He owes San Diego. I want to go back, and I want to play my senior year. I love that.
So he foregoes the prize money because players,
you can keep, you can keep £10,000 in profit, and the other money, yeah. So that's declared profit. I know you probably don't know anything about declared profit, but anyway,
stay at the best hotel then. And
see, I knew you would think that way. How am I best going to, use this money?
Them as much as possible. Spend it. Buy your girlfriend a diamond ring.
And say it's a business expense.
Bunch of crooks.
I like how, though, they're still talking about college tennis. How long has the college tennis conversation been going on?
About an hour.
Just one more update for you. Lorenzo Sonego has dropped the third set against Nicolas Basilashvili. Sonego is up 2-1. And that just about gets you up to date with what else is going on around the grounds. The center is serving up a set and a break here on center court, live on USRN and JB Sport. Center second serve, defended back by Vukic. Backing up the line, center opens up the court. Vukic throws up a lob, lands long. And of course, as I say every time that I get on this channel, that I'm doing anything with JB Sports, or whether it's with my friends at Talking Tennis, which I'll be on over the weekend, anytime I'm on YouTube, I do have to keep account. Check the chat. Make sure the chat is settled as center rips an ace up the tee.
Yes, I've been doing the same, really.
I always forget. I'm not normally on YouTube, always forgetting, but anyway. Center serving at the Royal box end, furthest away from us, 30 love. Toss up, serve down, blocked back into the net by Vukic. Vukic just does not seem, other than that second center service game, Vukic has not been in any of these return games. Center serve is just too lethal right now.
Entered college, I was 21 in the world.
Serve out wide. Vukic swings the return back up the middle, goes center with the forehand. Backhand by Vukic, forces center back. Forehand cross court. Vukic up the middle, goes center. Backhand by Vukic, wanted to come to the net, then backpedal back. Now tries a drop shot. Center gets there in tons of time and puts it away. Forehand winner cross court. He holds the love. That was a terrible drop shot from Vukic. My God. I don't mean to pile on the young man. He's not having a fun time on the court right now, as he's down 9-2 aggregate. But that drop shot was the first drop shot he's hit. And it was an atrocious drop shot. Hung in the air for an age. Center could have gotten to it twice over. Here he is serving Vukic into the net. And the upset has been completed on the number 3 court. Sebastian Offner offs Tommy Paul 7-5 in the 4th set. Vukic serves to the forehand of center, ripped return, and Vukic is unable to do anything about that. He can't pick it up off his shoelaces. Order of play for tomorrow is out, by the way.
Oh, do go on.
Taylor Fritz, the number 5 seed from America, opens up center court card against Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. That's followed by Carlos Alcaraz taking on Jan-Lennard Struff. As that serve is into the backhand of center, backpedaling forehand into the net from Vukic. He's love 30 down. And the third and final match on center court will be Arina Sabalenka, the world number 1, against Emma Raducanu. We always knew that that was going to be on center court. Sabalenka and Raducanu. Number 1 court, Deanne Perry taking on Sonny Cartel. Cam Norrie is second on the number 1 court against Mattia Bellucci, as that serve is up the tee and ace from Vukic. And the third match on the number 1 court is Elena Svitolina against Elise Mertens. So those are your show courts there, the lineup. Naomi Osaka starts play on court 2 against Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. Madison Keys against Laura Siegemund, and Nicholas Jarry against João Fonseca. Into a rally here. Off forehand from Vukic. Up the line, the backhand from center. Up the middle goes Vukic. Off forehand again from center to the two-fisted backhand of Vukic. Pounding away at the forehand is center, who comes to the net and hits a wonderful dipping slice volley winner. And he's got 2 more break points.
Looks like I get to call the possible Emma Raducanu match, and that's my last one because of all the Silverstone action.
Right. That would. It's going to be a really entertaining one for you.
I haven't yet to call a female match myself.
Yeah, you'll love it. Here's Vukic facing 2 break points. Serve to the backhand of center. Forehand up the middle from Vukic. That was a vulnerable shot, and center has pounded a backhand winner into the deuce court corner. And it's now a set and a double break for center. He's 4-1 up. My goodness. Racing away.
It's difficult because people watch this and they think, well, you know, this guy can't be any good, Vukic. And you know, that's not fair at all. You know, he will have been a star in a lot of environments that he played in.
Like University of Illinois, for starters.
Yeah, and around the world, you know, you get to be a top 100 player, you're a genuine professional. The trouble is, if you're coming up against guys, he's relentless. It would be easier in a way to play Alcaraz. At least he makes a mistake now and again, or perhaps he's more likely to get bored and choose the wrong shot.
I wonder, and a lot of people, how is he going to handle that loss? You know, is that going to just overwhelm him? Zverev talked about he's just, you know, mentally depressed ever since he lost in the final of Australia. His life is a lonely.
Well, there's lots of circumstances
Well, that's
Zverev
true.
is dealing with.
Well, there's also lots of circumstances that Sinner's been dealing with.
That's true as well.
And
But you know, perhaps he could remind himself that he was 2 sets down to Medvedev in the final of the Australian Open the year before and won it. And life has a way of just coming back and doing that.
That's exactly what you have to do. You know that as a father. I got 6. You know, I'm going to tell him, I blew this.
Granddad.
That conversation's the best thing going on right now.
Leave them to
between
it.
those two legends. Center serving, and that return by Vukic into the bottom of the net. Center is up 6-1, 4-1 here. And just flying away from Alexander Vukic. Our aggregate score is now 10 games to 1. Here he is serving again, out wide. Vukic, is he able to make the return? He is. And a cross-court forehand by Center. Oh my goodness, Center has hit a tweener. Whoa, hold the phone.
Well, he has to do something to liven it up today, doesn't he, as well? That
I
was
guess
shocking.
so. That's a great squash shot from Vukic, and Center, it came up on him quickly, and he hit a tweener. It hasn't cleared the net. That's a heck of an attempt from our world number 1.
I wonder which is going to finish first, this match or the match on with Draper on court on the court.
Yeah, really. Ace up the tee from Center. By the way, if you do Sabalenka and Raducanu tomorrow, I mean, you might see a couple of tweeners. Sabalenka loves hitting them. Oh, well, speaking of, that match has just ended. Cilic has pulled the upset.
Oh, wow.
On Draper. So Cilic, the former finalist here, completes the upset, and that is a disappointing result for Draper, as Center with a big first serve comes to the net, and his volley's into the net. And it's 30-all. So Cilic gets it done in 4 sets, 6-4 in the 4th, and sees off the number 4 seed on the men's side, Jack Draper. And that was, of course, the great British hope. On the men's side, they'll have Raducanu to try to rally behind tomorrow, but she will be the decided underdog against Sabalenka tomorrow night.
Yeah, just went out wide towards the doubles line.
Into the net goes Center. Cilic will take on Jaime Munar in the 3rd round. The draw's opening up a bit for Cilic to make a run. As here's a forehand reply from Vukic. Backhand from Center. Up the middle goes Vukic. Struck cross-court by Center. Vukic is up the line with a backhand. Puts Center on the run. Vukic is in control of this point here. Center big forehand, and Vukic can't control it. The forehand goes long. Cilic. So he's got Munar in the 3rd round. If he wins that, he'll get either Flavio Cabali or Jakub Menchik in the 4th round. I think you'd have to favor him in both of those. We could be setting up for a Djokovic-Cilic quarterfinal, which would be a huge throwback.
I'm enjoying this, to be fair. What a strange Wimbledon we've been given this season.
It has been a bit weird, hasn't it? Center with a big serve up the tee. It's an ace, and he holds for 5-1.
Right, seriously, where's he got to be this evening? Is there a dinner table at the Ritz that he's waiting for? This is ridiculous. What was it? We're less than an hour, and we're nearly completing the 2nd set.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, you're right. He could finish this set in less time than it took him to finish the first, and the first was 28 minutes.
You were waiting around longer than this match has been going on for you to take over. I did more this morning with Djokovic.
Here's Vukic serving to stay in the 2nd set. Royal box end. Up the tee, misses.
Tell you what, if Sinner does this against Djokovic, they match up. I don't think they will, but say they get to the final. Djokovic's form is not good.
Yeah, he's trying to work his way in, no doubt, in center right now. Oh, gosh, and he's just hit a backhand winner into the deuce court. Center is just clicking. By the way, I am shocked to hear that is the first time Marin Cilic has beaten a top 5 player on grass. For as great of a grass court player as he is, finalist here a handful of years ago, he had never beaten a top 5 player on grass. That is a stunning stat, as Vukic serves into the net. How old is Marin Cilic now? Because we know Djokovic is, what, 38? Cilic has to be up there, too, as Vukic has double faulted. That serve misses the tee. 36 is Cilic, so we could have a quarterfinal between a 36 and 38-year-old.
Oh, my goodness.
Of course, before that, Djokovic would have to get by Alex de Minaur. Speaking of really good Australian men, he's one of them. Big serve there by Vukic. Center makes the return, and Vukic just winds up and hits a forehand into the net, and Center could break for a 3rd time in this set. He's got love 43 set points. It's a bit of an awkward atmosphere because of this, too.
It's going to be a repeat of the first set here.
Served by Vukic. Center makes the return. Vukic with the backhand up the middle. Center cross-court the backhand. Straight up the middle again goes Vukic, who then has the court opened up on him by a really good center backhand. Vukic with a squash shot into the net. And it is a 2-sets-to-love lead in less than an hour for Jannik Sinner. In 54 minutes. He has raced ahead of Alexander Vukic 6-1 and 6-1.
Talk about a show-off. This match is going to be... They will go to BBC, so we will be live, Matthew, so you know.
Okay.
Lee Mack is currently speaking with Draper. But yeah, Lee McKenzie, who is supposed to be at Silverstone presenting the Channel 4 coverage this weekend, has yet to run down as things stand. Look, it's only a 2-hour drive from where she is. If it was any other event, she'd be in trouble.
I do love Lee McKenzie.
She's F1 TV. We're still not sure. We think F1 TV coverage is going to be going to be on Channel 4 this weekend. So usually Alex Jakes, who's the commentator on F1 TV, has to give up the British Grand Prix to commentate Channel 4. However, the rumours we're hearing is that for the first time since 2022, F1 TV will actually have Channel 4 coverage as well. So they're going to team up.
Oh,
usually Ben Edwards takes over.
Who is just a legend. Oh my gosh.
Just can't do anything with that shot, and Sinner's just dictating every point. It's just complete wipeout right now.
August Holmgren qualified, not a lucky loser. He's won his 3 matches. Then he beat Quinton.
Can he do this in less than Matthew, can he do this in less than 90 minutes?
I mean, that would be incredible. The way he's playing now. And he's taken the soul from Vukic, unfortunately, here. I don't see much resistance coming, as Sinner will serve to start this 3rd set. At the Royal Box end, he goes out wide and misses. A performance worthy of the #1 ranking. Second serve is deep and into the body of Vukic, who made the return, and then Sinner just hits a backhand up the line as perfectly as you can strike it. It's a winner into the deuce court.
The lack of grass court match play hasn't affected Sinner. Can't really be any sharper than he is right now.
Oh, gosh. And, of course, did not play a lot on the grass to build up because he went to the final at Roland Garros. I mean, there's an ace up the tee at 124. What in the world?
Yeah, this is going to be less than 90 minutes.
Might get out in the time frame you were looking to get out in.
20, if he can do it inside the next 19 minutes, that would be the most accurate time ever.
Oh, 30 love serve is into the net.
JT's rushing back from the highest point in England right now.
Yeah. I'm sure that's great on the lungs. Second serve into Vukic. Backhand by center off the let cord. Slice backhand Vukic. Center steps up and cranks a backhand wide. Rare unforced error from him. Yeah, center, by the way, he only played 2 matches between Roland Garros and Wimbledon. Again, going all the way to the Roland Garros final, and then it going to a 5th set, the final, into a match tiebreak, heartbreaking loss. Didn't expect to see much of him in the grass court season in the lead up to Wimbledon, and we didn't. Serve here, blocked back by Vukic. Center steps up, cross court, the forehand is a winner, 40-15. He played the Kara Wortman Open. Won his first match against Yannick Hanfmann, who I have to admit I've never heard of, but then lost in 3 sets in the round of 16 to Alexander Bublik. And that's, Bublik was considered a guy that could go on a deep run here, and he went out early. A lot of big names have gone out early. And Sinner is looking to keep that from happening, obviously. Missed the first serve out wide. Here's the second. To the backhand of Vukic. Backhand there by center up the middle. Off forehand from Vukic. Cross court the backhand by center. Up the line goes Vukic. Center on the run. Defends the forehand back. Vukic goes big on the forehand. Chipped up the line by center. Short ball by Vukic. Off forehand. Winner from center. Goes back door. And holds serve to start the third.
What's that? It's like a pattern here. What's that? 13 games inside an hour. He's won. That's mad.
13 games to 2 right now.
Just shake the hand, call it off early, go for a pint. Come back again next year. Yeah, this is bizarre. Absolutely bizarre.
He beat Sebastian Korda. So that might have... He's hoping it's not the high of his career, but that, to me, I was like, this guy can... He's figured out how to play.
Vukic to serve. And an ace up the tee. Gael Monfils took the third set from Marton Fucsovic, so it's 2-1 for Monfils. As into a rally we get here. Sorry, screen froze up on me for a moment. It's a volley winner from Vukic, 30-love.
Something tells me that Sinner's going to allow him his one game.
Yeah.
Just came off the racket wrong angle.
Just hit an hour on this match, by the way.
And it's nearly over.
30-love serve from Vukic. Kicks that into the backhand of center. Vukic into the net on a sprinting forehand.
I do wonder, if this goes to about 72, 73 minutes, you could watch the fastest ever Formula 1 Grand Prix at the same time this tennis match has gone on to full length.
30-15 serve, Vukic up the tee. Blocked back by center. Cross-court backhand is wild and misses wide from Vukic, and it's 30-all. Ben Shelton has gotten the lead of the first set out on the number 2 court against Hijikata. He is serving for that set at 5-2. Mentioned Monfils, now 2-1 up on Fucsovic after dropping the first. Towson and Kalinskaya are in a second set tiebreak. Towson has a match point, that she's just dropped, so it's 8 points each in that tiebreak. Towson is up a set, served by Vukic. Short ball in the return by center is into the net, and Vukic will have 40-30. Kasatkina, I mentioned, 6-2 first set win over Bagu. They are on serve in the second at 4-5.
I have to pay him a couple more bucks.
Sonego, 2-all with Basilashvili in the fourth. Sonego up 2-1. Vukic serves. Centers return into the net. Vukic holds for a game all.
Right, I'm going to have to start paying him a couple of extra bucks now as well because he's starting to get a bit sloppy.
First set took 28 minutes. Second set took 26.
That match just then was the longest one we've had.
Yeah. Felt like it.
Yeah, they were. The German club down there is altitude. There was thousands of them. They had the artificial stands up. And Maciel, Levaye.
Here is Sinner. Set to serve again. The near end. Toss up, serve down. Misses out wide. Second serve. Into the forehand of Sinner up the Vukic up the line. Into a rally. Off forehand from Vukic. Sinner hits a backhand winner. Just a gem of a shot. My goodness. It just winds it up and whacks it up the line. That is a tightly strung racket. And that is someone holding that racket that knows how to use it. 15 love. Serve to the body of Vukic, and he could only fight that return off, but it lands into the doubles alley. 30 love.
So silent.
30 love serve out wide is a left. Oh, and he catches the ball with the frame of his racket.
Do you remember we saw Djokovic do that a few days ago?
One of the most impressive things he's done today, and that's... Misses up the tee there. I mean, my God. Guy can do no wrong.
If he got an ace there, that would have been the perfect 30 seconds he could have put on his show reel.
Needs to go buy a lottery ticket after this and give it to me. Backhand return Vukic. Forehand from Sinner. Up the line and short from Vukic. Sinner with a drop shot. Pulling one out. Vukic gets to it. It stashes it into the net. 40 love.
Saw that coming. As close as you get for net points today. Hasn't been working out in centre court. I think BBC have gone home.
40 love. There's only been one hold at love this entire match. It was from Sinner, who comes into the net with a serve and volley, and he's not going to hold because Vukic has come in with a great passing shot winner.
Well, this is certainly a strange one. The crowd that have been energetic all day have fallen completely silent. This is a domination of what we saw. And Djokovic's earlier was as well. It was close in the first set, but then set 2, set 3 was gone. This has been all the time.
40-15 serve from Sinner is into the net. Comes the second. Forehand reply into the net from Vukic. Sinner holds for 2-1. They'll change sides.
Sets and 2 sets to love.
What was the most embarrassing drubbing you ever got?
Right, those are the things.
I know you gave a few out.
Yeah, you try not to think about it.
Was there ever a time where you were out there and just went, just get me off here?
You know, ironically enough, my last match on this court that I ever played, and I had a pretty good run. I got to the semis.
Was this
Andre Agassi. My neck got sore watching his returns go by me. It was a pretty much of a thrashing.
Were you tired?
I was tired. There was a lot of rain that year. I had played the doubles. You know, everything was backed up. We went on early, I think. I think it was the Saturday. It was like 11 or 12. Or the legs weren't there. It's the last time I ever played a singles match at Wimbledon. But the good news is that I went in the doubles and got to the Sunday evening. Actually, yeah, and then at 13 all in the fifth, we were in the finals. And it was about 9 o'clock. It was dark. And I was like, I go, Michael, we got to tell him we got to play a tiebreaker. We got to finish this. I got to go home.
I was just going to keep listening to this 13-all in the fifth and doubles, my God, as Vukic is into the net here, serving at 1-2.
One of the nicest guys you ever meet.
Yeah,
Jim
I played him here.
Will you play a because I thought all the other matches were done. I didn't realize that it turned out like a mixed or a juniors hadn't finished.
15.
So I was going to tell, the referee, like, look, we're playing a tiebreaker. That's it. We've agreed.
Change the rules.
And Jim Grab said no.
Didn't play fifth set tiebreakers back then.
Back Monday, and I was hurting so
I just want to keep hearing this story.
13-15.
And I heard this chanting. We played on court 1. And there was just people singing and chanting.
Oh, it was brilliant.
It just lifted me up.
Hey, it was fantastic.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
A Monday.
Yeah.
Nice story.
Vukic, good serve out wide, and center got a very short ball back. Vukic to the net, quickly able to volley away a winner for 40-15. Obvious, you can visibly see center has taken down his level of play. He knows he can win this third set playing his C- game.
Yeah.
The way he's going. Here's Vukic serving out wide. Center makes the return. Up the line, a forehand winner from Vukic. It's 2-all. He had not gotten to this point in the previous 2 sets. He had not gotten to 2-all.
Right, someone give me my credit card. No more story time.
First time winning 2 games in a set for Vukic here. So center, by the way, is now at 24 winners to just 7 unforced errors. Good Lord. Misses that first serve, and when he's been getting the first serves in, been winning nearly 80% of the points. So, and he's getting that first serve in, it's just game over. Vukic makes the return here. Up the middle goes center. Flat forehand was good from Vukic there.
Oh, I'll cancel my plans.
Place here in the second round, no doubt. He's been here before. Played Alcaraz last year. But he is being blown away at the moment, although he has this love 15 advantage. 2-all. Third set.
Center serves out wide, shoveled back by Vukic. Wild forehand there from center. Don't think he was expecting that return to come back at him. It's love 30.
Make sure center doesn't let this guy into this match. Strange things can happen, as we just saw in court 1. Congrats to that wily veteran, former finalist. Marin Cilic looked good.
Matthew,
looked like the
we
old
are
Marin.
going to be transferring over to live coverage, just as a heads up. So there might be a points differential when we get there now.
Yeah, good news there. And
that is.
And he played 1 match.
There you are.
Yeah, and Vukic has break points here. Who saw that coming? Not I.
We are now.
As you just heard Johnny Mac say, don't want to give him any bit of light at the end of the tunnel.
They hit the cameraman.
Yeah, cameraman might have just gotten hit by that center serve that missed. Center facing break points. 15-40. To the backhand he goes of Vukic. It was a good return. Forehand up the line. Sliced back by Vukic. Center picks it up. Forehand up the line. Terrific. It's a winner. Leads a break point. 1 more to go.
Yeah, we are now back up to live on the second break point. So glad that you could all bear with us during what has been a thrilling match.
Yeah. Still a break point for Vukic, who had a break point in the first set, did not get one, did not even have a chance in the second. Center just saved one to get to 30-40. Big serve, making the return. Vukic, forehand by center. Vukic forehand up the line. Center defends it back. Vukic stashes a backhand. Center gets it back up the middle, and the off forehand misses from Vukic. I thought he had neutralized that point enough to maybe be able to claim it, but no, center saves 2 in a row.
Getting tense now, isn't it? If we see Alexander take the second set, sorry, third set I should say, and then we have to go down to a fourth, and everyone goes, but they promised to be done by 8.
Saved 2 break points as center, now deuce. Big serve, great placement. I don't know how Vukic even made the return. Big forehand by center. High lofting ball there by Vukic. Center let it drop. Hits a backhand winner cross court.
Advantage center.
BBC have just given up on commentary at the moment. It's quite funny.
Game point for center. Body serve. Vukic makes the return. Center with a drop shot. Can Vukic get to it? He does. Center's there. Lob, volley, just miss.
Watching him playing his #1 run, you just mentioned that epic, one of the all-time matches. I've witnessed that French, seeing the skill that Alcaraz has with the field, the drop shot. A lot of players trying to employ that more often. Sinner's worked on that, his willingness to move forward. He's better at net. Knows he needs to even improve that.
Deuce serve. Cracked up the tee and misses. We're almost at 6 minutes in this game. It's the longest game we've played in this match.
Really harsh loss at the French where he had triple match point.
Yeah, that was, oh Lord. Puts that into the body of Vukic, who fought off the return, and the forehand goes wide. Center with another game point. Yeah, Center's going to have to find a way to mentally put the French Open final behind him. And that's not going to happen anytime quickly, you wouldn't think, as he strikes an ace up the tee. Was able to save 2 break points in that game and hold for 3-2. So that is the most strenuous game that he's had to this point. We're still on serve in the third set.
You can like or not like all these statistics and everything else, but it's a huge part of the game now. The coaches having a look at how to formulate game plans. They go on YouTube and have a look at footage. But this is the steal score, so this is the points won in defense. So if you've been in defense and you turn it around and you win the point, 44% for Sinner. You know, he's turning it around. So even when you think you've got him, you haven't. That's what that tells you. And you know, he's a tough man to break down. His movement is quite superb.
I think in today's game, it's something that you absolutely need to have. I tell the kids at my academy, you got to play offense and defense. You just can't be one-way traffic.
And it's become something that people do is if they coach attack, get the first strike in. Well, you need to be able to be in the corner and throwing a neutralized ball, right?
Preaching to the choir, absolutely. Sinner, to me, growing up, must have been good at math because the geometry of the court, the way he cuts angles off, the way he stands firm in that baseline as much as possible, uses angles himself off his ground strokes, causes major headaches for his opponents.
Vukic serves up the tee. Center pops the return. Big forehand cross court from Vukic. Up the middle goes Center, looping ball there. Ooh, Center. The shot by Vukic is wide. Center took a tumble on the baseline. He gets back up quickly.
He's okay. You talk about the remnants of a 5.5-hour final at
It's on the ankles.
end of a slam
Ankle
that you
splits.
lose.
early day Wimbledon slides on that baseline, not uncommon. Still, we've gotten some bruising on the court, as they call it, but still playing a lot like a clay court back there. Early day grass court, however you want to deem it. There's Vukic hitting a forehand winner. It was the day, was it 2013, I think it was, the day where all of the terrible slides, the second round 2013, I think, players are sliding and getting injured and all those upsets. That's a great serve from Vukic. Center makes the return forehand from Vukic. He comes to the net. Center tries to pass and good volley by Vukic, however. This is the 30-15. That would have been the year that Sergei Stahovsky beat Roger Federer. It was just a tournament of upsets, almost like we've had here. But so many of them were injury-related with all the slipping on the baseline. Center makes this return. Vukic up the middle. Center steps into an off forehand. Vukic is into the net with two-fisted backhand. It's 30-all.
Let's not also forget that Andy Murray took the victory that year as well in a thrilling final against Djokovic.
Oh my goodness. That's one of the most competitive three-set matches you'll ever see. It was straight sets, but it was brilliant theater.
I remember watching it at my nana's house with the family.
Oh. Big serve there by Vukic up the tee. It's 40-30.
Yeah, and it was her birthday, if I remember correctly, so we were there celebrating, and it was on the telly, and there we go, into the back, and it was fantastic. He won there a year earlier, of course, in the gold in the Olympics.
Yeah, right, you're right. And of course, he had lost to Federer in the final in 2012 and had that tearful interview on the court. As into a rally here, Center, great forehand, up with a defensive lob. It drops just over the net from Vukic, and Center pounds it away to get to deuce.
When did Andy Murray win it again? Was it 16 or 17? When did he last win it?
Yeah, it was right after, wasn't it? It wasn't back-to-back, but it was very quickly. I'm trying to think, because he beat the Canadian Milos Raonic. I'm thinking that would have had to have been 16, because I called that match as Vukic hits an ace out wide. He's serving much better here in this third set. But I would have called that match. Yeah, that was our first year. USRN was not a thing at that point. We were on something that's now long gone called Rabble TV. So that would have been 2016.
Oh. I'll go switch to BBC One now. As it's taken it, by the way, Matthew, 3 games all.
Vukic playing a lot looser right now, knowing that, well, he played any worse than he was, so playing a lot looser, and as we said, Center's not playing anywhere close to now his 5-star A game. He knows he can win this set, not spending too much energy, so 3-all here in the third. On center court, as coverage of the Wimbledon Championships continues on JBSportsXtra and at USRN. Here is Center serving at 3-all and ace out wide.
You probably hear Claire Balding in the background, but she's on talkback, you see, on BBC, so I can't turn her off.
Very good. That ace by Center, his 8th. We've only played an hour 22 here in this match, the final one of the evening on center court. We're just past 8 p.m. local time as Center misses that first serve. 6-1 and 6-1 went the first 2 sets, as you can see if you're watching on JBSportsXtra. Here's the second serve, a body serve fought off by Vukic. Cross-court the backhand by Center, and Vukic stakes the backhand wide. 30 love if you're with us on USRN. I'll repeat what I just said. 6-1 and 6-1 went the first 2 sets for Center. We're at 3-all here in the third, and Center serving 30 love. We have not had a break of serve yet in this third set. In fact, Center has not had a look at a break point in the third set, but Vukic had 2 that Center fought off. Center serves. Backhand return is up the line, and into the net goes Center, as the Vukic return was right on his shoelaces. As we talked about earlier, the order of play is out for tomorrow. And here on center court, the matches that you'll hear on JBSportsXtra and USRN on center court will start with the American and U.S. Open finalist Taylor Fritz taking on Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, followed by Carlos Alcaraz, the two-time reigning champion, against Jan-Lennard Struff. And then world number 1 Arina Sabalenka will take on Emma Raducanu. Center serves up the tee and misses. That's the center court program tomorrow. Serve out wide, chipped back by Vukic. Center backpedaling and letting it float long.
On the right coaching team for this man, top player in the world.
Game points for 4-3. Misstep out wide. Here's the second. Up the tee, backhand reply is short by Vukic, off forehand from center. Vukic on the run throws up a lob, and center lets it drop so lackadaisically, and then just tapped it over for the winner.
Now can he take it to 6 and just wipe up the next 2 in the next 6 minutes? Come on.
So,
continuing on real quick on the order of play tomorrow on court 3, Amanda Anisimova, who I've looked at the last couple of years as someone that could really go on a deep Wimbledon run. She has a grass court kind of a profile to her. She takes on Dalma Galfi tomorrow. That's the first out on the number 3 court, followed by Andrei Rublev taking on the seasoned Frenchman, Adrian Manarino. Aaron Hachinov will then play Nuno Borges in the third match on court 3. On court 12, you've got perhaps the best story so far of these championships. Solana Sierra, ranked 101st in the world from Argentina. She was a lucky loser that got into the bracket, and now she's in to the third round, and she's got a fighting chance against Kristina Buxa tomorrow. They are separated in the world rankings by literally 1 spot. Sierra is 101, Buxa is 102.
Okay. I like matches like that because it shows actually how that placing does and doesn't work sometimes. Like, yes, like the 23rd I played yesterday against Alcaraz. Won't stay 723rd for long. He was so good. I thought he was going to beat him at one point.
Vukic serving, on serve in this set. Shoveled back by center, foreign up the line from Vukic, really good. Backhand by center, up the line. Vukic, center defends it back. And did they call it out on... Yeah, they did. Vukic forehand was long first. Linda Noskova is on court number 12 tomorrow against Kamila Rakimova. And Artur Render-Kanesh plays Kamil Masherzak tomorrow. So that's, 4 or 5 courts there. Order of play will start tomorrow, 8:30 USRN, JBSportsXtra with Fritz and Davidovich Fokina as Vukic serves and center is into the net on the return. 15-all. This would be the time for center to really pick up the play, you would think. Get the break and then serve for the match at 5-3. That would be a perfect scenario for the world number 1. Vukic serves, misses long. We'll get our commentary assignment sorted for tomorrow as center throws his body into a backhand return. Backhand up the middle from Vukic to the backhand of center. Straight up the middle from Vukic. Off forehand now from center. Looped back by Vukic. Big forehand, center again. Vukic defends it back. Center has neutralized this point. Now he's in control of it, and at the net he hits a winning volley. And he's at 15-30, and I think he has realized that this is the game to turn up his level of play from what it's been so far in this set. Go all out to try to get this break, and then he can serve for the match. It's almost like he's been in sleepwalk mode to get to this point in the set. Wouldn't you love to be good enough where you could sleepwalk your way to 3-all? My God. I played this game for a long time, and the only thing I could sleepwalk to is me losing a set 6 love. Backhand return from center deep. Vukic, oh, center return just missed.
Interested in giving away secrets in interviews.
30 all. Here's Vukic, falls into the service motion. Center blocks the return backpedaling off forehand Vukic. Backhand there by center. Up the line goes Vukic, sprinting forehand there by center. Vukic goes up the middle of the forehand. Backhand by center, a good approach shot. And the slice backhand into the bottom of the net from Vukic, and center has his first break opportunity of the set. And this could propel him towards the finish line here, if he could convert this break point.
Really strange game, this one. Ups and downs, and just like everywhere, the third set goes more up.
Vukic serves up the tee. Center blocks it back up the middle. Vukic a forehand. Center turbines up the pace. Backhand from Vukic. Off forehand from center. Into the net goes Vukic, and there's the break for center. He gets his first break and likely will be the only one he needs this third set. He'll serve for the match at 5-3 in the third.
So it's going to be inside 90 minutes, if I'm reading that. Yeah, 1 hour 29. It's going
Wow.
to be wow. So it's going to be inside, realistically, I'd say hour 33.
Serving for the match, the world's #1 player at the Royal Box and ace out wide. I was just about to say when you said that, as big as he serves, he could win this game in about a minute. He could be right on the 90-minute mark.
This I'm going to like. Come on. Give us some aces.
That ace on the chalk at 124. Here he is at the Royal Box end. Serve out wide. Making the return Vukic. Big forehand center deep. Vukic picks it up. Drop shot from center is into the bottom of the net. That won't happen. He needed 3 quick points to go his way. Kind of pulled that little squash shot, drop shot out of nowhere there. That's probably the worst shot he's hit today.
JT is going to be so annoyed he's missed another day of Wimbledon, by the way.
$15 all. Center out wide. Another ace. Pounds out his 10th ace, and another one in that corner out wide in the deuce court.
Two more in 30 seconds. Come on.
30-15. Toss up, serve down, cracked into the net.
What if we take off all the time they spent sitting down and how much has actually been played?
Big serve to the backhand of Vukic, cross court. Center rips it back to him. Backhand by center up the middle. Two-fisted backhand from Vukic to center's backhand. They trade the backhands here. Now up the line goes center. Scoop back defensively by Vukic. Oh, center comes to the net and just feathers his volley off the let cord, and it ricochets down on Vukic's side, and that's how center arrives at his first match point.
That was... that's a world #1 right there type of shot. That was fantastic. To finish it on an ace, I would.
Yeah, he's on that deuce court side. He's hit 2 aces already in this game, going out wide that way. 2 match points for the world #1. Toss up, serve down. He goes wide, and the return is made deep by Vukic. And wow, that was a tremendous return by Vukic. Keeps the match going.
They're giving him 3 balls. He's only going to need 1 if he can do an ace. Have the confidence.
Pedro Martinez awaits the winner of this match in the 3rd round. Here is center with a second chance to end it. Falls into the service motion. Goes out wide in the ad court and misses. Vukic's time on center court running out. Second serve is there. Vukic makes the return, backpedaling off forehand center. Vukic up the line to backhand. Center's on the run. Forehand. Up the line goes Vukic. It's really good. He comes to the net. He hits a volley. Right to center. Oh, who's hit? A wild backhand just into the net. Vukic hit that volley straight to him. He was in control of the point, Vukic, but he let center back in by hitting right to him.
I don't know what to say.
Out of nowhere a bit, it's deuce. 2 match points saved by the Australian.
Must have a bet on for an hour 40.
Center out wide, and again, another one. That's an unreturnable, not an ace, as the return wildly flies in. 16, nicely caught by a man in a red cap.
Has to give it back, can't keep it, to get recycled.
Again, going out wide in the deuce court has been tremendous in this game, and now center another match point, trying to convert on the third time. At the Royal box end, here's the world's number 1. Toss up, serve down, up the tee. Vukic makes the return, and center rips a forehand wide.
Bit of a closing issue, doesn't it?
3 match points saved by Vukic. This will likely be giving center not so very good flashbacks to when he had 3 match points in the French Open final against Alcaraz about a month ago and could not convert. Deuce again. Center serves up the tee this time in the deuce court and missed. Didn't go out wide as he has. Here comes the second. In up the tee. Backhand return by Vukic. Forehand up the line is a winner from center. It's a center winner and a 4th match point.
18 more minutes than it needed to be this match.
Is the 4th time the charm?
If not, I'll have to get another tenner.
Trying to finish it out again. Goes out wide. Vukic makes the return. Center again. Misses that forehand. Vukic is coming up with some really good returns here. And center got that first one in that time. And still Vukic tagged it.
I've got things to do. I've got to go. There's a motor race weekend, my friends. It's a kind of a big one. How's that crowd in attendance?
The crowd want Vukic to keep it going so badly, getting behind him here. We're into the 7th minute of this game. Deuce again. Here's center. Falls into the service motion. Blocked back by Vukic. Cross court the backhand center. Sliced back by Vukic up the middle. Center and off forehand. Comes to the net. Won't have to hit a volley. As he strikes that forehand extremely well. Gets to a 5th match point.
Someone explain to me why we couldn't have had a 4th match on tonight of being another female singles. Just somebody explain, because we've got 3 hours left of daylight.
Oh, and they would have moved one over if we were really pushed back due to weather. If we had like a real scheduled catastrophe with the weather, oh, they would have moved one over. All right, center. 5th chance to finish this. Surely he can do it this time, right? Out wide it goes. Vukic makes the return. Center off the let court on the forehand. Vukic is still there. Forehand up the line. Vukic to the net. Center can't pass him.
This is
He's
bizarre.
saved 5.
This is so bizarre. I can't close it out. For the first time, all of Great Britain wish they were Australia.
Deuce again for the 4th time in this game. Center. Misses that serve out wide. Took a bit of pace off of it at 119. Could not place it. makes the second up the tee. Vukic makes the return. Big ripping backhand from center. Up the middle, Vukic. Off forehand center. Vukic, short ball back. Half volley. Pickup is into the net from center.
Didn't see that one coming. He tried to be a bit adventurous and it hasn't worked.
He's trying to get to the net. He didn't get there quickly enough. Had to go with a half volley pickup, which he nearly got over, but not quite. And now Vukic, a break point out of almost nothing. Center struggling to finish this. Big serve out wide. Backhand reply by Vukic, who goes up the line with one. Center on the defensive. What a shot! Center's just... Oh my goodness, a scorching winner on the full stretch. Cross-court forehand back to deuce. Yeah, okay, but get the crowd going now. Might as well.
They've been stagnant for 90 minutes, and now they're being woken up.
Best backhand right here that Vukic hit the entire match.
Yeah.
Beautifully struck.
Yeah, Johnny Mac's absolutely right. That's the best backhand Vukic has hit all match, and center lunges to it and hits an amazing shot. Wow. Passing shot winner, and now it's deuce again. Getting quality play here right at the tail end. Serve up the tee is an ace, and he'll have another match point.
6th of the game. This is ridiculous. He's got it now to serve up with yet another ace.
Feeling a wave of momentum after these last 2 points, center. Surely he'll finish it now, right? Goes up the tee and does! Clipping the chalk with an ace to finish, and the world number 1 playing a match today worthy of the number 1 ranking as Yannick Sinner sees off Alexander Vukic 6-1, 6-1, and 6-3, and Sinner is a winner on center court today. He will take on the Spaniard, ranked 52nd in the world, Pedro Martinez, in the 3rd round. As for Alexander Vukic, plenty to grow from. Got an experience on center court today. Got an experience against the world's number 1 player. And when he locked his heels in, 3rd set was not bad, but center, who will lead the applause for Vukic as he walks off the court. When center upped the pressure and played his A game, Vukic had nothing for him. Still has the time to take a selfie with a fan afterwards. Very good. But no one's looking better right now than Yannick Sinner. It's very early. Haven't made the first weekend yet, but he looked on point and sharp today, and now we will hear from the Italian ranked number 1 in the world.
Feeling fine after Roland Garros and all that. 6-1, 6-1, 6-3 here. An hour and 40. Not stretched yet. There are bigger battles ahead. Let's see what he made of that with Rishi Prasad.
Yannick, huge congratulations. Another straight sets win here at Wimbledon. How happy are you with your performance, first of all?
Yes, honestly, I'm very happy today because playing against him is very, very difficult. Huge serve, and I tried to return as many balls as possible and trying to be solid on the baseline. I struggled a little to close it out, but I'm very happy. Center court is such a special occasion. Thanks everyone for staying. I know it was a long day. And yeah, I mean, every match is difficult, so I'm happy to be in the next round.
Just tell me about that last game as you faced trying to close the match out with those match points. You seem to really enjoy that last game and the interaction with the crowd. You seem to really get into that.
Yes, I enjoyed it because I won the game. If not, I don't know. But, you know, You know, the match can change very, very quickly, and you know, if he breaks me there, he can go in the long distance. So I'm happy to finish also with the roof open. I know that a certain time here we close the roof with the lights, and also the conditions are then very, very different. So, but yeah, I was lucky with that shot. So thank you for my racket somehow made it to put the ball in court, and yeah, so I'm very happy to win a straight set.
And final thing, you're through to play Pedro Martinez in the next round. But when you're the world number one, does it really matter who's up next for you? Do you ever bother who your opponent is next?
Yes, of course. I mean, it's also my team's job to prepare. As you see, they both are on the phone, so they're not enjoying to no, but every opponent is very difficult. You know, third round matches in Grand Slams, they're always very special. As we saw, there are so many upsets this tournament, so you know, we try to stay focused, we try to raise our level. Today I felt the level was on a good point. Of course I can improve a couple of things, but you know, it takes time, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Third round matches, so let's see what's coming.
Well played today.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Jannik Sinner.
He's looking good.
He's indeed looking good. Matthew Owens, then how did you see that one out there on centre court today?
Straightforward, as I said, worthy of a performance by a number one ranked player. He looks in great form. Like you just heard, though, bigger battles to come for him, and professional performance to win 1-1 and 3. Spent an hour 40 on court today, hour 48 in the first round against Nardi. So as we go on, Alcaraz is playing a little bit longer than he needs to be. Djokovic is playing a little bit longer than he needs to be. Less mileage on Sinner as we get to the weekend.
Thank you, Matthew. You'll hear from Matthew a little bit more over the weekend. The same for myself, but things change tomorrow onwards with our coverage of the British Grand Prix weekend across USRN and JB Motorsports. You can join us for that one as well. Coverage will continue here on USRN with the Wimbledon radio team as well, and we'll try our best to get in a couple of matches per day with our own team. I'm planning tomorrow to have the Emma Raducanu match as well. The only time you won't hear from me, however, is Sunday, but I'll be back Monday onwards, and Jake Sanson will join the team from Sunday onwards as well, calling a couple of matches for good news weather as well. My thanks to Matthew Owens, and my thanks to all of you at home as well for a stunning fourth day here at Wimbledon for the 138th running of the championships. We'll see you tomorrow on USRN and JB Sports. Bye-bye.